Thank you. The people call Christopher Austin.
Please swear the witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Austin, if you can face me and raise your right hand if you can. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. And for the record, can you say and spell your first and last name, please?
Christopher Austin, Chrisstopher. Austin, Austin.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Austin, on October 2nd, 2024, were you arrested in Vancouver, Washington for the murder and conspiracy to commit murder of Fabio Sementilli?
Yes.
Were you then extradited or brought to Los Angeles court system on October 17th of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
When you got to Los Angeles, then, have you been represented by an attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
And is your attorney in court today with you?
Yes, ma'am.
And when I say with you, in the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had opportunities since you've arrived in LA on October 17th to have multiple conversations with your attorney and seek his advisement as well?
Yes, ma'am.
The attorney brought you clothes today to wear?
Yes, ma'am.
That was not provided by the prosecution, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
On January 17th of 2024, did you negotiate a plea with the prosecution team?
What was the date again, please?
Sorry, January 17th, 2024. 2025.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did you negotiate a plea with the prosecution team to plead to a count of second-degree murder, which is a violation of Penal Code Section 187A, and that's the murder of Fabio Sementilli, as well as admitted that you personally used a knife pursuant to Penal Code Section 12022B1?
Yes, ma'am.
And you entered that plea in this courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
And that plea was negotiated with the prosecution, and your sentence then, if you testify truthfully, and we'll go through some terms of that in a bit, you understand your sentence to be 15 years to life in prison. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you currently serving time right now in prison?
Yes, ma'am.
So were you transported here then from a county jail facility while you're awaiting transport to start your sentence for prison?
That is correct.
Did you also sign a document with the prosecution and your attorney on January 31st of 2025 with some terms of the requirement that you testify truthfully?
Yes.
Let me mark as People's 247 a document entitled It's an agreement then that you will testify truthfully, honestly, and that includes not omitting any facts. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And 247 up on the screen then, it's entitled, then mark it as 247 Agreement between the people of the state of California and Christopher Austin.
Now it's marked, yes.
Thank you. Okay, do you recognize this agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, going through this, it states the terms that you agree to cooperate fully in the investigation and prosecution of the case involving the murder of Fabio Sementilli by truthfully providing all information which you know or come to know. Is that correct?
Yes.
Page 2, and I won't go through all of them, but it's documented here that the requirement is that you tell the truth, the whole truth, you don't omit any facts to the best of your ability. Is that your understanding of the agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
And at the end of your testimony then, it's up to the judge to decide if you testified truthfully or not and upheld your end of the bargain basically to get that. And I spoke incorrectly. It's 16 to life sentence. Is that correct?
That is correct.
If it's determined that you did not testify truthfully by the court, then you understand that that agreement is off the table basically, and you can be sentenced to the maximum sentence in this case for a first-degree murder. Do you understand that as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Let's start about a little bit about your background then. How old are you right now?
39.
And what is your date of birth?
1/20/86.
What is your height and weight?
5'7", 204.
Are you right or left-handed?
Right.
Can you explain then your employment prior to your arrest on October 2nd of 2024? What did you do for a living?
I worked with high-risk youth, and my title was Juvenile Parole and Probation Officer for the state of Oregon.
What did you do specifically working with high-risk youth?
Monitor, supervise, hold them accountable, mentor, find them programs if they needed to have programs, try to reunite them with their family, give them coping skills, find them resources, help them get jobs, help them find housing, whatever I could do to help them stay out of the system.
How long had you been working for the state of Oregon prior to your arrest?
4 years.
And what did you do before that?
I worked for the state of I worked for DHS as an IDD home, intellectual disability for adults.
What is DHS?
Department of Human Services.
And what did you do for them then?
A lot, it's overruled.
Typically, I was assigned to a particular client, made sure that they got their medications by the 5 rights, took them out for outings, how'd them, we'd go to the grocery store and we'd teach them how to shop, and then I'd take them back to the house and cook, and then we'd all eat together. Sometimes we play cards, video games. When they were stressed, I made sure that we took another walk if that's what they wanted to do.
How long had you been working there prior to the time that you spent working for the state of Oregon Juvenile Probation Department?
3 months?
Prior to your arrest on October 2nd, 2024, did you have any prior convictions?
No, ma'am.
And where were you born and grew up?
Fayetteville, North Carolina.
Do you still have family in North Carolina?
Yes.
At the time of the arrest, were you married or are you married?
Yes.
Who are you married to?
Chloe Austin.
Does she currently reside then in the state of Washington or Oregon?
Washington.
And did you have a daughter?
Yes.
Or do you have a daughter?
Yes.
How old is she?
3.
People's 14 up on the screen. Do you recognize that person?
Yes.
Who is that?
Robert Baker.
Have you known Robert Baker a long time?
Yes.
What's your background on when you first met him?
Probably in middle school when I met him, officially.
Was that in
Maybe
North
before.
Carolina? Sorry.
Maybe before.
Was that in North Carolina?
Yes.
And how did you meet him in middle school?
My dad.
Can you explain that?
They grew up together, the same neighborhood I grew up in. So he would come in from time to time, say hello, meet with my dad, hang out, then leave.
So he was one of your dad's good friends?
Yes.
And then did you become friends with him in your adulthood?
Before that, but yes.
Did you have a term that you referred to him as?
Yes.
What is that?
I called him Unc, short for uncle.
Were you aware that Robert Baker was arrested with Monica Sementilli on June 14th of 2017 for murder?
All right. Never mind, I strike that.
I'm usually wrong. So.
Yes.
How did you find out?
How did I find out? Oh, I got a phone call.
From who?
Birdsong.
213, is that who you know to be Birdsong?
Yes.
Alfred Birdsong?
Yes.
Do you have a name that you refer to him as?
I called him Unc too.
You call him Unc
Yes.
also. That term Unc, does it have any particular meaning?
It's like family. Anybody that takes care of you.
Did you consider, first of all, did you consider Baker family?
Yes.
Did you consider Birdsong family?
Yes.
And we'll get into Birdsong in a little bit, but after Robert Baker was arrested, did you ever talk to Baker while he was in custody?
I might have. I don't really remember talking to him. I remember talking to him prior.
How much prior?
A few times.
A couple times prior to the arrest.
Yes.
Okay. But after he was arrested, you don't recall whether you talked to him at all?
No.
What about, did you ever visit him in jail?
No.
So the last time that you would have talked to Baker, do you know when the last time was you talked to Baker?
When he dropped me off at the bus station.
Is that when you were in Los Angeles in January of 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's the last time you saw him?
Yes, ma'am.
But that's not the last time you talked to him?
No, I don't think so. No.
Okay, we'll get into that. I want to go back to the years of when you first started working or met with Baker back in around 2006. Did you work with Baker?
Yes.
Can you explain what you did with him as far as work?
I drove him around, went with him to meetings, deposited checks, moved, whatever he needed me to do.
What year time frame did this span?
Oh 06 to 08, maybe. Yeah.
So,
And in between sometimes.
how old were you at that time?
19.
And is Rob older than you then?
Yes.
How much older?
Same age as my dad, I guess. I'm not a math guy. 30 plus years older than me.
Okay. So did you work for him then approximately 3 years?
Yes.
When you, the jobs that you described, were you more or less an assistant for him?
Yes.
What kind of industry was he working in?
Adult industry, adult film industry.
Was that like porn business?
Yes.
Okay. When you worked for him during the years of 2006 to 2008, what city did you work in? Were you in Los Angeles or another city?
Van Nuys, Sherman Oaks.
Okay. And did you ever live with Baker?
Yes.
When did you live with him?
The whole time I lived here.
And what is the whole time that you lived here? What does that span?
From the time I landed in 06 to the time I left in 2008.
Where did you live?
I remember we lived in Las Vegas and Los Angeles and Sherman Oaks.
Did you live in 3 different residences with him?
Yes.
Okay, let's talk about, where did you live first? Was it Los Angeles?
It was Las Vegas. I landed in Vegas and I was there for a few months, and he had a house there. And then he went back to LA and said, "We're going to go back to LA." And I was like, "Okay." And that was an apartment. And then we moved to a house off of Catherine.
Okay.
Catherine.
In Las Vegas, did you just live with Baker?
No, he was married.
Who was he married to?
Nikki
You-
Baker.
I'm sorry?
Nikki Baker at the time. Yes.
And you lived in Las Vegas when you first got here in 06 with Baker and Nikki. And how long did you live in Vegas?
Few months.
While you were there, did you work as basically his assistant driving things you mentioned?
Yes.
Did the 3 of you then all move back to Los Angeles?
Yes.
During that stint or that time frame, did you know Alfred Birdsong?
No.
When you moved back to Los Angeles, the 3 of you, did you move into a house together again?
Yes.
And which house was that?
Catherine House.
On Catherine Street?
Yes.
Is that in Winnetka?
I don't know.
Okay.
Is it?
Was it the Valley?
Yes.
Okay. How long did you live in that house, the three of you?
About a year and a half.
Did the three of you then again move together to another house?
Yes.
And where was that one? That was
The Winnetka. That was Winnetka, the Winnetka house.
And how long did you live together until 2008 when you moved?
Yes.
All right. What was your relationship? I know you stated you considered him family, but can you describe your relationship with Robert Baker?
Yeah, when I moved there, he said, I remember the first thing he said, welcome home, I guess it was a joke. But over time, you know, he built a rapport with me as a friendship, got me to do like all kinds of stuff, driving, meeting all kinds of people, club owners, managers, business people. So I was just soaking it all in. I didn't know anything, so I just really just soaking it all in.
Did you trust him?
Absolutely.
The phone number that you used to reach Baker during this time frame, was it the 213-272-1093 number?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was how during that time frame you communicated with Robert Baker?
Yes.
Where did you move from? Did you move from North Carolina straight to Los Angeles or Las Vegas?
North Carolina to Vegas.
Okay. When you came out here and Rob said to you, welcome home, or words to that effect, were you aware of his prior criminal record?
No.
Did you know that he was a sex registrant, meaning he had to register as a sex offender for a crime that he had committed, an assault on a minor?
Not until later.
When
So
later?
I didn't know that right away.
When did you find that out?
Probably toward the middle of 07.
Did you know that he had a probation officer
I found that out then too. Yes.
in 07?
Yes.
Did you know he had gone to state prison?
Yes.
That did you also find out in 07?
A little bit after the probation officer thing, yes.
Okay. Up on the screen, Al Birdsong. I want to talk about when is the first time that you met him. Can you describe that?
I remember Baker saying that a buddy of mine's gonna come live with us, try to help with the business. You're gonna like him. And he moved in, took a liking to him immediately. He showed me around, taught me some things, and that's how that relationship developed.
Where were you living when you say that Alfred Birdsong moved in with you and Baker?
The Catherine house.
In Los Angeles.
Yes.
So at that time, was it you, Baker, Nikki, and Alfred Birdsong?
Yes.
How long did that last?
About 6 months to a year.
At some point then, did Alfred Birdsong move out?
Yes.
Where did he move, if you know?
Las Vegas.
Did he buy a house there, if you know?
I believe so.
Did you ever visit Alfred Birdsong in a house on Timberline in Las Vegas at a later date?
Yes.
Did you travel to Las Vegas then with Baker multiple times?
Yes.
When you would go there, did you stay at this house that Alfred Birdsong had on Timberline?
Yes.
Do you know about how many times you stayed there?
Maybe 5, a few times, however long I would come to visit.
So you went approximately 5 times?
About that.
That's fine. What years did that span when you would go with Robert Baker to Vegas and see Alfred Birdsong or stay at Alfred Birdsong's house?
We'd be there for like a couple of days, and then we'd go back, and then if I came back to Vegas, I would pop in and say hello, hang out for a little while, stay for a night, and then leave again. So probably about a handful of times.
What was the purpose of why you were going to Vegas? Was it work?
Yes.
Okay.
Usually.
I'm sorry?
Usually.
Work, and sometimes you just went to Las Vegas for fun?
Yes.
Total.
Do you know what Alfred Birdsong did for a living?
security of some sort, high-end security. I know he was former military. I forget his title,
Did you
but it
believe?
was up there.
I'm sorry.
But it was up there. I forget his title.
You know him to be former military.
Yes.
Did you know Rob Baker to be former military as well?
Yes.
Did Baker ever talk to you and use the phrase protocol, those kind of words?
Every now and again, I would hear that.
Did you know what it meant?
Not at the time.
When you say not at the time, do you know what it means now?
Yes.
Thorough.
What does it mean to you?
Protocol is procedure, how things are supposed to go, how things are supposed to go.
How things are supposed to go
Yeah.
as in advanced planning?
Yes.
Did you know Birdsong to work for Homeland Security?
Yes.
But you didn't know what he did necessarily, specifically?
No, I didn't really ask.
Okay. Are you, well, up until your arrest, were you still in contact with Alfred Birdsong?
Yes.
How so?
Just phone call or text.
Do you know, does he still live in Las Vegas?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Do you know where he lives?
Texas.
Thorough.
Texas?
Texas.
Okay. The whole time that you said phone and text, is that correct?
Yes.
So you talked to him live on the phone and you text him?
Yes.
Does he still have his same 702 number?
I believe so.
And that was the number you contacted him on, 702? Okay. Did you, well, let me ask you this. In 2008 then, did you, when you left LA, where did you move?
Anchorage, Alaska.
Why did you move to Anchorage, Alaska?
Change of scenery, help my brother
Why did you need to help your brother?
with, well, he needed some help with my nephews, so that's what I did.
Did anything happen between you and Robert Baker that caused you to move to Anchorage?
No, I don't think so.
So your relationship was fine when you left?
Yeah, I would say yes.
When you moved to Anchorage then in 2000, well, what year was that? I'll let you answer. Was that 2008?
Yes,
Did you maintain contact with Baker?
yes,
Did you talk to him on the phone?
yes,
Did you text with him?
yes,
That same number we already talked about?
yes,
Did you ever come to visit him in Los Angeles?
yes,
When you came to visit him in Los Angeles, did you ever go then on a road trip to Las Vegas?
yes.
When you moved to Alaska, did you get married in Alaska?
No.
When did you get married?
November 21.
And in November 2021, that's when you married Chloe?
Yes,
Did Chloe live in Alaska with you then at some point?
yes.
What years did she live with you in Alaska?
(2017) until we moved.
And at some point you moved from Alaska to Washington, correct?
Yes,
All right. Your cell phone then, were you using a regular cell phone then? And by regular, I mean not a burner phone or anything of that nature, just a regular cell phone. Is that correct?
yes, ma'am.
Was your number 907? Okay. On October 2nd, when you were arrested on October 2nd of 2024 then, can you explain how that occurred?
I was on my way to work. When I got pulled over. I was being followed too close, and I tried to get out of their way. But when they got right behind me, I felt like I was getting ready to get pulled over, and I was like, well, maybe I was driving a little faster than I should have been. And then they pulled me over. I went through their necessary procedures. Told me I had a warrant for my arrest. I was a little shocked. And then they pulled me out of the car, handcuffed me, and put me in the back of the patrol car.
When they pulled you over and said you had a warrant for your arrest, at that point, did anyone tell you what that warrant was for, specifically?
No,
Okay. Did you know what it was for?
I had an idea.
What was your idea?
This situation that we're here today.
So it had been some years. When you say the situation, you're referring to the killing of Fabio Sementilli?
Yes.
Okay. In the intervening years, though, had you ever had any problems with law enforcement from January of 2017 until the time that you were pulled over on October 2nd of 2024?
No, ma'am.
After they arrested you, they put you in a patrol car, and did they take you to the Washington or the Vancouver Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
When you got there, then were you given the opportunity to speak to some detectives?
Yes, ma'am.
Are they right here in court, Detective Byers and Farrell?
Yes, ma'am.
Did they put you into then a cell, locked into a cell with another person inside?
Yes, ma'am.
Did that person appear to you to be an inmate, or I should say somebody that, when I say inmate, somebody that also is in custody?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he introduce himself as Willie Boyd?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you kind of tell us what occurred when you first got into the cell, how you met this individual inside?
He kept talking to me. I didn't want to talk to nobody.
And what was he talking about?
His situation. Talked about how cold it was in there. Asked me what I was in for. I didn't want to talk to nobody.
And what's going through your head at this time?
A lot of shame. Lots of shame. But I also don't know. Divorce. Lost a job. Disappointment from my mentees. How many people I hurt because of this. Just a lot. A lot to process.
Okay. And as you're absorbing this, somebody's trying to talk to you, so did you know at that time that it was an undercover person that was placed there by the detectives?
No, not at the time.
At some point then, did Detective Farrell come to the door of the cell that you're in and tell you for the first time that it was a warrant for a homicide out of Los Angeles?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know what he was talking about at that time then?
Everything kind of started coming back to me. I had forgotten a lot up until that point.
Do you remember what Detective Farrell told you at the very beginning?
Mr. Austin, look, you seem like a nice guy. You know why you're here. it's very important that you be very honest with us. And then I remember him showing me the pictures. He said, we know you were there, so you need to be honest with us.
What pictures did he show you?
He showed me pictures of Mr. Baker and myself jogging, and a black Porsche.
You recognized yourself in the photo jogging?
I did.
Exhibit 19, and I'm not saying this exhibit, but is that the photo or a copy of the photo that Detective Farrell showed you?
Yes, ma'am.
The person in the front right here in the green, who is that?
That's Mr. Baker.
And the person in the back with the hood, the darker hood, who is that?
That is myself.
So when he showed you that photograph, you recognized it?
Yeah.
How did you recognize that? From what?
Oh, I recognized it from the green sweatshirt first. And then all of LA has red curves. So that's what I recognized from it, about it.
Well, did you recognize it from being in a particular location?
Yes.
Where was this?
Los Angeles?
Okay, I guess my question is, tell us at this point, what are you guys doing right here?
We are on the way up to jog to the victim's house.
And do you have a knife at this point?
I did.
To your knowledge, does Baker have a knife at this point?
He did.
And what were you going up to the victim's house to do at this time?
So on our way up to, he was on our way up to her, to kill him. To kill him.
Kill him?
Yes.
We'll go through that in a moment. Exhibit 19 also, this is page 9 in the corner. The first one was page 7 in the corner on exhibit 19. This Porsche, is this a photo that Detective Farrell showed you as well when you said a Porsche?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What's depicted here? Did you ride in that Porsche?
Yes, ma'am.
Seeing that photo right there, are you in that car at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were you seated?
In the passenger seat with my head down.
Who was driving the car?
Mr. Baker.
And when is this in time? What's happening here?
He's driving away.
Away from what?
On murder. He's driving away from a murder scene.
This is when you both left?
Yes.
After Detective Farrell showed you those photographs then, did you remain in the cell to think about what he had just shown you?
Yes.
Did you then talk to your cellmate at that point about anything?
A little bit.
What did you tell him? Or what did you say?
He asked me, he started asking me a barrage of questions. And then he asked me was I was there, and I was like, yeah, I was there. And then he encouraged me to tell him the truth. And he asked me if I had a record. I was like, no. And then I remember saying none of that matters. None of the work that I did matters.
Did he ask you if you recall about any of the other people involved in this?
Yeah, he asked me, but I didn't want to say too much because I didn't know what was I didn't know why he was asking me so many questions. He was trying to be my friend or something like this. It's not a situation we need to be friends about. I remember saying that. I remember saying I was there, and he was like, "Who's the other dude?" And told him who he was.
Who did you tell him it was?
Mr. Baker.
Well, do you know if you used that name at the time?
I used the I told him my uncle. He's like, "That's your uncle?" I was like, "Well, not biological, but."
So at this point, Detective Farrell has only come to the jail or the cell door, showed you these photographs, and now things are racing through your head, right?
Yes.
You have not had a chance to sit down and interview with the detectives at this point, right?
No.
So up until this point with your cellmate, you've admitted that you were involved in it, but that's the extent of it.
Yes.
And you were talking about you didn't want to talk too much at this point. Why did you feel you didn't want to talk too much at this point?
Because I felt like the detectives were about to ask me a bunch of questions that I had to try to figure out how to remember after so long.
So once
I didn't
you
want to
saw,
talk to him too much anymore.
I'm sorry,
I didn't want to talk to him anymore.
your cellmate.
Yes.
So then at some point, did Detective Farrell come and actually take you out of the cell and take you into an interview room with him and Detective Byers?
That is correct.
Do you know if that was recorded?
Yes, I believe it was.
Did you end up waiving, or did they advise you of your Miranda rights?
They did.
And did you agree to talk to them?
I did.
Why did you want to talk to them?
It's the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do. I feel like you come pick me up on my way to work. You know something, so there's no point in playing around with them anymore.
Okay. Did they ask you first, I'm going to give you some topics, did they ask you anything about burner phones?
They did.
And what did you tell them?
I told them I had one at one point.
When did you have a burner phone?
In 2017.
And did you also go through then the facts of what occurred that day on January 23rd, 2017?
You did.
They asked you a lot of questions, you answered?
I did.
Did you tell them the whole truth during that interview?
Not entirely.
What was not the truth?
Just the details of it.
Why didn't you tell them everything at that point?
Because I felt like I feel like I said too much. I needed an attorney.
So at a certain point, you interviewed with them for a while, right?
I did.
Did you tell them that you were actually involved in the actual killing of Fabio Sementilli?
I did.
Did you tell them what your role was as far as participating in the crime?
I did.
What did you tell them?
I told them I was there. I told them that I helped. I told them that I stabbed him once. That I stabbed him once. That's what I told him.
So you admitted your role in the crime, and then, but at this point, you didn't give every detail. Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you put back in the cell then with that undercover agent?
I was.
And did you start talking to him now?
Yeah.
Why did you start talking to him now?
I told it. Because I told the detectives the truth. And then I started just thinking about my life. Not being able to. I started thinking about just all the harm that I caused the family. I was in disbelief. And I was frustrated, and I just wanted to talk about something different.
When you're talking to this person now, when you've been back in the cell after you interview with the detectives, at any point did you realize he was an undercover agent put in there by the detectives?
Not till they took me to jail. I replayed everything. And that's when I realized he was undercover, or might have been. He left shortly after. That's when I realized.
While you were in the cell with him then, were you, after the interview then, did you feel comfortable then talking to him a little bit more since you had now interviewed with the detectives?
Total.
Comfortable is a strong word. I just felt the need to just talk to somebody. It's just in my nature to have a conversation.
Did he ask you about, and again, is he asking you questions about the crime?
Yeah.
Did he ask you how the victim died?
Yeah.
What'd you tell him?
I told him what I told the detectives,
And what is that?
that he was stabbed.
Did he ask you if you stabbed him?
He did.
What'd you tell him?
Once.
Did he ask you who stabbed him the rest of the times?
Yeah.
What'd you tell him?
I told him, Baker stabbed him.
Now, did you tell him what the plan was from the beginning?
I believe so.
What did you tell him?
I believe he was told I was told that he was supposed to go rough him up, but that didn't happen.
Okay. But was that the plan?
No.
What was the plan?
Plan was to have him killed.
When you told your cellmate the plan was to go rough him up, then why didn't you tell your cellmate what the real plan was? Why did you lighten the story, let's say?
Well, a total stranger be telling my skeletons to. Didn't want to.
Did you tell them who was involved, this cellmate? Did you tell him who was involved in it, or did he ask you who was involved in this?
He asked. I remember him asking a lot of questions.
Okay. What did you tell him?
I told him Baker and the woman he was messing with was involved.
The woman he was messing with, do you see her in court?
Yes.
Can you please identify where she's sitting and what she's wearing?
To my far right, white blouse, gray suit.
Indicating the defendant.
And we'll get to the defendant in a moment, but you told him the woman he was messing with and him planned it. What else did you tell him about that?
I told him
I don't know, counsel.
In the cell with the Perkins agent, the undercover agent, what else did you tell him?
some money is supposed to be involved. She was supposed to get a lot of money if we did it. Excuse me. Sorry.
Did you specifically mention at this time to that undercover agent that it was actually insurance money?
I did.
Overruled.
I'm sorry?
I did.
How did you know about that?
Baker told me about it.
What did Baker tell you about it?
Baker told me she's loaded. She wants him gone. She's going to get paid.
The detectives, they never asked you about insurance money, right? During the first interview.
Sustained.
Did the detectives ever ask you about insurance money during the first interview?
No.
So this was something that you freely volunteered to the undercover agent the day you were arrested.
Yes.
It's overruled.
Did the agent say to you, to me it sounded like it's the bitch who planned everything? Do you remember him saying that to you?
Yeah.
What'd you say?
She knew about it. She did.
When did you find out about the insurance money? Baker told you about it. When did you find out about it?
After or before.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that. That's after and before?
It's after, before.
Was that before you came to Los Angeles to commit the murder?
Yes.
Do you recall how it happened? How you found out?
It was a phone call. It was a phone call. I remember Baker saying she's going to come into some money. He tried to get me to come down earlier, and I couldn't. I was like, I was working, so I couldn't do it. I was trying to avoid it, so I didn't think he would worry about it anymore.
What year and month was this, if you remember this conversation?
Maybe December, around the December time.
Of 2016?
2016.
All right. While you're in this cell then, you talked about money. Did you tell the agent if you were promised any money or any reward for doing this?
I don't think so. Did I?
Did you ever talk about receiving any gold coins?
Overruled.
I think I told him he gave me some coins.
Who gave you coins?
Baker gave me coins.
Was that gold coins?
That is correct.
When did he give them to you?
He gave them to me just before I got out at the bus station.
After
and
the murder, but before you flew home?
Yes.
And then again, this is still while you're in the cell with the undercover agent, did you tell him then that you left right after?
Yes.
What did you tell him about leaving the scene? And this is what you recall telling the agent about leaving the scene after the murder had been committed.
I remember telling him it happened, and I had to get up out of there. And Baker dropped me off at the the bus station to catch it right back to the airport, and I flew back.
And did you tell this undercover agent that when you left after the murder, you left in that Porsche?
Yeah. We left in the Porsche.
We're going to go back through this, but I want to ask you some specific questions then about the defendant who you identified in court. Do you recall when you first met her?
Not really. We might have met in Vegas, but I don't remember seeing her there. I do remember playing racquetball with her though.
Did you go? Go ahead. Did I cut you off?
Mm-mm.
Did you go to Las Vegas in July of 2016 with Robert Baker?
I did.
That particular trip, did you stay with Baker at Al Birdsong's house?
Yes.
When you went there, did you know that Baker had a female, whether you knew her name or not, that he was seeing, dating, had a relationship with?
Not really. Yes. Meaning he's been involved with a lot of women, so I would say yes all the time.
But specifically when you went to Las Vegas in July of 2016, did he mention anyone in particular that he had been seeing?
He mentioned he was seeing somebody.
At that time,
I had forgot her name at that point.
did he ever use the name Monica?
Yeah.
Is that who he said he was seeing at that time?
Yeah.
Now, during that trip, did you know, during that trip, and I know it was 2016, did you know that this Monica person was in Las Vegas at the same time you were there with Baker staying at Birdsong's house?
No.
Objection, that inspection on evidence is leading.
It's overruled.
And to the best of your knowledge then, do you know if you met her in Vegas or not?
I might have. I don't remember.
And when you say you might have, did you go out with Baker to different places and meet people?
Yes.
Did you ever go to the Aria Hotel?
Yes.
Why did you go to the Aria Hotel?
Objection.
Don't remember where we went, but I know food was
Excuse me a
involved.
second. It's overruled.
Go ahead. Why did you go to the Aria Hotel?
I don't remember why we went, but I know food was involved, and he said, I gotta go meet somebody. I want you to ride with me, as always. So I was like, okay, not a problem.
But today you have no independent recollection if you met the defendant at that time in July.
No.
At some point, though, did you meet her in Los Angeles?
Yes.
Do you remember where you met her in Los Angeles, whether it be the first or now second time? But
We went to the gym, and that's when I found out he was a racquetball coordinator. I think that's his title. And he's like, I want you to play a few games. I was like, why? He's like, man, just play a few games. So I said, okay. And we played a couple of games. I didn't think anything of it.
you said you found out he was a racquetball player. You didn't, or coach. You didn't know that before?
No.
Okay. So when you went to the gym, then did you get introduced to the defendant?
I did.
It's overruled.
I did.
How did that work?
It was a casual conversation, I thought.
People's 197. Is that the gym you went to?
Yes.
Was there anything that you noticed between the two of them, Baker and the defendant, that caught your attention?
More hands-on than anything. They were really close.
Did he tell you that at this time in Los Angeles now that he was in a relationship with her?
Yes.
Timing-wise, what are we talking about now? You've been in Vegas in July of 2016. Now you're at the LA Fitness in Woodland Hills and you meet her. Where are we at in 2016?
We're still in July?
When you came back, you met her in July and at the LA Fitness?
Mm-hmm. I think later that at some point he was like, we're gonna go hang out at her house. I was like, oh, okay.
I guess my question is, when you left Las Vegas, you came back to Los Angeles, is that correct?
Yes.
And at that point, was it that same trip down, or was it that same time frame down here that you met her at the gym in Woodland Hills?
Yes.
So the same trip, that same time
So
frame?
the same, yes.
Okay. So he talks about going to her house after. Tell us what happened.
He said we're gonna get dressed, we're gonna ride. I said okay. Then he went to we went to her house, hung out, had some food, watched some TV, and then they went off into the bedroom, and I stayed out and watched TV.
Exhibit 9, is that the house you went to?
Yes.
What was the purpose of going to that house?
Objection called.
I don't know. I
I
thought
don't know what, as form, that's the thing.
Okay. Why did Baker tell you you're going over there?
Them facts, none of that.
Sustained.
After the gym, you went to the house with Baker to visit Monica. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. When you got there, then you went into the living room. What'd you do?
Went into the living room. There was some pizza on the counter. Asked if I wanted some pizza. I said sure. Went into the. Then she's like, "Let me show you around."
She said, "Let me show you around." What did she do?
She just took me out to the patio where there was. She took me out to the patio, and Baker was there, and I remember him making a comment. It's like, nice. I was like, yeah, it's a nice spot. And so I didn't think anything of it. It's just a nice house.
Did she say anything particular about the patio?
No, nothing out of just showing the patio, like this is where we hang out.
And you went back into the living room. What'd you do?
I turned on the TV and sat and watched TV for a little bit till I fell asleep.
Did you see where Monica and the defendant and Baker went?
There was a room right off. The couch. Yeah, behind me to like the left.
Do you know what they were doing?
No,
How long were they gone?
I don't know.
What did
Little
you
while.
do? You're watching TV. What'd you do?
I watched TV until I fell asleep and kind of played on my phone a little bit and then played a game on my phone. I think it was, yeah, played a game on my phone and then I fell asleep.
Was anyone else home at this time?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did you see any of the defendant's children or hear them at home?
No,
Did you even know the defendant had children?
not at this time. No,
Did you know at this time that the defendant was married?
no.
What time did you leave the house that night then?
It was kind of late.
Did Rob wake you up?
Yeah.
Okay, did he say anything to you when you left about the house?
And he said it's a nice house, right? And then I was like, yeah. I was like, remember that layout? I was like, layout? I said, okay. I didn't really think anything of it.
All right, but he said, remember that layout?
I remember him saying that.
Okay. I'm going to go back now to when you were in Las Vegas, just right before you ended up in this house when you're back in Los Angeles. When you went on that Las Vegas trip with Baker, did he buy your ticket or give you money for your ticket?
He might have bought my ticket.
Was that something that Baker did when you flew down? Did he share or give you money?
Yes.
How did that work?
He typically either bought me a ticket or I bought it and then he gave me cash when I got there.
Did you have an ATM card that Baker had given you to use in Alaska?
Yes.
So what would he do for you in order for you to access money?
He gave me the PIN code to access it.
So were you able to use Rob Baker's ATM card in Anchorage, Alaska and withdraw money?
Yes.
Was it for the purpose of buying flights to come to Los Angeles?
Yes.
So this particular flight in 2016, did you withdraw money and then buy a flight to come to Los Angeles?
Yes.
And when you flew into LA, did Baker pick you up from the airport?
Yes.
And then you drove to Las Vegas?
Yes.
Okay. So we talked about you're not sure if you saw Monica in Las Vegas, but let's talk about when you stayed at Al Birdsong's house. Did a conversation come up while you were there, and again, this is July 2016 in Las Vegas, did a conversation come up between you, Al Birdsong, and Robert Baker about the defendant and her husband?
Yes.
Okay, what was that?
He talked about he was messing with this woman, and then he started asking questions about how to get rid of evidence, and then
Who was asking
like,
that?
Baker. And I remember him saying like about I remember him saying like talking about. I was like, we talking about a murder. I was like, oh, and I don't remember like all the details of that.
Can you describe then, how did this conversation begin?
Birdsong and Baker were talking at first. I wouldn't just sit there and they said, hey, I want to tell you something. I don't think that's how it came up.
Okay.
But they typically have conversations without me often. It's something I probably walked into. I remember.
Sustain.
Do you recall if you walked into a conversation or entered into a conversation when Baker was already talking to Birdsong about something?
Yes.
And then what was your participation in that?
He started asking me, he's like, how much do I weigh?
Who?
Baker. He started asking me how much I weigh. I remember hearing he could probably do it. I was like, do what? He said, I'll tell you later. I might have a job for you later. I don't know.
Sorry, Your Honor, it's unclear who's speaking.
Again, counsel, you can clarify.
If you could also, is this Baker talking
Yes.
at this point? Okay, continue.
And I don't really remember like
Okay.
how all that really came about. But
At
I know
this-
that they were talking about it.
At this point in the house, you knew that Baker was involved with someone,
Yes.
and he began talking about that female,
Yes.
and the topic of the conversation was a job that he may want you to do.
Yes.
Did he say anything about that female and what she wanted?
At the time, she said she don't like him. I'm sorry. Baker's telling this outline like she don't like him, so she doesn't. She don't want to be with him no more, but she wants him gone. So I was like, oh.
Did you know what they were talking about when Baker says to you,
It's overruled.
she wants him gone?
I had a clue, but I was like, I'm not smart, and so they're gonna have to elaborate.
Did they elaborate?
Baker did.
What did he say?
Baker said she wants him gone.
Okay.
She wants him dead.
Did the conversation turn to, between you, Birdsong, and Baker, how to do it?
Yeah.
What happened?
I remember him talking about shooting a man.
Who said that?
Baker did.
And what was,
And then the response was, no, that would be too loud.
who responded?
Birdsong responded, and then they both agreed that would be too loud. And then they mentioned like stabbing, and it hit him right in the jugular, quick. And I remember him saying quick.
And which one was saying that?
Baker said that. And then they both agreed. Birdsong and Baker both agreed, like, yeah, hit him in the jugular, fast and quick. Well, Birdsong said that. And Baker, yeah, sorry.
Okay, clarify who said what, please.
Birdsong said you could probably hit him in the jugular, quick and easy. And Baker said, yeah.
During this time then, did you see or hear Baker on the phone with anyone?
He was always on he's texting somebody, but I don't know who.
During this conversation then, do you know, if you know from your own point of view, if he was talking or texting with the defendant while this conversation was happening?
I wouldn't know.
Did you see him texting
Yeah.
a lot?
He would text a lot.
During this time frame, did you have any conversations about using burner phones?
At some point, the burner phone topic came up. I just don't remember when, but it came up.
So what was the topic?
I remember hearing we can get burner phones because they can't be tracked.
Now, this conversation is occurring. Are you under the clear impression now that it is to kill this woman's husband?
Yes.
Is your opinion then, based on what Baker and Birdsong are talking about, that the wife wanted it done?
Yes.
Speculation.
As formed, that would be sustained.
Did you have an opinion who wanted it done?
Objection, Your Honor. His opinion is irrelevant speculation.
Premature, it's overruled.
Yes.
Who?
Monica wanted it. The wife wanted it done. I'm sorry.
At some point in the conversation, do you realize that it's you that they want to do it?
Yes.
How did that happen?
You mean? What do you mean?
How did the conversation go from talking about how to do it to it focusing on you're going to be the one that does it?
I remember saying, I'm about to go to bed. I was like, okay. He said, okay. Remember he came up, he's like, I'm going to talk to you for a second. I was like, what's up? He's like, do you think you could do something like this? I was like, probably not. And then he was like, okay. And he closed the door. And then the next morning we rode back, which I think that's when I actually met at the gym. We drove back to LA. And I remember him saying, I want you to move back. Something to that effect when we were riding back. I remember that.
Move back. Where?
From Alaska to LA.
Did he say why?
I miss you.
That drive back to Los Angeles, did you continue the conversation about planning this murder of the defendant's husband?
Overruled.
I don't think so.
Did you talk about it again while you were in Los Angeles before you went back to Alaska?
No, I don't think so.
Did you bring it up again?
No,
Why not?
I didn't want to.
Why didn't you want to?
Because I was hoping that, like, yo, this isn't going to happen. You're not really trying to do this. But then when I got back to Alaska, phone calls started happening. And then I every now and again I get on a three-way call between myself and Mr. Birdsong and Baker, and he's going out of town. Can you fly in? Are you fast enough?
Who's
Do you
saying
think
this?
Baker? Baker's asking these questions. I was like, I don't know.
So timeline-wise, when you got back, you did Las Vegas, you came back to Los Angeles, you ended up, you believe it to be that night at the defendant's house, which is when you laid on the couch, right?
Yes.
Earlier you said that you didn't know she was married, but by this point you knew she was married.
At this point, yeah.
Okay.
Like officially, like married versus like together.
when Robert Baker said to you when you were leaving, remember the layout of the house, had there been any previous conversation about where the plan was to commit the murder?
I remember in the talks that she could leave the door open. There's a back door to their bedroom. You can go in the back door and come out. I remember that happened.
When did that happen, that conversation?
I want to say over the phone.
Okay, just to back you up. While you're in Las Vegas, you have one conversation about this for the first time, correct?
Yes.
During that conversation, did you ever talk about or hear Baker and Birdsong talk about where they wanted the murder to occur?
I remember them saying like it has to be in the community or some sort. Got to be out.
Okay, my question is, when Baker says, remember this layout, in your mind, was there a plan that it was going to be in the house at that time, the murder?
No, if I recall, I remember he said, remember that layout, because that's when they started talking about the bedroom aspect of going in the middle of the night. And doing it while he was sleeping.
That was another conversation?
That was another conversation. I don't know when, but I know that was another conversation.
After Las Vegas?
Yes.
Okay. So at some point after you were at the house that night, did you fly back to Anchorage then the following day or within a couple of days? After you came back from Las Vegas, you went the next night to the defendant's house, or that same night, did you fly back to Anchorage?
A couple of days, probably a day or two later, maybe.
So when did these three-way calls then start?
Maybe a couple months after, 3 months after, September, October.
October timeframe?
Maybe.
During those months in between, were there any conversations about this plan to kill the defendant's husband?
Yeah.
What was that?
They were still planning, and I remember Baker still asking me like how much I weighed, things of that nature. Just about my physical attributes a little bit.
These are phone calls from Baker to you?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
The court reporter?
Thank
And
you.
is he, before the three ways, is Baker calling you, asking you questions then, or talking about still this plan that he wants to put into motion with Birdsong and the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. Was Birdsong talking to you also, before we get to the three-way phone calls, was Birdsong also talking to you individually, following up on this plan?
Yes.
And what was he talking to you about?
Just the aspects of being in and out.
What does that mean?
Objection.
In and out meaning
Objection calls for speculation.
Oh, really?
meaning I remember one of the plan was like to still like go to the house. No. I think at this point they were talking about him being out somewhere at night and then doing it then quick and then getting out of there.
Around October then, the three-way phone calls, was that you, Baker, and Birdsong all on a call together?
Yes.
Okay.
Those
Who
are
was
the calls.
initiating that phone call?
Usually Baker would.
And then on those, well, how many phone calls did you do that were three-way phone calls?
I don't remember.
More than 5?
Probably.
More than 10?
Maybe. Yeah.
Were the topic of these 3-way phone calls all about planning the murder of the defendant's husband?
Not all. Some of them were just to check in, seeing how I'm doing, seeing what I'm doing. They were very curious about what I was doing. And I would tell them, like, working.
What do you mean they were curious about what you were doing?
I mean, like, they wanted to know, like, exactly what I was doing and how I was doing. Like, what are you still working? Are you? It almost seemed like, if I remember correctly, it almost seemed like they were making sure that I wasn't like backing out. I don't remember taking all their phone calls all the time too, because I was working. I do remember like a few missed calls from them a few times, well, from Baker.
Did you ever express to them that you wanted to back out?
I didn't say it directly. I gave hints. It's like, I'm working a lot. I don't know. I can't. And they started, well, Baker started like initiating, like try to figure out when you can get some time off. I was like, I don't know. I'm working a lot.
Now, by the way, during all these phone calls, was the defendant ever on any of the phone calls?
Not to my knowledge.
And did you ever speak directly with the defendant at any time, directly with her about killing her husband?
No.
So was your communication with and through Baker?
Yes.
Was he relaying what she was telling him for the majority of the time?
Yes.
So on these calls then, specifically, did you talk about these 3-way calls? Did you guys talk again about ways to kill the defendant's husband?
Yes. Just, I remember saying like where he's going to be. And
What
again,
does that mean?
He's telling me this stuff at this point.
Who's he?
Baker.
Is telling you where he's going to be. This is though around the October timeframe, right?
Maybe November now.
And what did he tell you in regard to where he's going to be? What does that mean?
Said he travels a lot. So it might not go down. I was like, cool.
What's the last part?
He said it might not go down.
Did Baker tell you that the defendant had sent him her husband's itineraries when he traveled out of town?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Did Baker say what?
Did Baker ever tell you that the defendant had sent him, Baker, her husband's itineraries when he went out of town?
I don't recall him saying that, but he knew
Objection.
when he was
Speculation.
The
leaving. He knew his schedule.
Sorry, there's no
So-
question pending, sir.
I'm sorry.
Did Baker tell you when the defendant's husband was out of town?
Yes.
Was there ever a plan or a conversation between you, Baker, or you and Birdsong, or you and all 3 of you together, you, Baker, and Birdsong, to possibly kill the defendant's husband when he was out of town? Was that ever a conversation?
I don't remember.
So let me interrupt you at this time. Let's take our morning recess for 15 minutes. The admonition applies. I'll see you back here in 15 minutes.
Mr. Austin, when we broke, we were discussing the conversations that you had prior to coming to LA. Now, in December of 2016, did you formulate the plan then when you were going to, around that time frame, when you would be able to come down to LA to commit this murder?
Yes, ma'am.
If you recall, was that on a three-way phone call with Birdsong and Baker when you actually worked out days?
I think it was just with Baker.
You said before break that they were asking you about days and you had to work or something of that nature. Can you explain what you were talking about?
When they were asking me?
Yes.
Is that what you're asking? Baker would say, when can you get time off? And I told him I just started a new job, so I won't be able to get any time off for a little while. PTO is not available. It's just making up a lot of things actually for him, like to just like, I can't do it.
Why were you saying that?
Because I didn't want to come down and do it. And because he had already told me so much information, I was afraid to like go to anybody.
What do you mean you were afraid to go to anybody?
I mean, I was at that point in time in my life, I didn't want to talk to anybody. I shut a lot of people out.
So does that mean you didn't talk to anybody about what you were planning and involved in and about to do?
Yes.
Were you dating your now wife then? Chloe, were you
Yes.
with her?
Yes.
You weren't married to her then?
No.
Did you tell her anything about this plan to go to LA and kill the defendant's husband?
No, ma'am.
At some point then you determined what days you're going to fly down. How did you guys determine the date? Was there any particular reason why you flew down when you did?
Baker told me, I'm gonna get you a ticket. I'm gonna send the card. Let them know for these dates. It should be fine. It's just a job. And there's plenty of money.
What do you mean there's plenty of money? Is that something Baker told you?
Yes.
Did he elaborate on that?
He said if you do this, you can make some money. I'll give you a couple dollars. And I was like, couple dollars? He said, yeah, I can give you a couple dollars. He said, I can get you anywhere between 30 and 50 grand. And there's plenty more where that came from.
Did he tell you where that money would come from?
He said it was going to come from, the defendant.
And specifically, where from the defendant?
Well, he would always say she's loaded. So once she gets this insurance money, we're going to be good. We're going to move out of the country somewhere, and I'll send for you.
When he told you, and this is Baker?
Yes.
When he told you we're going to move out of the country somewhere, did he tell you who he was talking about?
I knew who he was talking about,
Who was that?
the defendant.
He told you that they, when it was over, were going to move out of the country. And what did he tell you as far as what you were going to do after this occurred?
No, he didn't tell me anything. He just said, I'm going to send for you once we get settled.
To you, what did I'm going to send for you mean?
He was going to fly me out
Fly you out where?
wherever they had decided to land.
And this is after the murder would have occurred.
Yes, ma'am.
So the plan was to leave the country?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Baker ultimately then buy your ticket to come down to Los Angeles for this?
Yes.
And does it sound right around January 12th, that time frame he bought your ticket?
Yes.
You came down on Alaska Airlines?
Yes.
During that time frame, the 11th, the 12th, the 13th, when you're talking about your ticket, did you have a lot of conversations that you recall with Baker about the planning and the logistics of what was going to happen?
Yeah. He said that I remember him saying, like, when you come out here, it's got to be quick because he's supposed to go out of town soon.
Who was he? He was supposed to go out of town. Who was Baker talking about?
The victim. He was talking about the victim.
Was this around the time frame of when you bought your ticket on, or he bought your ticket on January 12th of 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
So he told you have to come soon, that he, the victim's going to be going out of town soon.
Yes, ma'am.
Did he tell you when the victim was going to be going out of town?
No, ma'am.
Did he tell you where the victim was going to be going out of town?
No, ma'am.
Did Baker tell you how he knew the victim was going to be going out of town?
He told me that the defendant lets him know everything.
John, I'm going to object unless to use the word defendant.
Till room.
She lets him know everything?
She lets him know. She's like, she's going to let me know. She let me know everything.
Okay. Did he tell you anything else about that you recall during that conversation?
No.
Okay. So on January 22nd, 2017, did you fly then on a ticket that Baker purchased for you to Los Angeles on Alaska Airlines?
Yes, ma'am.
When you flew here, what was the purpose of coming to LA on this particular date?
To kill the victim.
When you landed, well, let me ask you this first. You're in a relationship with Chloe at this point?
I am.
At the time that you flew to LA on January 22nd, 2017, were you in a relationship with her?
Yes.
What did you tell her was the reason why you were going to Los Angeles?
To help with some business. He wasn't feeling well. That was what he told me to tell her.
You told her that who wasn't feeling well?
Baker wasn't feeling well, and then I had to pick up some of his business errands for a little bit, for just a couple of days.
Had Chloe ever met Robert Baker?
No.
Up until your arrest, did you ever tell Chloe what had happened or what you had done on January 23rd, 2017, when you participated in the killing of Fabio Sementilli?
No.
Did you ever tell anyone what you had done?
No.
Why not?
I couldn't tell anybody.
Did you ever write down or document any of the things that occurred leading up to the murder or during the murder or immediately after the murder?
No.
So everything that you're testifying now, 8 years later, is from memory?
Yes.
When you arrived in LA, do you remember what time it was? Your flight?
It was early in the morning, like between like 6:50, 7:30.
And that's on January 22nd, 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
Who picked you up from the airport?
Baker did.
And when he picked you up, did you take a cell phone with you to Los Angeles?
No.
Why not?
He told me not to.
Who told you not to?
Baker told me not to.
Did you have that same conversation with Al Birdsong?
That was one of the three-way calls, I think. They told me not to bring a cell phone.
Do you know why you were told not to bring a cell phone?
They told me so I can't be tracked.
And by can't be tracked, that means find your location if someone were to access your phone, or
Yes.
phone records.
Yes.
So where did you leave your phone?
In the car,
What car?
in Chloe's car at the time.
So when you flew to LA when you first got here on January 22nd, 2017, you did not have a phone when you landed.
No.
How did Baker, if you know, how did he know where to pick you up?
He knew I was flying Alaska Airlines.
And had you given him your flight information?
Yes.
So he picked you up at the curb?
Yes.
Okay. Did Baker ask you about if you brought your cell phone?
Yes.
What did he ask?
He said, "Do you have your phone?" I said, "No."
Okay. Did he give you something?
He gave me a burner phone.
What is, to your knowledge, what is a burner phone?
It's a burner phone. It's an untraceable phone that doesn't really connect to any servers, except for like I think they piggyback off of whatever towers are available.
So it's a phone that's not registered in your name,
Yes.
and you use the words untraceable. So is it a kind of phone where you can go into a store and just buy a phone?
Yes.
And is that the kind of phone where you yourself or somebody else can just add minutes to it?
Yes, ma'am.
So he gave you this burner phone. Did he tell you why he was giving you a burner phone?
Just in case we get separated, is all he said.
Now, after he picked you up from the airport, where did you go?
We went back to his apartment.
And where was his apartment? If you remember, the best area you can recall.
The Valley.
Okay. Was it somewhat near to the house, the Sementilli house?
Yes.
So the same general area.
Yes.
When you went to his apartment on January 22nd of 2017, after you got in the early morning hours, what did you do at the apartment?
Sat there
And how long did you sit there?
some hours, most all day.
Did you go out at some point to any stores or anything?
I believe we went out later in like that afternoon, a little after the afternoon, so Baker could purchase a knife.
Is that something Baker told you he needed to do?
Yes.
So where did you go?
I believe it was a Walmart.
Do you know where that Walmart was located?
No, it was in the Valley, so it wasn't too far.
And again, it was 8 years ago, but do you know about what time you
Yeah, I
went?
object to the preamble, Your Honor, than 8 years ago.
I see nothing wrong with that. It's overruled.
Thank you.
Do you know around what time you went to this Walmart?
Evening time, maybe like 4.
Had you discussed purchasing a knife prior to this trip to Walmart?
When we got there,
Tell us about that.
picked up a couple of regular miscellaneous items, some Gatorades, and then he's like, we gotta go get a knife. Well, not in that context of we have to go get a knife. He just walked to the counter and picked out one, and then said, "Let me see that one." Showed it to him, and he bought it.
Prior to going to Walmart, did you have a conversation about having to buy or get a knife?
Yeah. Yes.
When was that?
I think it was in the car on the way there. He said we gotta go get a knife.
On the way to Walmart?
Mm-hmm.
So yes?
Yes. Excuse me.
Now, a knife, ultimately 2 knives were used in the
Yes.
murder, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
How many knives, to your knowledge, were purchased at Walmart?
1.
What kind of knife was that?
Pocket knife, switchblade. Well, not a switchblade, I'm sorry. It's a pocket knife, a foldable knife.
The kind that folds?
Yes.
Okay. The second knife then that was ultimately used, where'd that come from?
Baker had one.
He already had a knife? Is that a yes?
Yes.
For a court reporter?
Yes.
What kind of knife was that?
It was like a hunter's knife style. Went into a pouch.
So is that a fixed blade type knife? You know, it didn't fold?
No, it didn't fold.
The knife at Walmart, he ultimately purchased a knife?
Yes, ma'am.
Exhibit 155. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize that?
That's the knife he purchased.
And how do you remember, did you see this knife at Walmart, or is this a knife that you used?
I saw the knife at Walmart.
Okay. So that appears to be the knife that he purchased at Walmart.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. When this murder happened, were you armed with that knife that I just showed you, or were you armed with the hunting knife that you described that Baker already had?
Baker gave me the hunting style knife. He had the foldable knife.
Do you normally carry a knife?
Like on my person every day?
Yes. Or
No.
at that time, I'm sorry, at that time. During that time frame of 2017, those years, were you one to carry a knife normally?
No.
All right, so you went back then after you went to Walmart, purchased the knives, then what happened?
We went back to his apartment. Went back to his apartment and waited. Then he said he's gonna text her and let her know. And then as the night fell, he let me know. He said she's gonna send him to the store so we can catch him then. And I just said, okay. And then we went to the shopping center. We parked out back. He showed me a picture of him. He said, "This is who you're looking for." He said, "This is who you're looking for. He should be in a blue or black Ford pickup." And I said, okay. And he parked out back, and he made me get out of the car, and then he moved the car somewhere else. And I walked along. And as I'm walking, I was like, I'm not doing this. And I saw him, and I was like, I can't do this. And I went back to the car. He was like, what happened? I told him, couldn't get him. Can't do it.
And then did you leave after that?
Yeah, we left and went back to his apartment.
When this is on January 22nd, the day you flew in, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
When you flew in and you're driving from the airport to Baker's apartment, is there a plan in place when this is going to happen and where this is going to happen?
What I just described.
Had you already talked about the fact that you were going to do it that night?
He wanted me to do it that night.
Had you talked about the fact that it was going to be in a public place as opposed to the house?
Yeah.
Did you know at that point early in the day where that public place was going to be?
No.
What did Baker tell you as far as where that place was going to be?
What do you mean? Like,
Did he ever indicate to you, you knew it was going to be that day somewhere. Did Baker ever indicate to you earlier in the day, like, where is this going to happen?
no. No, because I don't think he knew where he was going to be.
Did he tell you, Baker tell you, if the defendant had an idea where she wanted this to happen?
He said he's going to find out from her.
Okay, he's going to find out from her. Now, you met with the detectives and the prosecutors, myself and Ms. Silverman, then in November 18th of 2024 over at the Robbery Homicide Division. Do you remember meeting with us there?
I do.
And during that time, you had agreed, and your counsel was present, correct? Your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's Simon Aval?
Yes, ma'am.
We all met together, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was at your initiation in order to talk to the prosecutors, the investigators, with your attorney present, to do what's called a proffer, or agree to be sworn in and go through the facts of what had happened, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that actually happen? Were you sworn in and promised to tell the truth, and then spent 2 days talking to the prosecutors as well as the detectives with your counsel present?
Yes, ma'am.
And you signed an agreement, do you recall doing that you would tell the truth as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, your landmark people's 248. Oh, no, I'm sorry, 248.
248, what is it?
Oh, it is 248. Proffer agreement,
Yes.
3 pages. And this proffer agreement is dated November 5th, 2024. Do you recognize this document? I'll go through the pages. The first page, and then on the very back, there's a signature there. Is that your signature?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this document, then, did you understand that you were going to spend the day, and actually what turned into 2 days, talking to the collective group that I just named, telling us the truth and everything in that during that time frame? Everything that you told us in there cannot be used against you, meaning everything that you tell us cannot be used against us if you decide, hey, you know what, I'm not going to testify. I don't want to do this anymore. We can't use anything you tell us during those 2 days against you. Did you understand that as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Unless you took the stand for some reason, then we would be able to use that interview. You understood that?
Yes, ma'am.
So it's somewhat a protected conversation. If you decided that you didn't want to come in today, you didn't want to cooperate, you didn't want to take a plea deal and take the stand, then we can't use anything you said against you.
That's right.
So rule.
Is that how you understood it?
To my knowledge, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you also understood that you always had a right to a jury trial if that's what you chose to do.
Yes, ma'am.
But instead, you, as it indicated, you entered a plea agreement, and part of that plea agreement was you cooperate, tell the truth, testify today, and then if the judge determines you're telling the truth, you'll be sentenced to the second-degree murder, 16 to life, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, during this plea agreement, you brought up January 22nd and this plan to kill Fabio that night, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Nobody brought that up to you from the team that you were speaking with, whether it be the detectives or the prosecutors, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So that was new information that you were providing to the team, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that night then, when you bought the knives, and then at some point, there's a plan comes into shape. When does that plan come into shape of where and when?
If I recall, when we got back to the apartment, he got a text message saying saying she's going to send him to the store real quick and we can catch him there, like I explained earlier.
Interject. No foundation.
So rule.
Text message.
Did he tell you this?
Yes.
And did he tell you who she was?
Yes.
Who is she?
The defendant, ma'am.
He told you that she's going to send him to the store. Did you know what that meant?
Yes.
What did that mean?
That meant that we had
So rule.
to we had to go meet him there to see if we can catch him alone. It was pretty late about this, around this hour.
Do you know what time it was?
Maybe 8, 9 o'clock.
You said maybe. Do you know for sure?
I don't know for sure. I know there wasn't a lot of people in that parking lot.
Was it light or dark out?
It was dark.
And this is January of 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when he said he got a text and that she was going to send him to the store, what happened next?
We got in the car. We drove behind the shopping center, parked. That's when he showed me the picture. He gave me the knife.
Now, this is cumulative to all the testimony.
I'll allow this.
On the drive over to what you're calling a shopping center, did you have a conversation about what was going to happen?
Yeah, as I said before, he showed me what he looked like. He told me what he was driving, and he told me you need to get in and out. And make sure nobody sees you. Do you have your phone, just in case we get separated?
Was that the burner phone he'd given you?
Yes.
When he showed you a photo, was it on his phone or was it a printed out photo?
It was on his phone, I believe.
This individual, do you recognize him?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the individual that he showed you a photo of on his phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he show you a photo of a truck or did he tell you about a truck?
He told me about a truck.
How did he describe the truck?
He said it's a dark pickup truck, F-150.
And your the last exhibit I put up was 13. Putting up exhibit 141, did you ultimately see this truck at the location when you got there in relation to the victim?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you know your way around the valley at this point to know where exactly you were going?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so when you met with us in November of 2024, do you recall describing the area, trying to explain where you went, but not knowing the exact location?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you remember telling the prosecutors, the detective, as well as your attorney?
I remember telling you it was a grocery store at first of some sort, like a Rouse or a Bonds, and I couldn't really remember. And then I remember saying it was like a nail salon involved and a Chinese restaurant.
And at that time, did you tell everyone what street it was on or what area of the valley it was?
I remember saying it wasn't too far from the house.
So you didn't
from the
know what
victim's house.
street,
I didn't know what street. No.
and you didn't know what town.
No.
Is that correct?
Yes, that is.
Specific town, city.
Yes, that's correct.
But you described a Chinese restaurant and a nail salon that you remembered.
Yes.
And then what kind of place was this? What did you describe as far as
I described
center?
it as a L-shaped shopping center. L-shaped shopping center. Excuse me.
Anything else about the shopping center that you described, recalling from your memory about that shopping center?
I remember like it being like there was a busy street in the front of the shopping center. There was I remember saying there's a parking lot area in the back. of some sort. I remember seeing there were like pillars in front of the stores, like sidewalk area, like your typical shopping center.
At this point, when you're describing it, you weren't shown any photographs. No one gave you any addresses of any nature, right?
That's correct.
And then ultimately, were you shown some photographs and asked during this proffer in November of 2024 if you recognized a certain plaza?
Yes.
If I may mark is People's, well, it is collectively, 4 pages, People's 249 showing a shopping plaza.
Very well.
Page 1, were you shown that photograph then of this L-shaped plaza?
Yes, I was.
Did you recognize that?
Yes, I did.
How did you recognize it?
By the pillars in the L shape and the parking lot.
Okay, there's like pillars going on the side of the building as well as down each side. Was there anything else that you recognized about this particular shopping center?
There's a Chinese, I'm sorry, Pho is it Vietnamese restaurant? Pho? A Pho restaurant. And then there's a UPS store that I recognized.
Okay, so back in this corner where I'm pointing to some orange writing, page 2, is that a close-up? It says Pho or Pho, P-H-O, and then has an O-A. Do you recall that particular location?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recall it?
That's the, I want to say that's the day he went and got food.
Did you see the victim come out of that restaurant or that location?
I did.
And then page 3, is this another aerial, or not aerial, but another Google map that you were shown of the location after you described it to the prosecutors and the detectives and your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
You also described when you got there, where did you park, if you remember?
It was behind that building is where Baker parked, or told me to get out of the car, and then he parked.
And this is exhibit 249, page 4, where you show this aerial map also of the location. There's a building that runs horizontally across the photograph. In the middle of it, is that the building where the pho restaurant was, and then there's a parking lot in the front, it's L-shaped?
Yes.
Okay. When you indicated that you parked in the back, did you see that when this map was shown to you after?
Yes.
And can you indicate where that is, where you parked? And I don't know if well, you can't, but there's a back parking lot right here. Is that where you parked?
Yes.
And what I'm indicating is there's a parking lot behind the one building that's horizontal in the photograph, and there appears to be some kind of grass park behind that. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when you park in this back area, is there a way then to access the front of the restaurant or the parking lot?
There's a little alleyway with some stairs.
Okay.
From where I'm looking at to my left, go left. I'm sorry.
Your left.
Right.
This is my right. Okay.
No, other way. Sorry.
That way.
All the way. Keep going. Keep going. Right there.
Okay.
That's where he told me to walk down.
So I've indicated to my left, all the way down the horizontal white building, and then there's a breezeway that walks up towards the main parking lot. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then did you come around the front where the restaurant is over here?
Yes.
And when I say here, there's a little icon with a fork and a knife, orange icon. That area?
Yes.
Okay. There's also a circle. Did you circle that? There's a green
Yes.
circle around some cars. Did you circle that?
Yes.
Okay. What was that indicating?
Indicating where the victim was parked at, or the area of.
So if you could walk us through then, you got to this place, it's dark, you parked in the back where Baker did. Was there a conversation before you got out of the car?
Yes, he told me to. Again, he told me to look for the truck. said, he should be in one of those restaurants or one of those stores.
Did he tell you how he knew that?
I'm sorry.
Did he tell you how he knew he should be in a restaurant or a store?
Before we left the apartment, he got a text message from his girlfriend at the time that she was going to send him to the store and where he went. So we went directly there.
And when you say his girlfriend, you meant the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
So he told you she sent a text, or you saw him get a text, and he said she's sending him to the store.
Yes, ma'am.
And then did you drive directly to this location?
We drove directly to that location.
When you got there, or on the way, he's shown you a photo of him. He described the truck. You parked in the back. Did you immediately get out of the car?
No.
Okay. How long did you wait there?
About a couple of minutes.
And then walk us through what happened when you got out of the car.
When I got out of the car, I walked from the back down the breezeway. And there wasn't a lot of cars there, wasn't a lot of people. Some of the stores were closed. And I walked past the restaurant, saw him in the restaurant, walked past the UPS store, turned and walked back. As he was walking out, he went straight to his truck, and I walked back.
Okay. Timing-wise, did Baker ever tell you any type of confirmation that he's there now? Or he got notice from the defendant that he's there?
Yeah, when we was in the back of the parking lot, he did say, that's what I said, like about 2 minutes. He's like, wait. And then he said he should be there. Go check.
Did he say how he knew that he should be there?
He got the text message. He was texting like in the driver's seat.
To the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. This is page 3 then. Let me zoom in here. Here's the pho restaurant. It's got the orange writing on the left-hand side of the photograph. And there's a circle right here, a red circle. Did you do that during the proffer on this exhibit on November 18th, 2024?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So let's back up. As you walked, where were you when you saw the victim come out of that restaurant?
Can you back up?
Oh, okay.
I was by the UPS store.
Let me put on page.
I was
UPS
walking.
on the left-hand side.
So I was walking along that pillar back toward the restaurant.
So you're walking from left to right in the photograph from the UPS store towards the pho restaurant. correct?
Yes.
Along here.
Yes.
And did you actually draw a green arrow or a line, I should say, during that proffer?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what did you see?
I saw the victim come out, walk towards his truck, and then
Come out of the pho and walk towards his truck where you circled?
he was parked in one of those spaces.
Did he appear to be carrying food?
Yes.
What happened next?
He got in his truck, and I walked past and kept moving.
How close did you ever get to the victim during this encounter?
Not very.
Did you stay within that breezeway over by the UPS store on your way towards him, or did you actually step out into the parking lot?
I stayed in the breezeway, and then I crossed to the restaurant. So I didn't get really very close to him.
You never made eye contact with the victim?
No, I did not.
No words were ever exchanged?
No, ma'am.
And why did you change your mind?
Because I'm not that person.
So at that point then, did the victim, Fabio, did you see him actually drive away?
Nope.
What did you do?
I kept walking to the back of the alley and got back in the car with Baker.
Did you go the same way that you'd gone before from the parking lot? Did you retrace your steps in the photograph, and this was page 4, from the building and the background of the building to where Baker was parked.
Yes.
He was still there waiting for you?
Yes, in a different parking space.
And when you had described this parking lot, you originally said a Chinese restaurant, and this is before you saw any photos, and a nail salon. When you say Chinese restaurant, is that the restaurant you were referring to, the Fa?
Yes.
And then right down, about 2 doors down, there's a nail salon?
Yes.
All right. When you got back to the car then, what happened?
Told him I couldn't do it. He asked what happened. I told him I couldn't do it. I was like, can't be done.
What did he say to you?
He said, it's all right. I'll let her know.
And who was her?
The defendant.
Sustained.
Did he tell you what he was going to do when you said I couldn't do it? What did he say?
He says, all right, don't worry about it. I'll let her know.
Did he say who he meant or who he was referring to as her,
His girlfriend at the time.
which was the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see him text on his phone while you were sitting in that back parking lot?
As we drove away.
I'm sorry, what was that?
As we drove away.
Did he make any calls in your presence?
No, ma'am.
Do you know who he was texting?
I had an idea.
Well, how did you have an idea?
Because
Sustained.
from
Did he tell you who he was texting?
I had an idea who he was texting. He said the defendant. I'll let her know. That's the only person he had been talking to most of that time.
Your Honor, I motion to strike out that non-responsive and not hearsay, speculation.
Denied.
Did you drive directly back to Baker's apartment then?
Yes.
Okay. And during that, after he said he would text her and let her know, did you have any more conversations about this, what had just occurred?
No. I didn't.
How are you feeling at this point?
Shame and relieved. In my mind, I was like, okay, this isn't going down. We're gonna get some food later tomorrow. We're gonna just kick it for the rest of the day. Tomorrow, can't happen. Not doing it. He can get somebody else to do it, if at all. That's what I was thinking.
Did you think, as far as your role and what they'd asked you to do, that it was over now?
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell Baker during that conversation, like, I'm not going to do it ever?
I don't remember saying that.
Okay. Did he tell you if he was going to meet with her or talk to her, meaning the defendant, directly?
No.
The rest of that night then, did you see, or, well, let me ask you this. The rest of that night then, did you hang out with Baker? Was he with you?
Yeah.
Was he texting?
Periodically, yes.
And you mentioned this earlier, though. During this time frame, did he have any other women that you knew that he was involved with during this whole period, late 2016 into January 2017, other than the defendant?
No.
All right. That particular day on the 22nd, do you know if he was communicating with the defendant throughout the entire day of January 22nd, 2017?
Do I know?
Do you know if he was communicating with her throughout the whole day?
No foundation, Your Honor, speculation.
So ruled.
Based on the conversation of going to the store, I had figured out that he had been texting her most of the day.
Okay.
Stricken.
Now, the rest of the night, Anything happened the rest of that night?
I watched TV and went to sleep.
Okay, and did you ever see Baker leave the apartment?
No, I did not.
Do you know if he left?
Not until the morning time.
I guess my question is, do you know if he left that night?
No, I do not.
Now the morning of January 23rd, 2017, what time did you wake up?
Probably about 10 or so.
When you woke up, was Rob Baker home?
No, it was not.
Do you know where he was?
No, I did not.
At some point, did you see him?
Yes.
He came home?
Yes.
When did he come home?
A little after 1 or so. Told me he went to the gym.
He told you he went to the gym?
Yes.
And by the way, did he tell you about any injuries he had gotten at the gym, or he hit his hand, anything like that?
No.
Did you see him bleeding from his hand?
No.
Did you see a towel wrapped around his hand, anything like that?
No.
And when you got there on the 22nd, had you observed any injuries to Baker's hands the day you flew in, the day before?
No.
Now, he'd gone to the gym. Did he tell you if he saw the defendant at the gym?
No.
So this is around 1. You got up at what time? You said 10-ish?
Probably about 10-ish.
When he came home then at 1, what did he say, if anything?
So went to the gym. Made sure I was seen.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Made sure I was seen.
Make sure I was seen? What does that mean?
I'm assuming he went to the gym so people could see him at the gym.
Oh, he said to you to make sure I was seen?
I believe.
Okay. But he didn't explain what that meant?
No.
Well, at this point, you don't have any idea, at this point, when you woke up, that there was going to be a murder that day, right?
Not at all.
Okay.
Not even a little bit.
So did you ask him, what do you mean to make sure I was seen?
No.
What happened next? What did he say next?
I don't really remember much of that conversation, honestly.
So at some point, a plan gets put into motion that on January 23rd, 2017, you're going to be part of it, of killing Fabio Sementilli. How did that happen?
That is facts not in evidence yet, Your Honor.
It's this thing.
On January 23rd, 2017, did you formulate or have a conversation with Baker about a plan
He
to kill Fabio?
No, I don't. Not that I could recall a whole plan when he got home. It wasn't until later that day where he said, she's gonna go to the store and he's gonna be home alone.
That's what he told you?
That's what he told me. And then it was a nonverbal look I gave him. Like, I was like, I'm okay. And he said, what if I go? You come with me.
What did you take that to mean?
That he was gonna go through with it.
Through with what?
The killing of the victim.
Prior to this conversation, had Baker ever indicated that he was going to be the one that participated in the actual killing of Fabio?
No.
Okay. So he's now volunteering to do it with you.
Yes.
But at this point, when you woke up, you thought it was over and it wasn't happening, correct?
That is correct.
All right. So what happened when what did you say when he said that?
I didn't say anything.
Did
He
he
said-
tell you how he knew that she was going to go to the store and that Fabio was going to be home alone?
No, he said it was a text he got. He kind of jolted. He said, "Yo, she's home. He's home alone. You can go now." And I explained that was that nonverbal look of I'm not doing this. And he said, "What if I go and you just come with me?" And he said he asked me what size I wear and just gave me some clothes to put on.
Did this then, for you, this plan now that, why don't I go, did this happen quickly?
Yes.
Did Baker ever tell you that earlier, while he'd been out and you'd been at the apartment, he had met the defendant at Target?
No.
Did he tell you he even went to Target?
No.
So he gave you something. What did he give you? You said he asked you what size you were. What did he give you?
He gave me a jacket or pullover hoodie, sweatpants, and shoes.
Did he say why he was giving you that?
No.
Exhibit 19, page 7. The clothing that you already identified as you and the person in the back, is that the clothes that Baker gave you to wear during this time on January 23rd, 2017 after 1 o'clock?
Yes.
And he gave you said shoes?
Yes.
Did you ask him, why are you giving me these clothes?
I did. And he just looked at me with the stop playing with me and put them on. And I just did it.
You put the clothes on.
I just put them on.
Sweatshirt, sweatpants, and tennis shoes.
Yes.
What about Baker? What was he wearing? What we saw in the photograph just there?
Yes.
It was like a Sean John sweatshirt.
Yes.
Okay. What else did he tell you about leaving to go there?
Said she's gonna go to the store. We have a small window.
He used the word small window.
Yes.
Okay. Did he say anything further about why it was a small window?
I don't recall. Wait. I said because somebody might come to the house while she's gone.
Did he say who that somebody was?
He didn't say who it was.
We have a small window because somebody might come to the house while she's gone.
Yes.
And he was referring to the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. Did he tell you,
It's this thing.
do you know who he was referring to?
Objection, no foundation.
This thing.
Did he tell you who he was referring to?
As far as
Well, first of all, how did he tell you that he knew somebody might come to the house, if he told you at all?
I think, if I recall, I think that's when I found out that he had a kid.
Who had a kid?
The victim did.
How did
And
you
he put-
find out he had a kid?
As we were going down as we were leaving his apartment, he let me know somebody, like his kid might come back, might not. And then he put me in the trunk. And then I got in the trunk and I was in the trunk for a while. And I remember he backed up close to a bush and let me out of the trunk, gave me the knife. He looked at me, he said, "Are you with me?" And like a dummy, I said, "Yeah," and I just followed him.
When you drove over there, you said he put you in the trunk?
Yes,
Okay. How long did you, was it a short drive?
yes.
Do you know why, did he tell you why he was putting you in the trunk?
He told me he told me he didn't want me seen.
Did he elaborate on seen by who?
No, he just said he didn't want me seen.
Did Baker tell you if he knew if there were any cameras in that neighborhood or at the house that could catch you on camera?
There's cameras at the house.
He told you that? Is that a yes?
Yes.
What did he tell you about the cameras at the house?
He told me the cameras at the house.
Anything else?
No.
Did he tell you if there was a plan to make sure you weren't caught on those cameras at the house?
No.
Were you concerned about there being cameras at the house?
I was.
Excuse me. Overruled.
You were? Did you take any precautions so that you weren't viewed on these cameras at the house?
He told me to cover my face.
Okay. Did he tell you at that time that he was going to take the DVR system connected to the house?
No.
I'm sorry, counsel. Don't raise your voice to me. It's overruled. It's overruled.
That's not an evidence.
Overruled.
No.
But he told you that the small window, because a kid might come back or might not. Is that what your knowledge was, that you had to get in and out because a kid could show up?
Yes.
Up until that point, did you know that the victim or the defendant had kids?
I did not.
So on the
Told-
way over, on the way over there, then, where did you park, or where did Baker park?
Back parking lot. There was a store not too far from there. It's like a bush type, parked close to a bush. I remember going through a bush and entering some type of cul-de-sac where there was a house, and we started running up the hill.
So that video, or the still shot that I showed you, People's 19, you indicated is that one of the streets that you were running up towards the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did you know this neighborhood? Would you even know the streets?
No.
How long had you been running in that neighborhood before you got to the house? Was it a long run?
It was a run.
So did you park fairly far away from the house?
Yes.
Or Baker parked there?
Yes. Baker parked there.
When you're rounding this corner here, is that the hill? Did you run up a hill then?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned earlier that he gave you a knife. How did that go down?
He gave me a knife. He said,
When
"Here,
was that?
take this." When I got out of the trunk.
And that was, as you testified earlier, what you referred to as a hunting knife?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see his knife?
No.
Did you have any conversations about who was going to do what once you got into the house?
Yes.
Where did that conversation happen? Meaning, where were you when you had this conversation?
When we got when we got to the driveway, he said the door should be open. He opened the front door and I followed him in. And in the hallway at the entrance of the door, he said he should be out back. He told me to stay low, and he creeped ahead and made sure he wasn't seen. And then he opened the door. He said on the count of 3, on the count of 3, he's gonna hold him down. And he opened the door and he held his mouth, couldn't scream.
he started stabbing him. I'm sorry. And I stabbed him once. And then he left and started running through the house and told me to go get in the car because he knew the car was in the garage.
All right, I'm going to stop you there for a minute.
I'm so sorry.
People's 7 up on the screen. Do you recognize the entrance to the house? It's Exhibit 7, page 11, which is up on the screen.
You okay to go on, Mr. Austin?
Guys, give me a minute. I'm cool. I can do this. Yes. Yes. I recognize.
Did you and Baker then, you testified you entered through the front door?
Yes, ma'am.
If you look at Exhibit 7, page 11, the left, 7, page 11, is the front door in the middle of the house right here to the left of the truck? Is that how you entered to get to the front door?
Yes, ma'am.
And then Exhibit 7, page 69, do you recognize that as the front door of the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Baker told you as you're headed up there, as you testified, that the front door is going to be unlocked.
I said the front door should be open,
Should be open.
meaning unlocked.
Did he tell you how he knew that?
He told me, he said she's gonna leave the door unlocked.
When you got, and when he said she, did he tell you who she was?
The defendant.
When you got to the front door, was it unlocked?
It was indeed unlocked.
Exhibit 7, and it's 46 is the page on the left corner. You see the front door in the back of the photograph. Do you remember walking in this door and coming through the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go straight to the area that ultimately was the back patio?
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't go into any rooms before that, anything of that nature?
No, ma'am.
Okay, Exhibit 7, page 30 in the left corner. Do you recognize this area of the kitchen with the door leading outside?
Yes, ma'am.
When you went into the house with Baker, are you together? Meaning you're walking together. He's in your view as well. He hasn't gone to other rooms.
No, ma'am.
Did he go straight to this door that led to the back patio?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
Prior, you said you testified that Baker told you where the victim was going to be. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what exactly did he tell you?
He said he should be out back on the patio.
And did you go out back on the patio?
Yes, ma'am.
You've been in this house now. You've been in it before, correct?
Yes.
That back patio, was it the same back patio that the defendant had shown you months before when you were at the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you went out the door, were you behind Rob?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us first, what's the first thing you saw as far as the victim outside?
He was sitting. I remember the pool. Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Was he sitting in this patio area, which is indicated with the lights up top?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he facing the kitchen or the door from where you and Baker were coming from?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he appear to see you guys coming?
Not until not until Baker got close to him and he tried to yell.
What was he doing when you came through the door?
Sitting. He
Did
might have been smoking a cigar. I don't really remember. He was sitting.
Okay.
Counsel, let me interrupt you.
Thank you. When we broke before lunch, we were just talking about the point when you and Mr. Baker went through that kitchen door, patio door onto the patio. Exhibit 8 on the screen then. Just to go back, did you see, can you tell from here, do you know where the victim was sitting when you first saw him?
I know he was sitting in a chair facing the door.
So there's 2 chairs on the right side, one of those 2 chairs, do you believe?
Yes.
Okay, and he was facing the front door?
Yeah. Well,
I
the
mean-
patio door.
All right. Now, here's another angle, and this is Exhibit 8. It's got a page 8 in the bottom left corner. This is the door that leads to the kitchen, correct?
That is correct.
And you both came through that door. You were behind Baker.
Yes.
Now, I do have to ask you to walk through what happened when you came through that door.
Baker had covered his mouth and started stabbing him, and I had covered his eyes. And I stabbed him once.
Did Baker say anything during all of this?
No.
And did you see where Baker was stabbing him?
He just started in like the mid area and everywhere. I closed my eyes after.
You get the microphone a little louder, please.
I closed my eyes after he started stabbing him. After I stabbed him once, and then I pulled the knife out, and then he started running toward the house.
So you recall that you stabbed him one time. Where was that at on his body?
And on the neck.
Was he still seated in the chair?
Yes.
Did he ever get up from the chair that you recall while this was going on?
No.
Is it fair to say it happened quickly?
Yes.
Now, were you simultaneously, your stab was occurring at the same time that Baker was stabbing him?
Yes.
Could you tell where on the body Baker was stabbing him?
Mid area, neck area. Then he went lower. Like I said, I closed my eyes. I didn't really see a whole lot.
Did you ever hear the victim, Fabio, say anything?
No.
During the entire episode when you're outside on the patio, did Baker say anything to you once you were already on the patio and you were stabbing the victim?
No.
Baker ran back into the same door, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then did you follow him in there?
Yes.
What happened immediately after the stabbing?
He told me to go. He told me to go in the garage.
Did you know how to get to the garage?
Yeah.
How did you know how to get to the garage?
It's the layout of the house.
Is that from your last time that you've been in the house, you knew where the garage was?
Well, when we came through the front door, we passed the garage.
Okay, so you knew where the garage was.
Yes.
Did you go straight from the patio then to the garage?
Yes.
Exhibit 7, page 14. There's 2 photographs here. Is that the garage that you went into?
Yes.
Now, when he said go to the garage, did you know why you were going to the garage?
Yes.
Why?
Because prior to going up there, he said that he just bought a brand new Porsche,
This is, again, before I even got on the plane. So he knew that there was a car going to be in the garage.
So before you ever came to LA on January 22nd, 2017, Baker told you that the victim, Fabio, had a new Porsche?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any other conversation about this Porsche before you came to LA, other than the fact that Fabio had bought a new Porsche?
He asked me if I could drive stick
When did he ask you that?
on the phone in December, I think.
Was the plan then for you, before you went to the house, was the plan then for you to drive the victim's car out of the house?
At one point,
At what point was that the plan? If you know.
I don't remember, but I do know he was like, "Can you drive stick?" Which gave me the assumption, that he wanted me to drive, but I didn't. I was like, no.
Okay, so this is in the early stages in December 2016, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now during that time frame though,
Talk a little more into the.
I apologize. I apologize.
There you go. That's good.
during that time frame though, you didn't have a plan where this murder was even going to be committed?
No.
Okay, but at that time frame, he still asked you if you could drive a stick.
Yes.
When you're going up to the house to commit this murder on January 23rd, 2017, did you know that day that you're going to the house that the plan was to leave in the victim's car?
Yes.
How did you know that?
Baker told me prior to putting me in the trunk. He let me know that he's home by himself, and so the car should be in the garage. The car that he had mentioned in December. And then when we got, like I said, prior to putting me in the trunk, he's telling me all this and said, just get in the car. After the event took place, he said, get in the car. So in my mind, he was planning to drive out of there.
Did he tell you, and when you say get in the car, you're now talking about the Porsche?
Yes.
Okay. Did he tell you that day on the 23rd, you're going up the hill to the house, there's been a conversation about the Porsche. Did he tell you anything about the fact that you're going to drive the Porsche away, or where the keys were, or anything of that nature?
No, but he seemed to know where everything was.
Your Honor, I'm going to let that be stricken speculation.
Stricken.
Did he tell you if he knew where the keys would be?
No.
Now, prior to going to the house, did he ever talk to you about a safe?
Yes.
What did he tell you about a safe?
He said that they have a safe, and that I'm going to get her to give me the code to the safe or leave it open. That's what I remember hearing.
Okay. And when he was referring to her, who did he say he was talking about?
The defendant.
That he was going to get her to give the code to him or leave it open?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what was kept in the safe? Were you ever told?
No. No, I was told. I was told that he collects things. So
Who told you that?
Baker told me that. He also said that you got to make it look like a robbery.
Baker told you that.
Yes.
And when did he tell you that?
When he got in the car, actually. And a little bit prior.
Now, we've talked about two cars. When you got in the car to go to the location, or when you're about to leave after the murder? Which car are you talking about?
That came up on the way, and then when he got in the car with a pillowcase, he began to make it look like a robbery.
Okay. So after the stabbing, you went straight to the garage. Did you get in the car?
I got in the car.
And the photo you're looking at up on the Exhibit 7, was the Porsche parked in that garage?
Yes.
Do you recall, was it parked facing in, like facing the door to the house, or was it parked facing out?
I was backed into the garage.
Did you go straight to the car and get in?
Yes.
And where did you get in within the car?
The passenger side.
Do you know where, at that moment when you went straight to the car, do you know where Rob Baker went?
Through the house.
And how do you know that? Did you see him?
I didn't see him, but I had heard something, so I assumed he was rummaging through the house, looking for something.
We object to what you assume, Your Honor.
This is Stricken.
Did you hear something, or did you hear Rob inside the house?
I heard commotion inside the house.
What kind of commotion are you talking about?
Didn't say. I went from the patio through the kitchen straight to the garage.
When you said you heard commotion, are you able to articulate what you heard?
I heard rummaging as I entered the kitchen.
And when you heard that, where was Rob at that time?
I do not know. I did not look for him.
When you were sitting in the car, how long was Rob inside the house while you were waiting in the car?
Maybe 2 to 5 minutes.
And then he came out to the car?
Yes.
What did you see him do when he came out to the garage?
He went somewhere in the garage and pulled something off of the wall and put it in a pillowcase.
Okay, on Exhibit 7, it's up on the screen right now, which had a left page number 14, there's a white cabinet type thing right beside the door that leads into the garage. Did you see him in that area at all?
Yeah,
And did you see him take something from on top of that area?
he did, and put it in the pillowcase.
Did you see what the item was?
No, I did not.
Did he tell you what it was?
No, he did not.
When you talk about a pillowcase, was this a pillowcase that you had seen before, or was this the first time seeing a pillowcase?
First time seeing a pillowcase.
Did you see anything else that he had with him?
Everything was in the pillowcase. He didn't have anything else in his hand other than keys.
He had keys?
He had keys.
Were they keys to the Porsche?
Yes.
The item that he put in the pillowcase, could you see the shape of it?
It was square-ish, rectangle, like a box.
All right. Did you ask him what it was?
I did not.
Did he tell you what it was?
He did not.
He gets in the car with the pillowcase. Do you know any of the other items inside the pillowcase?
No.
Then what happened after that?
He put my head down.
How did he put your head down?
He put his hand on my shoulder, then moved up to my head and put my head all the way down in between my legs.
Did he tell you why he was putting your head down?
No, he did not.
You're still in the garage. Was the garage door at this time, when you're waiting in the car before you pulled out, was it open or was it closed?
It was closed.
Did you see him at any point turn off the electrical panel or switch it off?
I heard it
You heard the noise of what?
of a circuit box. Click, click, click.
Do you know where, or did you see him go anywhere near a circuit box?
He went toward the side of the wall after he got off. After he moved from behind the car. He went from behind the car to the side of the wall of the garage, and then got in the car.
The side of the wall in the
No,
garage?
I'm sorry. The side of the wall of the garage, then pulled the garage, the emergency garage door opener, then got in the car.
Okay, when you said the side of the garage, you're talking about the left side or the right side?
The right side.
Over here?
Yes.
Is that on that side? Okay. And then you saw him pull the manual garage door opener?
I did.
Is that what's in 7? It's hanging down from the ceiling right above where the Porsche would have been parked?
Yes.
Okay. Did the garage door, was he able to get the garage door open?
Yes.
Then what happened after that?
He started the car and drove out of the driveway. And once he hit the street, he told me to put my head down in between my legs. and then I heard him say shit, and then he just kept driving. Everything was quiet. Once we got down to a light, he slowed down and he drove straight, turned left, handed me a few things, he said, throw us out the window. Then he parked and told me to get out.
What did he have you throw out the window?
Didn't look.
Was
But it was a set of keys. I do remember holding like a fob.
Do you recall throwing a key fob out the window?
I do.
But you don't know what that was to?
No.
What other objects do you recall throwing out the window?
Keys. It was a watch. It felt like I think it was a watch and like a card. It's a handful of items. And he said, throw it out the window, and I threw it out the window. And then he kicked me out of the car.
I'm sorry?
And then he kicked me out of the car.
Okay, did you ask him what those items were or where they came from that you're throwing out the window?
No, I did not.
Did you ask him why you're throwing them out the window?
He told me to get out the car, so I just got out of the car. So there was no time for questions.
So you didn't ask him?
I didn't ask him any questions.
Are you still within the neighborhood of this house at this point? Meaning within a few minutes of leaving this house?
Yes.
To your recollection, was it kind of a fairly large neighborhood?
Very.
But again, you don't know your way around there.
No.
When he turned off the circuit breakers, do you know why he turned off the circuit breakers?
Objection called for conclusion.
Ask for him.
Did Robert Baker tell you why he turned off the circuit breakers?
No, he did not.
Did you ask him why?
No, I did not.
As he told you to get out of the car now, how far away are you from this residence approximately? If you know.
Maybe a mile, whatever, down the hill to the light, next to a grocery store, through an alley. So yeah, maybe like 0.5 miles.
When you got out of the car, did you recognize where you were?
No.
You heard him say shit while you were driving. Do you know what that was in reference to?
No, not until after.
Well, did you determine after what that was in reference to?
Yes.
What was that?
Objection, no foundation, how you determine.
Sustained.
Did you come to learn later why Rob Baker stated shit? Did he tell you why he said that?
He told me later on the phone that his daughter came home.
That whose daughter came home?
He said his daughters came home. The victim's daughter came home.
The victim's daughter came home. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is your head down the whole time as you're driving away from the residence?
Yes.
Were you able to see any cars that passed you?
No.
When you got dropped off then, did you have your burner phone with you on this day?
No.
And that's the burner phone he gave you the day before when you arrived at the airport, is that right?
That is right.
Why didn't you take it this time?
He told me not to.
Do you know if Baker had a phone with him?
I don't.
So when he dropped you off, he said, get out of the car. Where did Baker go?
I have no idea.
So what was the plan?
I have no idea.
So what happened?
Once I got out of the car, I just started running through a neighborhood, and I ran and ran and ran, and I had realized that I had a knife on me, and then I buried it, and then I ended up on the main street, and then I kept running until I saw a bus stop, and I was getting ready to rest there, and then Baker pulled up in a different car, and I got in. And then he told me to put my head down again.
Did you have a discussion with Baker on where he was to find you once he told you to get out of the car?
No.
Do you know where he took that Porsche?
No, I do not.
How much time passed until Baker found you near this bus stop?
almost 10 minutes, past 5 minutes. I was running for a little while. No, about 5 minutes or so. It wasn't that long, but it felt like a very long time.
Do you remember any landmarks of where you got dropped out of the car or any landmarks of where you ran?
I remember I got dropped off by a tunnel that led into another neighborhood. And then I remember running and turning into the neighborhood, and I ran straight. Then I went down a dead end, and then I turned around, and I kept running straight again, turned right, and I kept going straight again until I turned to a left. As I'm running, I'm trying to figure out where the main road is. And once I figured out where the main road is, I turned left, and then I ended up on the main road.
Do you know what that main road is?
Might have been Winnetka.
Right? You talked about a tunnel. If I may mark as People's 250 and exhibit a Google Map photo of what appears to be a freeway with a tunnel.
All right.
250? Do you recognize that as the tunnel that you just testified about?
Yes.
Now, in November, again, of 2024, were you shown this photo after you described it, and then identified at that time as the tunnel in that neighborhood?
Yes, ma'am.
So is that still fairly in the neighborhood, again, it's a big neighborhood where the Sementillis lived?
I would say so. After crossing a main street,
As far as burying the knife, where did you bury it?
in a bush by a pole somewhere.
Was it related to this tunnel at all?
What do you mean?
Was it in relation to the area right around this tunnel in 250?
Where I buried the knife?
Yes.
No. It was a little further after I got out and ran through that tunnel.
Now, on February 26th, just last week, did you go out with some detectives from the Robbery Homicide Division, LAPD, in an attempt to try to locate the area where you had buried that knife 8 years ago?
I did.
Did you walk them through the best you can remember your path of travel to where you believe was the area where you buried it?
Yes.
Did it look the same to you?
No.
What was different?
Couple houses under construction. Couple driveways were different.
Did you see the
It was
area?
high noon, so it wasn't the time of day either. So I think I didn't really remember anything.
Did you see the area where you believe the bushes had been where you had buried the knife? Were you able to locate that area?
The area itself,
Yes.
yes, I believe I was, but I don't think the bushes are there anymore.
So did you find the knife?
No, ma'am.
Now, you also said that Baker then picked you up, minutes later, 5-10 minutes later, near a bus stop. How did you know to go to a bus stop? Why did you go to the bus stop?
Because I wanted to take a rest and get rid of my clothes.
When he told you to get out of the car, did you know how at that moment you were going to meet back up with Rob Baker?
I did not.
But he found you.
He found me.
When he came back, you said, I believe you said, was it approximately 10 minutes later?
Around that time, yes.
Okay. What was he driving at that time?
The rental he picked me up in.
My name Mark is People's 251, a photograph of a Nissan Versa note.
Very good.
Do you recognize that car?
I do,
How do you recognize that?
because that's the car he picked me up in.
Is this the same car that you went to the scene with when he put you in the trunk?
Yes,
And you'd parked that car somewhere in the neighborhood, you weren't sure where, before the murder, right?
yes.
Now, when
Well, it was at a grocery store prior like I said, yeah, in the back, in like a back parking lot area.
Okay. Somewhat of a distance from the Sementilli house?
Yes, ma'am.
When he picked you up in that car, did he say anything about where the Porsche was?
No, he did not.
Okay, so what did you guys do next?
He told me to take off all my clothes, and I did so. And then I remember he dipped into a neighborhood and dumped them in a trash can. And then we drove back to his apartment.
When you say take off all my clothes, was that the sweatshirt?
Yes.
Was that the sweatpants?
Yes.
And what about the tennis shoes or the shoes?
The shoes as well.
What did he do with his clothes?
He took all his clothes off too and threw them in the dumpster with.
And that was a dumpster within the neighborhood?
Within some neighborhood.
Do you even know where you were at that point?
No.
Do you know if he dumped anything else in that dumpster?
I don't. I know he balled everything up to the best he could and just tossed it in the trash can.
What about that pillowcase that you said he came to the car with filled with some objects? Do you know what he did with that?
He might have balled that up with. I don't
This
recall.
is what you know. Did you see him take that pillowcase with those items out, including that rectangular object? Did you see him do anything with those items?
No,
Do you ever know what happened to the pillowcase full of items?
I do not.
At that point, did you go back to his apartment then?
Yes.
And is that the one on Independence?
That sounds familiar, yes.
All right. What happened when you got back to his apartment then? Did you form a new plan?
I remember saying I can't be here. He was like, I'm gonna get you out of here. Where's all your stuff? And then he took all my stuff downstairs. He said, don't leave. Like, don't come out of the room. And I didn't. And then he was downstairs for a while. And then he came back up and he gave me the keys to the rental. And he said, follow me to this restaurant. You're gonna park the car. And then you're gonna get in my car. And that's what happened.
So your understanding is he wanted you to drive the rental to a parking lot at a restaurant and leave it there?
Follow him there, yes.
And what was he driving at that time?
I think he was driving his Expedition.
Did you end up doing that?
To some degree, I got pulled over.
Before that then, this is the 23rd. When was your flight originally booked to go back to Alaska?
The 24th?
The
I
next
believe.
day?
I think the next day.
Did you change that plan and decide to fly back early?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Because I couldn't be there. Baker said, I got to get you out of here, and I couldn't be there anymore.
As you're driving that Nissan Versa, you said, was he following you or you following him?
I was following him.
And you're going to a restaurant to leave this car somewhere.
Yes.
Do you know where that is in the valley?
No.
On the way, then you got stopped. Can you tell us about that?
I got pulled over for not wearing my seatbelt. I remember being nervous because of what had just taken place. And when I didn't have my driver's license, he pulled me out of the car and handcuffed me and put me in the back. Baker kept driving.
Do you know where he went?
Oh, the restaurant.
Where
I'm the restaurant.
Okay, I don't want you to assume. Did you see him go somewhere or he just kept driving?
He kept driving. I didn't see him turn off anywhere. I know he kept driving.
If I may mark as People's 252, a citation detail in the name of Christopher Austin.
You may.
So did you recognize what's printed here? You got a citation then? They gave you a citation?
Yes.
Okay, and that was for a seatbelt, but they handcuffed you and put you in the back of a car, patrol car?
Yes.
Okay. What happened there? Did they talk to you about anything other than this citation?
Asked me where I live. I told him where I lived. He said, this isn't your address here. And I said, no, I used to live there. I don't live there anymore. I live in Alaska. And then he said, Alaska, but I have you here Well, he referenced the old address I had from record of being used to living here. And I was like, that's an old address. I don't live here anymore. And then he started asking me about Alaska.
Okay. Nothing was brought up about what had just happened at the Sementilli house.
No, ma'am.
Okay. I do have a stipulation, if I may mark this as People's 253 and read it into the record regarding the traffic citation. And council, please stipulate on January 23rd, 2017, at approximately 5:45 p.m., Christopher Brooks Austin was driving a silver gray 2016 Nissan Versa Note, California license plate number 7PGB686, Los Angeles Police Department motorcycle officer Julio Umana, serial number 34674, initiated a traffic stop of the vehicle driven by Christopher Austin on Van Owen Street, west of DeSoto Avenue for California Vehicle Code violation 27315B1, driver operating the vehicle without a seatbelt. Officer Umana issued Christopher Austin citation number E261417 for violation 27315D1 of the California Vehicle Code. So stipulated?
Looked at the,
Received.
All right. Not to go into detail, but that was a motorcycle cop who stopped you.
I got in the back of a police car.
So, do you recall other police cars showing up?
Might have, but I got in the back of
Okay.
one police car.
All right. Did you then meet up with Baker?
Yes.
Where did you go?
To the restaurant that he had told me to go to.
Did you tell him what happened?
Yes.
Do you know anything about what this restaurant was called, where it was?
I know it was a diner on the corner.
When you got to that, did you have a conversation with Baker?
After I got in the car,
His car?
his car,
And what did you talk about?
I told him I got pulled over.
Okay. What else did you talk about?
He said, I'm going to take you to the well, first he said, don't worry about it, just pay the ticket. He said, did you get a ticket? I said, yes. He said, just pay the ticket. I'm going to take you to the airport. And we just drove to the bus station that takes you to the airport. He didn't drive me directly to the airport.
Okay. Was there a Van Nuys, were you in Van Nuys, a flyaway? Does that sound right?
That sounds right, yes.
Did you take a shuttle then to the airport?
I did.
Did you talk to him before you left about what you were thinking or feeling about what had just happened?
I did. I told him, I can't believe you had me do that. I'm never going to see you again. He said, and then he was like, you're good. Like, you're still a good person. I was like, I'm not a good person. Then he said, come on. And then he's like, don't worry about it. She wanted him dead. It's done. Don't worry about it. You're still a good person. He couldn't convince me that I was.
Did he give you anything at this time?
Yeah, he stuffed a roll of coins in my pocket. He said, take this. He said, this should be worth about $10,000.
When you say coins, what kind of coins?
They were gold coins.
Do you know did Baker tell you where he got those gold coins from?
I knew he got them from the safe.
objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Stricken.
Okay. Did Baker tell you where he got those gold coins from?
He said he got them from the safe.
Do you know what safe? Did he say what safe he was talking about?
The victim's safe.
Did you take those gold coins?
I did.
And what did you end up ultimately doing with those gold coins?
I ended up cashing them out over time.
How much value were they worth ultimately, all of the coins?
About $6,000.
And what did you do with that money?
Paid debt.
Did you cash them out in Los Angeles or when you got back home in Alaska?
Alaska.
And these coins were given to you, how were they loose? Or were they the kind like from the bank where they're rolled up in a roll?
They were in they were in a roll, a sleeve.
And he told you they were worth about 10,000?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes? Okay.
Yes,
So after he gave you those coins, did you take the shuttle then to LAX?
I did.
So what did you do since your flight was actually for the next day?
I went to the ticket booth and just changed my flight to the next available flight to Alaska, and they changed it.
And you went personally to the ticket booth, Alaska Airlines, at the airport?
Yes.
Or the ticket counter?
Yes.
And they charged you for that?
I believe so.
Did you pay it or did Baker pay it?
I think I paid it, but Baker reimbursed me. He gave me money for it.
Did he reimburse you the same way with you would use his ATM and withdraw money from an account?
No, he gave me cash.
When did he give you that cash?
The same time he gave me the coins. He had a couple dollars on him. He said, "Here, take this, change your flight, and get out of here."
So you took a nighttime flight, is that correct?
That is correct.
Right. And you landed back in Anchorage, is that correct?
That is correct.
Right. Now, when you got back to Anchorage, who picked you up at the airport?
My girlfriend picked me up at the airport.
Was that your now wife, Chloe?
Yes.
Okay. What about your phone that you had left? Did you get your phone back then?
I did.
Did you use your phone, make any calls to Baker?
No, I didn't use my phone. I used hers. I put my phone on the charger because it was dead.
So what did you use Chloe's phone for?
I used Chloe's phone to call Baker and let him know that I landed.
Was Chloe's number then the 907-401-01?
That's correct.
All right. When you got back and Chloe picked you up, then did you tell her anything that happened?
No.
Did the burner that you had been given by Baker when you landed on the 22nd, where was that burner phone?
Left with him.
At what point did you leave the burner phone with him?
Well, the day everything, I didn't take it with me, so the day everything took place, he left it at his house.
Okay, so you never took it to the scene on the 23rd, correct?
No.
So you left that burner, you never saw that burner or used it again?
No, I did not.
Did Baker tell you anything about any directions when you got home to get a new phone or a new burner phone, anything of that nature?
Eventually, yes, he did.
What did he tell you?
Excuse me. He told me to go get a burner phone from somewhere. And
Did he
so
tell you why to do that?
He didn't tell me why. Well, I knew why, so we can contact each other, not on our regular cell phones. So he told me to go get a burner phone, and I did what he asked me to.
Where did you go to get that burner phone?
At AT&T.
And that's in Anchorage?
Yes,
Okay. Did you end up paying for that burner phone?
I did.
Did he reimburse you or pay for that burner phone?
Yes.
And again, he sent you money on the account that you withdrew from an ATM, or did he give you money for that?
He gave me money for that.
Did Baker ever put money or minutes on these burner phones, meaning he paid for the service of minutes?
Yeah, the first time. I barely used that phone,
What other phone are you talking about?
the burner phone.
The burner phone in Alaska that you just bought?
Yes.
Was that set up through do you know what a Vesta account is?
No.
Okay. Was money put into an account for minutes from that phone from Baker, I guess is my question then.
Yes.
All right. You said you barely used it. Did you talk to anybody else on that burner phone that you remember besides Baker?
I think I talked to Birdsong once or twice.
Did you ever talk to Birdsong about what had happened in LA as far as the murder?
I never talked to him about it, no.
Did you text with him about it?
On the burner phone?
Yes.
I might have.
Okay. At some point then, did Baker send you a message on Facebook suggesting another way to communicate?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
He told me to download WhatsApp.
Did you know what WhatsApp is?
I did not at the time.
Do you now know what WhatsApp is?
I do know now.
Did you end up downloading WhatsApp and using it?
Yes, I did.
So what is WhatsApp?
WhatsApp is, to my knowledge, an encrypted app that allows unseen messages through your cell phone provider.
When you say unseen, what does that mean as far as using this app?
It can't be tracked or traced. It's encrypted.
On that WhatsApp, were you able to call Baker on that WhatsApp?
Yes.
And you can text as well?
Yes.
Okay. Did you use that app then back and forth in the time after the murder to communicate with Baker?
Yes, I did.
Was that the only form of device that you used to communicate with him?
That and the burner phone. Yes.
And the burner phone. So you never used your regular phone, to your knowledge, again to communicate with Baker?
No, not to my knowledge.
Up until that point, had you regularly communicated with Baker on your regular phone?
Yes.
Okay. How often did you talk to Baker following the murder?
At first it was once a week. Then it became like once every 2 weeks. He would just, "Are you good? Is anybody looking for you?" I was like, "I don't know." Like,
Were you good?
no, not even a little bit.
What was going on?
I started showing up late for work, calling out of work, and then I'd get another job that I didn't need. I planned my suicide a couple of times. I didn't want anybody to know. I was trying to figure out how to plan an accident in the winter. I just thought about how to get rid of myself, because he said I was a good person. I was like, I'm not good. People don't do this stuff. I was not a good person. I wasn't a good person. And so he would text me every now just to like check in, and I lied to him. I said, "Yeah, I'm cool." I'm not cool. I wasn't cool at all. And so I just buried myself in my work. I got like extra jobs if I could. People needed help doing stuff, I just did it.
Did you ever tell Baker the way that you were really feeling?
No.
Why not?
I'm supposed to be strong. You know? He told me, "It's like, you're good." Like, I'm supposed to be Chris. Chris is always solid.
Did you ever talk to anyone about how you were feeling, the suicidal thoughts, things of that nature?
No.
Did Baker ever give you any advice or suggestions about who to talk to or to stay silent, anything of that nature?
You know, he just said, "Don't say anything. Don't say anything. Keep doing what you're doing. Stay busy. You're going to be fine." And I did that, but I wasn't fine. I wasn't okay.
Did Baker tell you any plans that he had with the defendant now that the victim was dead?
One of the phone calls came right before he said, I was like, "I'm going to take her to bike week." He said, "Once we get this money, we're going to leave the country. Then I'm going to send for you." And I want you back. So go get you a passport. I never got the passport right away. I didn't plan on getting in no planes anymore with him.
When he told you once we get the money, who was he talking about?
Him and the defendant. And he's like, he mentioned, he's like, we'll go to Mexico or somewhere and we'll just live out the rest of our days there.
Did he specifically state insurance money?
He did.
Objection, that's legal.
So ruled.
He did. He said once we get this insurance money, like we're gonna be good. There's gonna be plenty of money where that came from.
So the plan was, he told you for him and the defendant to leave the country and then send for you at some point.
Yeah.
All
Once
right.
she got the money.
Once she got the money.
He said once she get this money and she bought a Mustang. I was like, I don't know what the relevance was.
When did he tell you she bought a Mustang?
I think shortly after.
Okay. And you said you don't know the relevance, but how did the fact that she bought a Mustang come up?
I have no idea. It wasn't relevant to me. I didn't care.
Did you actually have a passport when he told you to get a passport?
No.
Did you start making the efforts to get a passport?
I had already had paperwork for a passport.
Did you plan on joining them out of the country like Baker was suggesting?
No.
Why not?
Because I didn't think I was going to be alive. I was planning my suicide already.
You had no plans to leave the country.
No.
During this time frame, are you also communicating with Al Birdsong?
Occasionally.
And again, were you ever discussing?
No, this is vague, I object. What period?
So ruled.
After the murder, when Baker is telling you that the plan is he and the defendant are going to get the insurance money and leave the country, did you ever talk to Al Birdsong about any of this?
No. He would call and ask, are you okay? Is everything good? And I was like, okay, yeah, it's all right. And he would say, don't say anything. Ask for a lawyer if anybody comes knocking on your door.
Birdsong told you that.
Yes.
Now, did you know in the months after the murder that Baker was going on trips with the defendant?
He told me he was going to take her to Bike Week,
And where is Bike Week?
Myrtle Beach.
Did you know what that was?
Yes.
And he told you that he was going to take her there. Did Baker tell you why he was going to take the defendant to Bike Week in Myrtle Beach?
No. He just said I was like, I'm gonna take her to Bike Week, show her around. So yeah, he did tell me show her around, show her where he grew up.
Did you know Rob Baker to grow up in Myrtle Beach?
No.
That's legal.
So ruled.
Maybe I heard wrong. Did you say show her around where I thought you said where I grew up?
That is what I said.
Oh. Did Baker told you I'm going to show her around where I grew up?
I remember him saying that.
That's
Yes.
what he said to you?
Yes.
Correct? You've known Baker since you were young, but not when he was young. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then did you have a relative that ran into them in Myrtle Beach?
Yeah, I had a biological uncle that goes down there.
And was that just a coincidence?
Yes. He had called me. He's like, I ran into you.
Check, Your Honor, this could be yours.
It's this thing.
That's fine. Now, once Baker was taken into custody on June 14th, 2017, you testified to this. Since he's been in custody, other than what you testified to earlier, maybe a call at the very beginning, do you have any communication with him?
I do not.
The burner phone that you were using in Anchorage when you bought that one, when you got back after the murder, are you, up until your arrest, did you still have that burner phone?
I did not.
When did you stop using that burner phone?
After his arrest, I believe.
And what did you do with that burner phone?
I got rid of it.
So you had the burner phone and you were also communicating with him on WhatsApp. Is that correct? After the murder?
I think so, yes.
Okay. When we talk about the no communication, at one time you were contacted by Baker after he was arrested, though.
On the burner phone.
No, on your burner phone. Baker-
After he was arrested or before?
After Baker was arrested.
Oh, after. No, okay, no.
He contacted you one time.
I think so.
Do you remember what he said in that conversation?
Don't say anything. I'm going to take care of it. Just keep doing what you're doing.
Did he say anything about the defendant being arrested?
I don't remember that.
Well, did you tell in your interview that he said don't mention her?
Yes, he did say that. Sorry. He did say don't mention her. I'm going to take care of everything. Don't mention her. Don't bring anything up to anybody.
Did he also tell you to put it all on me?
He did.
Objection, that is leading.
It is.
Did he tell you anything else?
He said don't worry about it. I'll take care of it. If anybody asks you, tell them I did it.
Now, after you were brought to Los Angeles, then you're extradited, and I'm almost done with you. You're extradited in October of 2024, and that means you were brought down here to face the charges, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And at some point you were brought to court and you were formally arraigned, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, before that ever happened, were you visited in custody over right down the street here in Los Angeles by someone from the defense team?
Objection, Your Honor.
I was.
You may approach.
When we're talking about days, times, things of that nature, do you know the exact days, times, dates, things of that nature? Meaning when I'm asking you what time you went somewhere, what you did something, I know you paused a lot. Do you know the exact time of everything? Question I've asked you, the exact date in 2016?
Objection, that's
No, I'll allow that.
Exact date of 2016 as far as like
Well-
when we went to the hotel.
I guess my question is, I've asked you different times. When did you go here? What time was it? Things of that nature. Do you know exact times, or are you doing your best to remember?
I'm doing my best to remember.
It's over.
When you went in, Leslie, when you went into the house, did Baker tell you where Fabio was going to be?
Yes.
Oh, you have nothing to read? Oh, I'm sorry.
I probably might.
Mr. Levine.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have a photograph of Fabio from the Exhibit 13. Mr. Austin, do you see the person in that picture?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you know who that is?
It's the victim, sir.
I'm sorry?
That's the victim, sir.
Do you know his name?
Fabio Sementilli.
Okay. Did you kill him?
I was a part of that. Yes.
You stabbed him in the neck
Yes, sir.
in order to kill him along with Mr. Baker, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm still not clear. Why did you do that?
He told me to. I went with him.
So Mr. Baker had so much power over you that by just telling you, I want you to come with me and kill someone, that you did it?
He convinced.
Sustained.
He convinced me.
Okay, we know you did it because he asked you to. I'm asking you why you... Well, let me change that. So the only reason you participated in the murder of Fabio Sementilli is because Mr. Baker asked you to.
Yes.
Why didn't you just say no?
Wasn't a very... He was like family. And he said that his girlfriend didn't want him around anymore. And so he asked me to do it with him. And I went.
And that was enough for you? That he was family?
Yes. That he was like family, yes.
And you would have killed anyone for him. Is that a fair statement?
No.
Did you even know Fabio Sementilli's name at the time you participated in his murder?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you even ask?
No, sir, I did not.
Do you remember the name that Mr. Baker used? Well, the name that you used for him when you were talking to the police initially, and the Perkins individual who was put in your cell as an informant for the police? You remember the name you used to describe him?
The victim or
Yes.
the dude?
It was motherfucker, wasn't it?
That's what Baker referred to him as. Yes.
In fact, the individual, which may I refer to him as the Perkins individual? Sure. The Perkins individual, referred to him as motherfucker, and then you picked right up on it, and you continued to call him motherfucker whenever you were speaking to the police or the Perkins individual or anyone after that, correct?
I'm going to object on vague as to Perkins agent for this witness.
It's overruled. I already gave permission to use them.
Whenever they went along, whatever they said, I said yes.
No, but you used that term to describe Fabio Sementilli.
Yes.
Why didn't you just ask Mr. Baker what his name was?
I don't know.
You didn't care, did you?
I did.
You
But I
cared what his
didn't.
name was in terms
I
of
don't.
killing him?
I don't know.
You don't know. Did you know? You did not know who his wife was at that time either, did you?
No. Not until, well, recently, until the when we went there.
Okay, well, I'm not sure what you mean by recently. When did you first learn the first name of Mrs. Sementilli over there, the defendant as you called her?
When did I learn her first name?
Yes.
When I got picked up. I had forgot her name.
When you got picked up by who?
By the police.
When?
When I was first arrested, October 2nd in 2024.
Up in Vancouver?
Yes, sir.
And they told you her name?
Yes.
Well, they asked you if you knew her name. Remember?
Yes.
And you told them you didn't even know her name, correct?
That is correct.
And you told them that you had never met her before. Isn't that correct?
Sorry, Counsel, you're on the projector.
I'm sorry?
Nothing. There was an item on the projector. Thank you.
That's what I said, yes.
And that was the truth, right?
I told him I didn't know her.
Was that the truth?
Yes.
You didn't know her name and you didn't know her, correct?
That's what I told him.
And this was on October 2nd about of 2024, correct?
Yes, sir.
And they asked you if you had met her in Las Vegas in July of 2016, and you said no, correct?
Yes.
Was that the truth?
When they asked me, yes.
Okay? When they asked you. So, in essence, all the time that you were interviewed by the police, well, let me start so we don't get an objection of too many different items here. You were first of all, you had a Perkins person in the cell with you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that person spoke with you for several hours about your case and why you were there and things like that, with you not knowing that he was working for the police, right?
Yes, sir.
You thought he was just another inmate like you.
Another person like me, yes.
Okay. And you told him the truth, so I had no reason to lie to him, right?
What do you mean?
Well, he asked you why you were there and what had happened. I mean, we have hours of tape recordings,
Yeah.
right?
Yes, sir.
You told him the truth, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, why would you lie to him?
I
Correct?
don't know him. I didn't really want to talk to him like that either.
Well, whatever you talked to him about, did you lie or did you tell him the truth?
I told him I don't know her.
You told him you don't know her.
Mm-hmm.
Was that the truth?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And it's the truth today, correct?
I don't know her.
Well, did you meet her in Las Vegas?
I might have. I don't remember
You
seeing
don't
her
remember?
face.
Well, you testified just a while ago that you had not only met her, you'd met her several times, and you had talked to Baker about her and a whole conspiracy to kill her husband. Isn't that right?
You asked me if I had met her in Vegas. I told you I might have.
And is that what you told them? The
That is-
police
that
and the
is-
district attorney's office?
Yes, sir.
So you're not sure to this day whether you ever met her in Las Vegas?
Again, I might have. I don't remember seeing her.
Okay. And you didn't remember her name until you were arrested, correct?
Yes.
You never met her, correct?
I met her when she invited me to, when I met her at the gym.
Okay, so let's go back to that. So the only time you had met Monica Sementilli,
That I could recall.
well, did you do your best to recall everything when the police questioned you?
I did.
You knew they were questioning you about a murder case, right?
That's what they informed me.
And that your life, your future life, or your imprisonment depended on what you told them, right?
Yes, sir.
And over again, they told you, if you got to tell us the truth. If you don't tell us the truth, nothing good's going to happen for you, right?
Objection as soon as facts are evidence.
Sustained.
Did the police in Vancouver, in fact, the two officers who interviewed you are sitting in the courtroom today, right?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Byers and Mr. Farrell, correct?
Yes, sir.
Detectives. And Ms. Stiegel, the district attorney who just questioned you, was there also, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And they interviewed you, right?
Yes, sir.
And they urged upon you to tell the truth. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did you tell them the truth?
I did.
And you told them that you had never met or spoken to Monica Sementilli. Is that right?
In the beginning, yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And they asked you about the murder of the man you called motherfucker, but we'll call Fabio Sementilli, his true name. They asked you about that.
Restates the testimony.
That's overruled.
Could you ask me that again?
They asked you about your participation in the murder of Fabio Sementilli.
Yes, sir, they did.
All right? And you admitted to them that you had stabbed him once in the neck,
Yes, sir.
that you had participated in his murder, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
And they asked you, why did you do that? And you said, because he asked you, Mr. Baker, correct?
Yes.
Right? And they asked you what the reason was that Mr. Baker gave you for killing Fabio Sementilli. Remember that?
Yes.
And you remember what you said?
Insurance money.
Insurance money?
He said, what I'm telling you is Baker told me that she wanted them dead.
That's what I remember telling them.
You know that those calls, those interviews were all tape recorded?
I do now.
You know that?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I wonder if I could play for the court, but show the court and the jury some of the language of the interviews that were conducted with this witness during the course of the Perkins procedure, just to give, so I could then question him as whether or not this is what he said, and this is what they told him.
No, not right now. The answer to your question is a simple no. If it's for impeachment, yes. If it's to lay context, no.
Did the Perkins individual tell you that it was in your best interest to testify against the bitch, as they put it, meaning Monica Sementilli?
I remember him saying that. Yes, sir.
Remember him saying that the bitch is trying to get out, remember?
I remember him saying that. Yes, sir.
Remember him saying, but you know what went down, you know the situation, correct?
Yes, sir.
He told you, you got to save yourself, man. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
Remember him saying, the bitch going to trial, so when you get ready to go to trial and you've been in jail, what you think a motherfucker that fixed to go for trial, that's fighting for their life, is to throw names. But you know what went down, right? You know the situation. Correct?
That's what he said. Yes, sir.
He told you, but right now it's your life or her life, right?
Yes, sir.
Remember him saying, I know your situation, yeah, of course, you're going to have to switch your story up a little bit, but still, you got to get the shit right before they come talk to you, bro.
As it stands, that's the same.
You remember him saying, well, you got a job to do. It's up to you if you're going to do your job. You got two jobs you can do. You can do the job that's going to get you home or do the job that's going to get you gone. Remember that?
Objection, hearsay.
No, I'm not allow that.
Yes, sir.
Remember the Perkins individual saying, okay, so it was her setup and then your uncle's the one who's supposed to carry it out. So those two main motherfuckers right there, you just happen to get drug in the middle of some bullshit, right?
Which was very true. Yes.
And then you said, yeah, I barely remember this woman, just seen her, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was that the truth?
That's what I told him, but that wasn't the truth.
Why'd you lie to him?
Because I didn't know him to be telling him a whole lot of information like that.
Okay. Remember him saying, so they need you to get this bitch because just think, if she get off, she'll get that insurance money. You see what I'm saying? That they already know that the bitch done set this up, and you said, yeah. And then, I want you to listen to this. The Perkins individual said, when did you find out this bitch wanted him off for the insurance money? Remember what you said?
I think I remember it said after or before.
Pardon?
I don't remember. I don't.
Well, let me tell you, because it's recorded. You can check it out.
Objection to the speaking.
That's correct.
Your answer was,
Objection argumentative.
One moment. Counsel, as he cannot recall, you can approach. You can refresh his memory. Right now, you're not going to read it at all.
Okay, so you don't remember what you responded to that question I just told you the Perkins individual asked you?
I remember.
Asked and answered.
No, counsel, it's over.
I remember responding to him, but I know what I was told.
No, I want to know what you responded to him first. Could it refresh your memory? If I showed you a transcript or a transcript of what you said?
I said it.
I'm sorry?
I said something. I told. Who was it? What did he say again?
Okay, the question was,
What's the question?
you were asked in that cell by the Perkins individual, when did you find out that this bitch wanted him off for the insurance money? Do you remember what you said?
I don't remember what I said.
Let me approach, if I may, and show you the line that's in the transcript. Read it to yourself.
The day.
This is on page 21, line 37 of the Perkins transcript. No, I'm sorry.
There is no line 37.
No, I apologize. This is on page 128, line 7 to 14.
Hold on, can you say that one more time?
128, page 128, line 7 to 14. Can you read that to yourself? Read it to yourself. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Does that refresh your memory
Yes,
to
sir.
what you said in response to that question?
Yes, sir.
And what did you say?
I said, shit, the day I participated.
And the day you participated, you meant was the day of the murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you told that individual, you didn't know he was police, but whatever, asked when you first knew that she was off for the money, you said, shit, the day I participated in the murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was that true?
No, it was not true.
Why did you lie?
Because I didn't know him to be telling him my information, and I didn't know why he wanted to ask me so many questions.
I understand, but you answered his question, correct?
I answered him. I gave him an answer. It wasn't a true answer.
All right, and later on, that day, you were interviewed again by the officers and the district attorney, correct?
Yes, sir, I was.
And they also asked you when you first learned that Mr. Baker wanted him off because his wife wanted the insurance money, and you told them the exact same thing the day that you participated in the murder. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Why did you lie to them?
Because I didn't have an attorney present.
I see. And you were concerned that without an attorney present, this might incriminate you, right?
You could say that.
So it didn't concern you that you admitted stabbing him in the neck. You admitted that to them, right?
I did.
So that was okay, but what you were worried about is admitting that she had anything to do with it?
I'm sorry, what?
You never told anyone that day, October 2nd, 2024, in Vancouver, whether it was a Perkins individual or the police or the district attorney, you never told them that Monica Sementilli had anything to do with this. Isn't that right?
I never brought it up.
Well, they brought it up, didn't they?
I didn't brought it up until everything started refreshing.
Yeah, and you got refreshing when you got your attorney, right?
Yes.
Up here in California, in Los Angeles, a month or two later, right?
Yes, sir.
And you talked to him, right?
I did.
And I'm not going to ask you what he told you, but he told you, well, to this event, you knew that he had arranged for you to have a proffer, right?
He had told me that, yes.
And do you know what a proffer is?
I learned about it the day he
Okay.
told me.
So let me shortcut it for you if I can. You tell me if I'm wrong. he informed you that you were going to meet with the district attorney's office and police, right?
Yes, sir.
And they were going to ask you questions, right?
Yes, sir.
And they were then going to determine, based on your answers, whether or not you were going to get a deal or not, right?
They brought that up. Yes, sir.
Because you knew already that Mr. Baker had been sentenced to life without parole, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you knew you were facing that as well, correct?
Yes.
And you knew the only way you could save yourself was to testify on behalf of the prosecution, correct?
To tell the truth, yes.
To testify also, correct?
Yes.
So it was at that time was the first time that you ever said, oh, Mr. Baker told me that Monica Sementilli wanted him dead for insurance money, right?
After I spoke with my attorney, yes.
Right. And your attorney told you if you stick to this bullshit you've been telling, you're getting no deal.
Objection here, sir.
I'll withdraw the question, Your Honor. I apologize.
All right.
Mr. Austin, so let me ask you, if I can, did you decide, well, let me ask you this. You and Mr. Baker together, and you're saying along with Mr. Birdsong, Alfred Birdsong, is that his name?
Yes, sir.
So your testimony today is that Mr. Baker, you and Mr. Birdsong conspired to kill Fabio Sementilli. Is that right?
No. That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, where am I wrong?
The conspired piece.
Okay. By conspired, I mean talked about it, planned it, carried it out. You don't have to be the one to carry it out if you are involved in planning it. Didn't you and Mr. Birdsong and Mr. Baker, according to your testimony, plan and carried out a killing of Fabio Sementilli? Is that right?
Yes, that's the information. Yes, that's the information. Yes.
Okay. And that's what you've testified here today, correct?
Yes.
Now, you don't see Mr. Birdsong here in court, do you?
No, sir.
But according to you, he participated in this. He advised you. He coached you. He knew all about it, right?
Yes.
Is it your testimony then that the only thing that changed in your description of what happened between what you told the Perkins guy and the police and the district attorney in Vancouver is that you added the fact that Mr. Baker was communicating with Monica Sementilli and telling you that this is what she wanted as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, again, you never spoke to her about this, correct?
Yes, sir.
You never saw her except at the gym, correct?
And her home.
And the one time at her home. I'll get back to that. But there was no conversation at that time about killing her husband, right?
No, sir.
So other than that, all the evidence or communications, I'll put it, that she was involved in any way with the planning and killing of her husband is that you say Mr. Baker told you that, right?
Yes, sir.
You weren't even there on the phone with her when she was allegedly telling him that, were you?
No, sir, I was not.
You weren't listening in, correct?
No, sir, I was not.
You didn't hear her voice, correct?
That is correct.
You didn't see any text messages, correct?
That's correct.
In fact, most of the time he was in another room and came out and told you, she tells me she wants to do it, wants him out of the way, she wants us to kill him, he's not home, all sorts of stuff like that, right?
Yes, sir.
You weren't even in the same room with him, right?
Not all the time, no.
Well, can you remember any dates? Let me ask you this. Can you remember any dates other than at the gym one time when he introduced you to her, is that right?
Yes.
And as long as I'm on that subject, you believed, well, he told you she was just one of the girls he was seeing, right?
Yes.
You knew he had seen a lot of girls, right?
Yes, sir.
Was he married at the time that he introduced you to Monica Sementilli?
No, sir.
But he had been married to who, as far as you know?
Nikki.
Nikki, did you know someone like Dee as well?
I did.
All right. How many wives did you know he had?
4.
Okay. And how many girlfriends? Was that too many to count?
That's none of my business, sir. A lot.
Okay, but you saw him around a lot of girls,
Yes, sir.
a lot of relationships,
Yes, sir.
right? They came and went, right?
Yes, sir.
Kind of he used them and then discarded them, right?
Rejection, argument.
The same.
And other than seeing her once at the gym and once at her home, you had no further information as to what her relationship was with Mr. Baker other than what you say he told you.
Yes, sir.
Now, it's your testimony that he told you she wanted him out of the way for insurance money, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's your testimony today that that conversation started in July of 2016, correct?
Yes, sir.
And how many times after that did he tell you they had a conversation about that?
He didn't.
Well, there were other dates that year in August, September, October, right? This was being planned for months, right?
I would get sporadic phone calls from him.
From him, not from her.
That's correct.
And some of the phone calls included Mr. Birdsong, correct?
Sometimes.
All right. And I assume at times you talked to them about things other than killing Fabio Sementilli, or was that the only thing you talked about?
We talked about other things.
All right. Let's focus just on the killing of Fabio Sementilli. How many times would you say you had phone calls from either Mr. Baker and Mr. Birdsong together, or Mr. Birdsong alone, or Mr. Baker alone that dealt with the killing of Fabio?
More than 7?
Okay. So it was clear to you that this was a plan they wanted carried out, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he told you it was a plan she wanted carried out, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he told you you were going to do it, right?
Yes, sir.
And you agreed, correct?
Not initially.
Well, when did you agree? Can you give us a month, a year?
When he sent the money to buy my plane ticket.
When he sent the money to buy your plane ticket. And when did he do that?
January.
He
He said he's gonna send.
I'm
He
sorry.
said he's gonna send me. He said he's gonna get my ticket. I'm gonna send you a card.
Send you a card, the ATM card?
Yes, sir.
And your birthday was what?
The 20th.
The 20th?
Yes, sir.
So how long before that did he send you that card?
Maybe a couple of weeks prior.
And you got a ticket to come down on your birthday, correct?
After.
A day or two after your birthday, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're telling me that at that time, 2 weeks before, when he sent you the card, you knew you were coming down to kill Fabio Sementilli because, according to Mr. Baker, she wanted him dead, right?
Yes, sir.
And you flew down anyway, correct?
Yes, sir.
Why?
I couldn't even tell you, honestly. That the person I was so far, so long ago.
You have no answer for that?
I have no excuse for that.
Okay. But
It was wrong.
okay, obviously it was wrong. But what you told the police and the Perkins individual when they interviewed you in October of last year was that she was in an abusive relationship and that's my girl. Right?
That's what he told me, yes.
And you was like, oh. Okay? And then you were asked when you first learned that, and you said it was the day you arrived, correct?
Yes, sir.
That was a lie, correct?
Yes, sir.
Why did you lie about the reason Mr. Baker wanted to kill Fabio Sementilli? What did that have to do with you?
Is that the question?
Were
What
you
did I-
trying to protect Monica Sementilli?
I'm sorry.
Why did you lie about the reason that you came down when you told the police and the Perkins individual that you were told by Mr. Baker it was because of an abusive relationship and you were just going to rough him up?
Oh, I didn't have an attorney present to tell them everything that I knew.
So you needed an attorney present to tell them the truth?
Yes.
See? And you needed an attorney present to get a deal, right?
I need an attorney present to tell me that they got you on stuff, so you need to tell them exactly what's going on.
They got you and stuff, and you better tell them that she was involved if you want a deal.
That's not what my attorney said.
But that's how you took it, right?
No.
You got a deal, didn't you?
Did
So
I?
you're getting a deal, right?
Am I?
Well, I'm asking you, as you sit here right now, do you believe that as a result of your testimony today, implicating Monica Sementilli in the murder of her husband, Fabio, that you're going to get a deal?
I signed if I testify truthfully.
Okay?
Yes.
And truthfully meant to testify consistently with what you told them at the proffer, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And that's the first time you told them that the reason Mr. Baker wanted Fabio Sementilli dead is because Monica wanted him dead for the insurance money, correct?
I told them everything that needed to be said based on my counsel telling me to go 2 feet in.
Okay, go 2 feet in. That meant tell them what they want to hear, right?
That meant tell them the truth.
Okay. And again, was there some reason you couldn't have told the truth before to the police and to the DA's office?
I didn't have an attorney present.
Okay.
And
Let
I
me
was
ask you
very
this.
reluctant to tell them anything.
I'm sorry?
I was very reluctant to tell them anything at all.
You were very reluctant to tell them anything at all except for the fact that you killed someone by stabbing him in the neck. You told them that, right?
Yes.
You confessed to murder, where you could be in life for the rest of your life, but you didn't feel like telling him that Monica wanted him dead for insurance? Is that your testimony?
That's what happened.
Do you remember stating to, or did you ever state to the district attorney, Miss Stegel, and I don't know if I pronounce it wrong, and I've known her for long. I'm going to ask Mike, because he knows everything. I know. That's embarrassing. All right. Miss Stegel, do you recall telling her at the end of the day, all you care about is seeing my girls? Remember that?
I do.
And things have to happen, but I mean, what can you do for me, you asked her, to make sure I see my girls? Go home, but like I understand, like, do I need to testify? What do you need? What can you do for me? What do you need from me so I can go see my girls? That's all that matters to me. Did you say that to her?
I did.
And was that the truth?
Yes.
I mean, what do you need from me so I can see my girls? I'm a man of, I don't know what this means, depressy, it's a misspelling. And I know you're investigators. They've been very kind to me. They did their job. She says, okay. And you say, what do you need from me just so I can go home to see so I can go see my girls. You remember saying that?
I do remember saying that, sir.
And the truth is, now that you have testified to what they need, they told you to tell the truth, I understand that, you're going to go home and see your girls long before you would have had you been guilty or found guilty of this murder.
Well, that's speculation.
Maybe just staying on the first count.
Do you know that you were facing, well, do you know that Mr. Baker was sentenced to life without parole?
I found out later, yes.
How'd you find out?
I was told
By?
my mother.
How did she find out?
She watches.
Objection, speculation.
Just staying.
All right, but I think at some point you indicated that you found out because it was broadcast on TV, correct?
My mother watches a lot of it.
All right. But you didn't learn anything about Miss Sementilli at that time?
Well, she had mentioned her.
Well, you knew that they were both arrested together. It was all over the news, right?
Based on what I was told, yes.
And the news was that Mr. Baker and Miss Sementilli had been arrested for murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you knew Mr. Baker had pled guilty and was sentenced to prison, right?
Yes, sir.
The only one outstanding was Miss Sementilli, who was facing trial, and you, who had not even been arrested yet, right?
Yes, sir.
So you confessed as soon as you were arrested to the murder, but you told them that she had nothing to do with it. You hardly knew her. You never saw her. And it was only because Mr. Baker wanted to rough him up because he was abusive to her, right?
I don't.
Objection compound.
It is.
Distinguished facts not in
All right.
evidence.
I'll withdraw that. Thank you. Do you remember saying during one of the interviews, I'm not going to lie to you, I'm looking for some type of deal to go home to my girls. Remember that?
Yes.
And then I thought about it after watching your depictions of TV shows and things like that. And I thought about it, like I don't know what to, but if you need me to do something so I can go home to my girls, whatever you need I'm being accused of, I need to get home to my girls, Heather. You told that to the district attorney, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the end result is that you're testifying here today, and you are going to see your girls sooner than you would have had you not testified, right?
Objection again, speculation.
It's the same objection that I sustained before.
Mr. Austin, you described going to the house and after jogging up the street, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how'd you get to that location? Were you driven there?
To the street?
Yeah, where you jogged up and committed the murder.
Yes.
And you were in the trunk, did you say?
Yes, sir.
Of a Versa?
Yes, sir.
And you were also covered up with a mask and hoodie, and so no one could identify you, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, did Mr. Baker tell you why he was putting you in the trunk?
He didn't tell me why.
Did you ask?
No.
You had a knife, right?
He gave it to me, yes.
He gave you a knife?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he had a knife, right?
Yes, sir.
Where did he get that knife from?
I think he bought that knife.
You think he bought that knife?
That was the knife he bought from I want to say Walmart.
So he bought his knife from Walmart, correct?
Yes, sir.
When you were with him?
Yes, sir.
And he bought your knife from Walmart also?
I think he already had a knife
So you think he already had a knife?
at his house, yes.
Do you know that?
He's known to collect weapons, so yeah.
So
he
you
had
saw
one.
him buy a knife at Walmart and then give you another knife from his house for you to use, correct?
Yes.
So how many knives was bought at Walmart in your presence?
One.
But when you gave your proffer with your attorney present to the district attorney, didn't you tell them that at the Walmart Mr. Baker bought 2 knives? Isn't that right?
I think so. Yeah. Did he buy 2?
Do you remember that now?
Yeah. He bought 2 knives.
Yeah, he bought 2 knives.
Yes, sir.
I have 1 minute. Yes. I'm referring to the second proffer, first proffer, page 73. 77.
I don't object on the purpose.
You intend to state that for impeachment purposes?
Yes.
There's no impeachment.
Well, okay. Do you remember describing,
Yeah.
I think this is a separate question.
it's a question, do you remember describing to the district attorney during the proffer that there was a folding knife and then there was a hunting knife, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So, you're saying now that Mr. Baker gave you 1 knife and then bought another one?
How do you mean?
Or did he buy 2 knives there? At Walmart.
Oh, I think he bought 2 knives. But also, no. He bought 2 knives.
But when you met with the district attorney, you said he had 1 knife and then he bought a second knife. Isn't that right? Didn't you originally tell them that he had 1 knife and he bought a second knife?
I did.
And then when they showed you a knife, you said, yeah, that's the other knife. I must have bought 2 knives, correct? He must have bought 2 knives.
Well, at some point he would have bought 2 knives.
Did you?
But that night he bought a knife. I remember him buying a knife at Walmart.
Okay. My question is, did you tell them that in the proffer that night he bought 2 knives?
Yes.
Why did
I
you
think-
say he bought 2 knives?
Well, no. He had a knife. I know he had a knife at his house.
Okay.
And I know he gave me a knife.
But we're talking about what he bought at Walmart.
I know he bought a knife at Walmart.
But you ended up telling them he bought 2 knives at Walmart. So which is it, 1 knife or 2 knives?
I don't remember. I think it's 2 knives.
Okay.
I know he had 2 knives.
Let me ask you this: the police or the district attorney or both took you out to try to find one of the knives, correct?
Yes, sir.
This is like 7, 8 years later, correct?
Yes, sir.
Just recently, right?
Yes, sir.
And this was the knife that you threw out of the car?
I didn't say I threw a knife.
Oh, and
Is that right?
how did that knife get into the bushes or wherever it was?
I put it there
And when did you put it there?
when I realized I was running with it.
So you were running with it when you got out of the car.
Yes, sir.
After you left the house, you ran down the hill again with Mr. Baker, correct?
No.
I'm sorry, you drove away in the Porsche, correct?
I was in the passenger seat. Yes, sir.
How'd you get out?
What do you mean?
Did he stop and you got out?
He stopped and let me out.
And then when did you get rid of the knife?
Somewhere along the line of my jog.
And you said you were running and running and running and running. It sounded like a lot of running. Was it a lot of running?
Yes.
For what period of time?
Between 5 and 10 minutes.
And you ended up somewhere they showed you at Winnetka, some tunnel or something, correct?
After.
Okay. Where along that route did you get rid of the knife?
In a neighborhood.
And you don't remember what neighborhood?
Well, I went to the neighborhood recently, but I don't remember
But it
where.
looked entirely different.
Yes, sir.
And you couldn't find it, correct?
That's correct.
And then you said you kept running and running, and eventually you ended up where?
Close to a bus stop.
All right, and you were going to get in a bus and get the hell out of there, right?
No, I didn't know what I was going to do.
Mr. Baker showed up.
Yes.
He showed up in what car?
The Nissan.
The Versa?
Yes, sir.
He picked you up, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then he drove you home, right?
To his house, yes.
So you were never in the Versa when it was leaving the scene of the crime and driving down the street that leads to Ventura Boulevard past the Ralph's Market, were you?
No.
You know what I'm talking about? You know Taft High School and the Ralph's Market?
Recently, I remember seeing Taft High School, yes.
All right. Did you drive down in the Versa in that car right after the murder?
No.
Are you aware that that Porsche, along with the Versa, was seen exiting, going down that street just a few minutes after the murder?
Objection assumes facts on minutes.
Sustained.
No.
So it's your testimony here today that you never drove that Versa down a road that led to Ventura Boulevard, passing Ralph's Market and Taft High School. You never did that.
No, sir.
In fact, the only time you drove the Versa was that to follow him home from the bus stop
To follow him to a restaurant.
to a restaurant. And do you remember the route you took from the bus stop to the restaurant?
Objection to statement testimony.
No, I'll allow this.
From his apartment to the restaurant.
All right. Tell me the route you took from the bus stop to his apartment.
What bus stop?
Did he pick you up at a bus stop after you were running?
Yes, sir.
What did he pick you up in?
The Nissan.
Did you drive home with him?
Yes.
The Porsche was gone.
Yes.
You don't know where it was.
No idea.
When you did you stop to eat before you got back to his house?
No.
All right. You went straight to his house.
Yes, sir.
All right. Then what? You were supposed to drive back to the airport?
No.
When did you get the ticket?
When he told me to follow him.
Follow him to
restaurant.
his house?
To the restaurant.
To the restaurant. Now, you said that you were in the back of a police car?
I was.
Tell me what happened. You got pulled over with red lights and so forth? Right?
Yes.
Did you have a driver's license?
I did not. Not on me.
So you were a resident of Alaska at that time, correct?
Yes, sir.
With no driver's license
On me.
on you, and a ticket for what?
Seatbelt.
So they stopped you for a seatbelt violation, or they stopped you for another violation and found out you were not wearing a seatbelt?
They
You
stopped
know?
me for a seatbelt.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay, and then this was how long after the murder?
I don't know.
Well, an hour, 2 hours, half hour, what?
Maybe almost an hour.
Okay. And what happened when they stopped you?
They asked her, they did their standard protocol, license, registration. I told them I
Were
don't.
you able to show them either one?
No. Registration, yes. License, no.
You know who the car was registered to?
A rental place, Enterprise.
Do you know where that where that car was rented from? The actual Enterprise rental place?
Do I know the
Yeah.
Enterprise? Which building?
Well, it was rented from Enterprise, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Baker tell you that?
No.
How'd you find out?
Enterprise typically keeps a sticker in their windshield.
Okay.
And I took notice.
And do you know someone by the name of Paula?
No.
Friend of Mr. Baker's girlfriend?
I might have met her, but I don't remember.
Did he mention her at all regarding the rental car and getting the rental car or anything of that nature?
Said a friend rented it from me. I
Said
remember
a
him
friend
saying
rented
that.
it? Okay. So you're in a rental car without a license, and what do, the police?
They asked me to step out of the car and put me in handcuffs
All right, and where'd they put you?
in the back of a police car.
All right, did they ask you any more questions?
They asked me if my address was off of Catherine Avenue, off of Catherine Avenue. I said I used to live there.
Okay, so somehow they got that from their check of
Database.
you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you said you used to live there and now you lived in Alaska?
Yes, sir.
Did you give them your address in Alaska
Yes, sir.
and your contact information, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this was just an hour or two after the murder?
About that, yes, sir.
They ever contact you again, the police or anyone else, until October 2nd,
No, sir.
2024?
No, sir.
When did you get rid of your clothes?
Shortly after Baker picked me up,
And where did you throw those?
I gave them to him and he threw them in a trash can in a neighborhood somewhere.
Did you see him throw his own clothes there as well?
Yes.
Where was that trash can, as best you recall?
In front of a house.
In front of?
In front of a house.
Any idea in what location compared to where the murder took place?
No.
And then you end up the next day going home, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You changed your ticket,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
You paid cash for the change of the ticket cost, or did you use a credit card at the airport?
Might have used a debit card.
All right.
Might
And
have
that
used
credit
a
card
card.
would have been in your name, is that right?
Yes, sir.
This was nothing that Mr. Baker gave you or bought for you except for reimbursing you, is that right?
Yeah, he just gave me cash.
He just gave you cash and he gave you some coins, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you felt so, well, you described here and shown some emotion over the fact that you were involved in the murder of Fabio Sementilli. Fair statement?
Yes, sir.
And you have felt bad ever since, correct?
Still do.
Right? Bad enough almost to try and commit suicide, correct?
Attempted.
You attempted it. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And obviously it failed.
Yes, sir.
You didn't try again.
No, I tried.
Okay. Did you ever think, because you felt so bad about what had happened, of notifying the police and telling them that Robert Baker and Monica Sementilli had killed her husband?
No.
Why not?
I was told not to say anything to anybody.
But you said you felt really responsible, right? Right?
I was a part of it.
You were a part of it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't feel like telling the police who did it and how they did it before you committed suicide.
I feel like telling anybody.
And you didn't.
No, sir.
Did your wife ask you how the trip was down to L.A.?
No.
She didn't?
Well, no, she said everything good, and I said, yeah.
Weren't you supposed to be going down for your birthday?
Yes.
And you told her that, correct?
Yes.
And at the time you flew down, you had no idea whether or not Fabio Sementilli was going to be in a house alone or not, or on a trip or anything, correct?
No, sir.
Is that correct?
You asked, is that the question?
Yes. Did you know whether or not he was going to be home over that weekend so you could kill him?
Didn't know he was going to be at the house. No.
When did you find out?
When Baker told me.
When did he tell you?
When he picked me up shortly after, within that time frame of driving to his house.
So he picked you up from his residence where you were staying?
Picked me up from the airport.
Right from the airport, right to the house.
Yes, sir.
And did he tell you how he learned that, or why you were going to the Sementilli house at that time?
I'm sorry.
Did he tell you where you were going?
When we was from the airport?
Yes.
No.
Did
He
you
was
know
told-
you were coming down to kill him?
Yeah, I knew.
So why'd you fly down?
So I was hoping it wouldn't even happen.
Did he threaten you in any way, Mr. Baker, with any physical harm or any other harm if you didn't agree to kill Fabio Sementilli?
No. No, sir.
Did Mr. Birdsong threaten you in any way if you didn't agree to kill Fabio Sementilli?
No, sir.
So you get down to the airport and then you're picked up by Mr. Baker, correct?
Yes, sir.
Driving to Versa, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And he takes you immediately to the Sementilli house.
No, sir.
Where did he take you?
To his house.
So when you came down, your expectation was you were going to kill him, right?
Objection asked me.
I'll allow this.
Right?
That's what he expected me to do.
So when you landed at the airport and he picked you up, did you ask him, what's going on? When are we going to do this? How? Where?
Nope.
You didn't care.
He told me, just started filling in information.
I'm sorry?
He just started telling me information.
Like what?
Said, look, I'm going to text her, let her know everything's still good. He asked me if I was good. I was like, I'm okay.
He was going
And
to
then we
text
got
her and find out if everything was good?
Yes.
Okay, did he tell you what that meant?
No.
And he asked you if everything was good with you.
I said yes.
And that meant, are you ready to go kill him?
No.
What did it mean?
My well-being.
Your what?
My well-being.
Your well-being. But you expected at that point to complete the murder, right?
No.
Isn't that what you came down for?
Yes.
So where'd you go from that point?
To his apartment.
Good morning, Mr. Austin.
Good morning.
Mr. Austin, you discussed yesterday, as I recall, not wanting to really tell the truth until you had an attorney. Did I get that right?
Yes, sir. That's what was advised to me as soon as I met with my attorney.
And when did you first meet with your attorney?
In October, sometime in November.
Were you in Vancouver or were you in Los Angeles?
I was in Los Angeles.
Well, you had an attorney in Vancouver too, didn't you?
Who advised me that extradition was probably better than waiting to come to court.
All right, but that attorney was appointed for you up there?
Yes, sir.
Did you talk to the attorney at all as to whether or not you should talk to the authorities up in Vancouver and answer their questions?
The attorney in Vancouver advised that I waive extradition and say, go ahead and say you're ready to come. And that's what happened.
Well, I understand that, but you were interviewed several times up in Vancouver,
Several.
right? You talked to Miss Stagel and the two officers behind me. They interviewed you up in Vancouver, right?
On the 2nd of October, yes.
Yes. And you had conversations with the Perkins individual in the cell for about 5 or 6 hours. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't tell the truth to any of them, right? About Ms. Sementilli being involved in anything.
I didn't tell them everything. No.
Well, the one thing you left out was Ms. Sementilli, correct?
Yes.
That's the only thing you left out, right?
I left out a lot of details to them.
Well, but you told them up there that you had killed Mr. Sementilli, the motherfucker, as you put it, you called him, right?
That's what I told them.
That you had stabbed him, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You confessed to the murder, correct?
I confessed to being a part of it.
And you confessed to being part of it with Mr. Baker and Mr. Birdsong.
Yes.
So the only thing you left out was including Miss Sementilli. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Why did you just leave her out and tell them about Baker and Birdsong and yourself?
It wasn't until the detective took my DNA that, at that time, in my mind, they knew everything. So why even play with them?
Why even play with them?
That was my thought.
What do you mean by play with them?
There's no point in playing games with somebody who flew up from Los Angeles to pull me over and have me arrested on my way to work.
So you knew, whether it was DNA or anything else, that when they came all the way up to Vancouver to interview you, you knew they had you, right?
I knew they knew something.
Oh, what did you think they knew?
I don't know.
Well, they told you what they knew, right?
Pretty much.
And you told them, more important, what you did.
Yes.
So whatever they told you was enough to get you to say that you had stabbed and killed, along with Mr. Baker, Fabio Sementilli, an individual you never knew, you didn't even know his name, right?
Not at the time, no.
You didn't confess to them that you killed Fabio Sementilli when you were up in Vancouver?
I thought I told you yes earlier.
Told me what earlier?
Yes.
You did. Right?
Yes, sir.
So you knew they had you on first-degree murder charges.
No.
What'd you think?
I thought they wanted to ask me some questions.
And why did you think they wanted to ask you some questions?
Well, I would imagine.
I want to know what you were thinking at the time, or imagining. Go on.
At the time, if you pull me over on my way to work, then 9 times out of 10, they probably saw my phone number with Mr. Baker's phone number. So, I'm an honest guy. I had turned my life around. So, why even bother playing with them? Their flight arrangements, the amount of time they took to come out here.
Exactly. And so you decided they got you. Why play around? They've got your phone records with Mr. Baker. You're going to tell them the truth, right?
Yes.
But one thing you didn't know if they had was any evidence tying you to Miss Sementilli.
I figured they probably combined everything. I just didn't tell them everything until I got an attorney present to advise me on the proper way to proceed.
Well, you asked for an attorney while you were up in Vancouver, didn't you?
I did.
There's a site here where it says, you're talking to the Perkins guy.
Objection, this is hearsay.
I haven't really heard the question. Were you going to bring in a statement?
Statement of Mr. Austin.
Can we approach him?
All right.
up in Vancouver, at one point, you said, I told him I have to get a different attorney. Remember that?
I remember saying that in the form of a question.
Okay. And you talked to an attorney up there, right, about extradition?
Yes, sir.
Objection Vegas and time.
So ruled.
Okay. So my question to you is, they told you that they wanted to talk to you then, up in Vancouver, if you were willing to talk to them. And that's Ms. Stagel, Detective Byers, Detective Farrell. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
So you had a choice. Either talk to them or not talk to them, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you had already been talking to the Perkins individual and saying all sorts of things about what you did and so forth, and what you should do and whether you should get the bitch and talk about Monica and all that. You'd already had those conversations with the Perkins individual, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you didn't know the Perkins individual was working for the police and was going to tell them everything you said.
No, sir, I did not.
You didn't know that that was all tape recorded, so they would end up knowing everything you said, and we'd end up knowing it. You didn't know that either.
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. But you thought you had a choice, your own choice, whether to speak to the detectives and the DA, Ms. Stagel, or not. Right?
Yes.
And I read you a lot of quotes yesterday where you basically were saying, both to the Perkins guy and to the DAs, I got to get back and see my daughter. I got to get home and see my wife. That's the only way I'm going to do it. So I'm going to talk to you, right?
Yes, sir.
You even said, tell me what you need. Right?
Yes, sir.
What did you mean by tell me what you need?
I don't know how else to say it. Like, tell me what you need. You need me to stand on one foot? I'll stand on one foot.
Okay. Well, they didn't want you to stand on one foot, but they wanted you to give them evidence against Miss Sementilli, right?
They wanted to know the truth of what happened.
Okay. And did you tell them the whole truth as to what happened?
Not when I was in Washington.
Okay. But you did tell them about what you did and how you killed Fabio Sementilli, correct?
I did tell them my participation.
And you told them about Mr. Baker's participation, correct?
Yes, sir.
He got you into it, right?
Via defendant, yes.
Via the defendant.
Yes.
The defendant asked you to kill Fabio Sementilli?
Through Baker, yes.
That's what Baker told you, you say, right?
Yes.
And you told that to the police.
Yes.
You told the police and the detective up in Vancouver that Miss Sementilli was involved?
I don't think I told them that until I got here.
Okay. So that's my question. You asked them what they needed, right?
Yes, sir.
And you knew they needed Miss Sementilli. They, you know, the bitch is the only one they don't got. She's going to trial. Baker's already been convicted, blah, 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 right?
Based on what the information they presented to me.
So you knew the only one they did not have any evidence against was Monica Sementilli.
I did not know that.
Assumes facts, not an evidence.
Sustained.
I was unaware of it.
Well, then you tell me, when you talked to them up in Vancouver, you told them that you killed Fabio Sementilli, correct?
Yes.
You told them that you did that because Mr. Baker asked you to do it, correct?
Yes.
You told them that Mr. Birdsong was involved, correct?
Yes.
But the whole time up in Vancouver, you never told them that Monica Sementilli told Mr. Baker to do it, or had met with Mr. Baker, or had anything to do with it. Isn't that right?
Yes.
In fact, you told them that you didn't even know you were going to kill him. The first thing you learned when you landed in L.A. was, we're just going to rough him up a little bit.
Yes.
That was a lie.
Yes, it was.
Well, why did you tell them you were just going to rough him up a little bit and then tell them that you stabbed him in the neck?
Have you ever been pulled over with six people on your way to work, and then 2 detectives come talk to you?
I'm trying to remember. No, sir, I have not. But I'm just
Okay.
asking about what happened to you, and I'm talking about up in Seattle not being pulled over on the way to work. In Seattle, or Vancouver, I'm sorry, you had several detectives. These 2 gentlemen here, correct? Bias and Farrell.
Yes.
They didn't mistreat you, did they?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Well, you were there.
No.
They didn't drag you out of a car or anything.
No, they did not.
Miss Stagel didn't drag you out of a car or anything.
No, she did not.
Okay, they had you in a room, right?
Yes.
And they made it clear all they wanted was the truth, and they made it clear they needed evidence against Mr. Sementilli. Right?
They didn't mention that. They said, we know what happened. We want to know what happened in between.
And when they said, we know what happened, you assumed they knew everything about the case, correct?
Yes, sir.
Including the involvement you're saying now and yesterday of Miss Sementilli.
Yes, sir.
So all you were doing up there was confirming to them what you thought they already knew.
Yes, sir.
And you did confirm to them what you thought they already knew, right?
Yes, sir.
You told them about flying down, correct?
Yes, sir.
First you lied and said it was for roughing up, but then you changed that, right?
Yes, sir.
And you told him it was a plan to kill him, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the plan was with Baker and Birdsong, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you went out and you bought, first you said 1 knife, then you said 2 knives. Did they buy 1 knife or 2 knives? Okay. And you told them everything about the murder, including your guilt in first-degree murder by stabbing him in the neck, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you left one thing out with them.
I left a lot of things out with them.
You tell me what you left out with them.
I left out the day I landed. I left out.
I'm sorry, what?
I left out the day I landed. I left out what the plan.
The day you landed, you left out? You didn't tell them you flew down and then you went to the house and Baker told you that he was just going to rough him up? You told him that.
Yes, I did.
You told him that Baker paid for the ticket, correct?
I did.
You told him you were coming down the day before for your birthday?
After.
What did you leave out that was important?
I left out the night that we got there, that he was supposed to go to the store and get some food.
Okay.
I left out.
Hold on 1 second, please. Glad you brought that up. When you were talking to the detectives up there and even to the Perkins guy, did you ever mention that what you're saying now, that the night before you went out there with Baker to try to kill him?
No, I did not.
And why not?
Again, I didn't have an attorney present to advise me on proper counsel.
Okay. And then when you got an attorney down here in Los Angeles, then you told him for the first time that you had been brought out there the night before, right?
I told him the second time he met with me, everything.
The second time he met with you. You didn't tell him the first time.
Not in like complete full detail.
Did you lie to him the first time?
Didn't tell him anything the first time, so I didn't lie to him.
Well, eventually you ended up telling the prosecution exactly what they wanted to hear. Isn't that true?
The truth?
You told them that for the first time up here that Monica Sementilli was involved some way in the murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
Even though you had only met her at the gym and at the LA Fitness, correct?
Yes, sir.
Even though you had never spoken to her other than to say hello, correct?
Yes, sir.
Even though you were never looking at the phone or any text messages when Mr. Baker was talking, correct?
How do you mean?
You never saw him talk to Monica Sementilli where you heard her voice or you saw text messages.
That is correct.
So what you told them was that Mr. Baker had gone into another room, sometimes was talking and came out and said to you, she wants him dead. She's giving me information. She's telling me what she wants. That's what you told them
That's what I told them.
for the first time.
Yes, sir.
That you had never told them in Vancouver to the Perkins guy or to the officers there.
That is correct.
And the reason you told them that was if you did not tell them that, and you knew this, you were not going to get a deal. Isn't that right?
No, that is not right.
Well, you hadn't gotten a deal yet before you brought in Miss Sementilli, had you?
No, I did not.
It was only after you mentioned Miss Sementilli that the district attorney's office said, we'll get back to you. And then a few days or whatever, they came back to you through your attorney, and then they made you this offer.
Wasn't a guarantee that I was going to get one at all.
No, it wasn't a guarantee. It depended on what you said. Right?
Yes.
And you knew at that time, whether it was from your attorney or anywhere else, you knew you had to tell them that Monica Sementilli was involved in some way in order for you to get your deal. Isn't that right?
I knew I had to tell them the truth, sir.
Okay. And you're saying that's the truth now.
That is the truth.
And you, for the first time, said that you went out the night before to kill Fabio, correct?
Yes, sir.
Well, why didn't you tell them that in Vancouver or to the Perkins guy? Didn't involve her.
I did not have an attorney present to tell them everything.
So you told them that you stabbed him and you killed him, but you didn't tell them you went out the night before and did nothing.
That is correct.
Why would you leave that out?
I did not have an attorney present for proper counsel.
Did you have an attorney present up there when you confessed to first-degree murder?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
And illegal conclusion.
That's sustained.
Did you have an attorney up there when you confessed to stabbing Fabio Sementilli in the neck and killing him?
No, I did not.
Why did you tell him that without an attorney?
All the years I spent working with high-risk youth, I always told them, I was like, I can't ask you to do anything that I'm not willing to do myself. And they got to stand in it. And so that is what I did. I stood in what I did. And I let the chips fall wherever they may.
You told the truth.
I told a partial truth.
Well, you didn't have an attorney with you, right?
Objection asked and answered.
Yes, it is going over.
So you told them a partial truth, which was you committed murder by stabbing somebody in the neck, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
I'll allow this question.
Yes.
And the partial you left out was any evidence involving Monica Sementilli, isn't that
Objection
right?
asked and answered.
Cumulative. Sustained.
Okay. The whole time you were up in Vancouver without an attorney, and you're saying you told them the partial truth. In other words, you left out Miss Sementilli, correct?
Yes.
You told them that that Baker told you you were only going up there to rough him up. And he told you that the day you landed at the airport and drove over to the Sementilli house, correct?
Objection states the testimony.
So Earl,
Can you ask that again, please?
You landed in Los Angeles the day before the murder, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Baker at some point drove you up to the house where Mr. Sementilli, you were told, was home alone, correct?
Objection vague is the time.
so Earl,
When I landed,
Was it that day or the next day?
it was the next day.
Okay. Between the time you landed and the next day, did he change anything about you were going to kill Mr. Sementilli?
Objection vague.
so Earl,
What do you mean?
The next day, did you go to the house with him
I did.
and you put you in the trunk and you had knives and all of that, correct?
Yes, sir.
And why did you go there that night, as far as you knew that day?
Objection cumulative.
I love this.
With all the detail that I knew already, Baker said, I'm not going to let anything happen to you. Trust me. Just go with me, and I'll take care of everything.
Okay.
So I went with him.
But you left something out, what Baker told you, didn't you?
I left a lot out what Baker told me. Baker also told me not to mention her.
Okay, not to mention her, right? But he also told you that you were just going up there with him to rough him up because she'd been mistreated by her husband, correct?
He told me that that he was abusive.
He was abusive and you were going there to rough him up. That's what you told the detectives up in Vancouver and you told the Perkins guy, correct?
That is correct.
Was that the truth?
No, it was not.
Why did you lie about that?
Because I did not have an attorney present to give me proper counsel. And I
But-
didn't know them to tell him anything in a cell.
And then you went on and told them that you stabbed him in the neck.
After I talked to the detectives.
Did you change it and tell them it wasn't just to rough him up, it was to kill him?
I remember telling him it was to rough him up, yes.
Well, how did it get
Okay.
from roughing him up to killing him? Did he resist in any way?
Who?
Mr. Sementilli.
A
Do you
little.
think-
I think a little, yeah.
Oh, how did he
But Baker started stabbing him already, so.
defend himself? You remember?
I remember he was sitting in the chair.
Okay. And?
Baker had already covered his mouth and pinned him down to the chair.
He had what?
Baker had already covered his mouth and pinned him to the chair, and I had already covered his eyes, and Baker had started stabbing, so he didn't have a chance to really defend himself. It
So-
happened really fast.
1, 2, 3, boom, you got in there, right? He wanted it fast, Baker.
Yes,
And 1, 2, 3, you got into the porch, right?
about that, yeah. It was quick. It was really fast.
Really fast. But it wasn't roughing him up, it was killing him.
Yes, sir.
So my only question to you is, if you admitted killing him, why did you tell the officers and the district attorney in Vancouver that Baker told you the day you landed that you were only there to rough him up?
Because I did not have an attorney present to advise me proper counsel on what to say. I knew they knew something, but I gave them partial truth.
You didn't have a proper counsel to tell you what to say.
To advise me.
And eventually, you found out what to say when you came to Los Angeles, didn't you?
Objection argument.
Sustained.
And eventually, you came to Los Angeles, you got your attorney, and then you added that Monica Sementilli knew all about this because that's what Baker told you.
My attorney talked to me with with a partner and said, "You cannot BS me. You need to tell me everything."
Okay.
And I asked and confirmed, like, "So are you my actual attorney?"
Why'd
Are
you
you
want
sure?
to know if he was your...
Objection. Finish this.
You may finish your statement, sir.
I wanted to know. I asked him to confirm, "Are you my actual attorney, or am I going to get a new one?" Because I had met a different attorney prior, so I didn't know who to tell anything. He said, "I am assigned to you. You are my attorney," and I started telling him everything.
And what was the purpose of your talking to the police and to the DA here in Los Angeles at all? You'd already confessed to them in Vancouver, right?
My attorney advised me what a proper meeting was, and he told me I cannot hold back anything.
And you had already said to the Perkins guy and to the DA up north, in Vancouver, "I'll give them whatever they want. What do you need? What do you need?" Remember saying that?
I do.
Was that the truth? You would give them whatever they wanted so you could go see your wife and kid again?
Yeah.
Okay. So you knew the proffer was your chance to tell them what they needed so you could get your deal. Isn't that right?
How do you mean?
I mean, you didn't have a deal. They didn't say, "We're going to give you a deal if you just tell us what you told us in Vancouver, where you confessed to the murder."
No.
You knew that what the deal had to be is you had to give them Monica Sementilli. Isn't that right?
I was advised to tell them the whole truth. Don't hold anything back.
And you were told that if you didn't add Monica Sementilli to what you told them, there would be no deal. Isn't that right?
That is not what I was told.
Well, that's the only thing you changed, right?
That's what I added.
That's what you added. So why didn't you just say, "Hey, it's what I told you up in Seattle. We went there, we were going to rough him up, got out of hand, I killed him, I stabbed him, that was the end of it." Why didn't you just say that?
Objection cumulative.
It is, as well as argumentative.
All right. Mr. Austin, let
Yes,
me
sir.
go back to a few things that shed some light on this, I believe. When you spoke to the district attorney up here in Los Angeles, at one point you were asked, might there have been other people on these calls when you guys were having these conversations 4 to 5 months before the murder? Remember being asked that by Ms. Silverman?
Yes, sir.
So she was asking you if someone else besides Baker and Birdsong were in on the calls, right?
Yes, sir.
And you said, possibly I did. Remember?
Yes, sir.
So when she asked you if there are other people on these calls, you said, possibly.
Yes, sir.
You didn't say Miss Sementilli was on the call then, did you?
No, I did not.
And then the question was, I'm sorry, you did what? And your answer was, more, dash, dash. I did a lot of tuning out. What do you mean by that, a lot of tuning out?
When they started talking, I was either cleaning, watching TV, walking around.
So you were basically saying when they were asking you who else was on these calls, you were basically saying, I don't know, I was tuning out, right?
When I was asked were there other people on the calls, and I said possibly, that was the truth. It could have been more people on the call. I wouldn't have known if they don't say anything.
And Ms. Stagel said, yeah, and then Ms. Silverman said, that's not going to fly. Remember that?
Yes.
Well, what do you think she meant when she said, that's not going to fly?
Objection, second.
Sustain.
Well, you took that to mean you better remember more than just I kind of tuned out.
Objection,
And after you were told that's not going to fly, then you started telling him that Monica Sementilli was in on the calls because that's what Baker told you, right?
Yes.
Before then, you hadn't told him that, had you?
I hadn't told them much of anything.
Well, you started off with you didn't remember much because you were tuning out. And then you changed that to Monica Sementilli. You remember that? I'll move on, Your Honor. Now, at some point, you were also advised by the prosecution after you made some statement not involving Ms. Sementilli. Ms. Stagel said, I don't disbelieve you. I don't think anyone does. There's just, there's a lot of factors. We're set to go to trial, and it's Monica. And it's like we're putting it all together, and there's, you added some information that we may know, but we didn't know for sure. So it's, I see the value that you've added. Let me put it that way.
Objection to hearsay.
It's witness to subsequent conduct. It's overruled.
You've added value to the case as an overall and putting the case, as far as the whole picture. So you've been cooperative. You've added value. That goes a long way. Again, not a promise, but it means something. Every case I've done, the detectives have done is different. Every single one is different. There is when you say, what have you seen? Well, I haven't seen what. How you portrayed right now and the remorse you've shown. I haven't seen that a lot, but again, every single case is different. And you've helped us to define more or less, your thoughts, your role, so we can see where you're coming from. So we're just trying to get the truth in what happened. And you said, I'm telling you the truth. And she said, no, I believe you. I believe you. You remember being told that?
Yes, sir.
And because we know we've got one other person to try, and that's Monica, we know there wouldn't be you without Monica. What did you think that meant? There wouldn't be you without Monica.
I let her finish her statement.
Pardon?
I let her finish her statement.
All right. So we believe that you got brought into this. We do believe you. I think everyone believes that this isn't what you intended, long time before, if that's what you're saying. But at some point, you got brought into the loop. I think we just need an understanding and the truth and what you've already told the detectives about your role. Remember that?
Yes.
But what you had told the detectives about your role already didn't involve Miss Sementilli, right?
No.
It did not, correct?
What I told the detectives, I didn't tell them everything.
And after talking to the prosecutors here, you decided, for whatever reason, if you didn't add Miss Sementilli, you were not going to get your deal.
I decided to tell them the truth of what I knew.
But you knew if you did not add Miss Sementilli, there was no deal. You knew that, didn't you? Yes or no?
I decided to tell them the truth of what I knew.
After you had not told the truth any time before.
I
hadn't told anybody before.
Do you recall being asked a question during this proffer? Now, at that moment, this is page 90. Now, at that moment, did you know that she was in Las Vegas at the same time? This is talking about going to Las Vegas in July of 2016.
Counsel, is this the first day or the second day?
Proffer 1, 90. I don't have the line on this printout. Sorry. Mr. Austin, I'm trying to get to the point where you start telling them that Ms. Sementilli was involved. Okay?
Okay.
In the beginning of your proffer with the detectives, and there was 2 days of a proffer, right?
Yes, sir.
You broke for 1 day, and then you came back the next day, correct?
A couple days after.
And you didn't, from the beginning, start telling them Monica Sementilli was involved. You didn't say that till later on in the proffer. Isn't that true? After you talked to your attorney some more?
I believe so.
You believe I'm sorry.
Everything that I told him came from Baker via Monica from his cell phone. Everything that I was told, he didn't move until he got a text message. So when he got a text message about the killing of Mr. Fabio, everything he did after he got a text message, which told me that he was talking to her via text message. I did not hear him talk to her on the phone. I did not talk to her on the phone. But everything that happened in sequence was after he talked to her. I got pulled in because I don't know why I got pulled in, but I got pulled in. Like a dummy, I went with him. He told me, I won't let anything happen to you. You're not from here. No one's looking for you. And that's what I've been told.
Well, he was wrong, right? Something did happen to you.
Very much so.
Right. You got arrested. Right?
I got arrested?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And you were interviewed several times before the proffer, correct?
We're covering the same ground, counsel. Let's move on.
I'm trying to find out when it was that you switched your testimony to what you're saying now, which is what you said yesterday.
Didn't switch my testimony, didn't tell them anything until I talked to my attorney and he told me, you cannot BS, you have to tell them everything. So, you're asking me to remember something from 8 years ago. I barely remember what I ate for breakfast 2 weeks ago. With that being said, I did the best of my ability to recount from 2016 in July when I went to Vegas to have a good time. So I thought. And then conversation came up. And when conversation came up, I knew too much. He had told me that before, in the past. When you know too much, you can't say anything. So I didn't say anything. I did everything that Baker asked me to do.
Okay. But you didn't tell everybody what you're telling us now.
No, I did not.
And here on page 90, you're asked a question during the proffer in Vegas about Monica. Now, at that moment, did you know that she was in Vegas at the same time? No. That
No, I
whole
didn't.
trip then, did you find out she was in Vegas at some point? No, I don't think. I don't really remember that piece. That was at the proffer with your lawyer.
Yes, sir.
Was that the truth? You didn't see her? You didn't talk to her? You didn't know who she was?
Objection. Compound, argumentative.
Sustain on the first ground.
Did you tell them when they asked, did you know that she was in Vegas at the same time? Did you say no?
I said no. I
Is
did
that
not
the
know.
truth?
That's the truth.
She wasn't in Vegas.
I don't think so, but I might have met her there.
Next question. That whole trip, did you find out she was in Vegas at some point? Answer, no, I don't think. I don't really remember that piece. Was that the truth?
That's the truth.
Well, haven't you told us now that she was in Vegas and that's when you started planning?
I told
States the testimony.
Sustain.
Okay.
what I said.
Here's another quote from the proffer. Question. Page 51.
1 second, what line?
I don't have the line. It's on page 51.
Well, hold on then, please.
Certainly.
I'll have to search for it.
Certainly. I didn't realize the numbers on the side were the lines. It's line 8 to 20 to 20. It's been a while, Your Honor. Mr. Austin,
Yes, sir.
this was a question of yours. At the proffer, with your lawyer, when you knew you had to tell the truth, right?
Yes, sir.
Question, was there anybody else in these conversations 4 to 5 months before the murder involving how to do it, causing harm to Monica's husband besides you, Robert Baker, and Al Birdsong? Answer, I don't know. I don't remember other than us, 3. Other than us. Question, 3? Answer, other than us 3, I think. Question, you think? Answer, like who else? Like you're asking me who else? Question, was on the calls. I honestly don't remember. I'm not trying to lie to you. Was that the truth?
Yes, sir.
So you didn't know who was on the calls?
No, sir, I did not.
You didn't know Monica Sementilli was on the calls?
I did not know if she was or not.
Didn't you tell us in court just now and yesterday that Baker told you she was on the calls?
Objection states testimony.
It's overruled.
I don't know if I recall that.
Didn't you just say that?
I don't know if I recall that. She might have said possibly. I didn't hear her voice.
But here you said the only one on the calls was the 3 of you.
That I heard, yes.
Well, how did you know that she was involved then?
Objection vague.
Overruled.
How did you know that she was involved then?
As Baker told me, she wanted him dead.
Let's go to the proffer, page 54, lines 12 to 28. You knew the proffer was being recorded, correct?
I was informed.
One moment. Page 50,
4.
12 to 28.
Yes.
I don't think that's right. Page 115.
Page 64, I'm sorry.
From the first day or the second day, counsel?
Proffer 1, first day. Sorry, Mr. Birdsong. Page
His
60.
name is not Mr.
I'm sorry,
Counsel.
Mr. Austin. I double apologize.
No worries.
Okay, here's the questions and answers by you. My question to you is, did you and Baker...
One moment.
My question to you is, did you and Baker discuss the fact that Monica wanted her husband dead prior to the time that you came to L.A.? Answer, yes. What did Baker tell you about that? Answer. He told me from what I can recall, well, she doesn't like him. She's going to come into some money. Question, she's going to come into some money? Question, what does that mean? Answer, I'm assuming if he dies, she is going to get some money for it. Is that what Baker said? Yes. Question, if her husband dies, she'll come into money? Yes. Okay, so that was part of the conversation with Birdsong? Was that also part of the conversation with Birdsong? Remember that?
Yes, sir, I do.
So, he didn't tell you anything about insurance money, did he?
Objection, Vegas to time.
Overruled.
And Vegas to who?
Overruled.
Not until after.
Not until after what?
After he passed away.
After you killed him, he told you then it was going to be insurance money.
Yeah.
But here you said, I'm assuming if she dies, she's going to get some money for it. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
So you were never told you were going to get money from anything. You were assuming when she dies, you'll get it, correct?
That was my recollection at the time. They asked me to go backwards. So I went backwards to that train of thought.
Do you
Not
remember,
what I know today.
Do you remember saying, I'm assuming they were going to try to pay me, but they didn't say the amount?
Yes.
Baker said he's going to get her to give me some money for
Can
victim's
counsel
wife.
page, lines, and straight.
Page 1, offer 1, page 68. May I proceed? You said, I'm assuming they were going to try to pay me, but they didn't say the amount. Baker said he's going to get her to give me some money. I'll get Monica to get you some money. You trusted Baker. Is that what happened?
Yes, sir.
So nothing about getting insurance money again. Before the murder.
No, sir.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Austin. You were asked a question on page 73, line 6. If you can, and when you say he, like let us know who, because now we are kind of diverted a little bit. Can he tell us, if you're okay with it, Beth, just kind of like he picked you, what the conversation was? Like, just tell us straight through. And then she can go back and like ask you some specifics. She meant Miss Silverman, right?
Yes, sir.
They were both there. And you know what we're looking for is like, and you say, I know, you know what we're looking for is like, who's talking to who? How do you know? And you answer, I want to make sure I get what you're asking. Question, I know. Answer 4. Mr. Aval, your lawyer, says truthfully. You say truthfully. Ms. Stagel says right, and you say, I don't want to. Oh yeah, that happened. And then you say yes, and I just say yeah. Ms. Stagel, yeah, right. We want to know why, specifics. And you say, I don't want to do that. Why'd you say that?
Because I was trying to remember what they were, when they asked me the question, I was trying to remember everything that took place. The pause makes it seem like I'm making things up when I'm actually just trying to remember and give them the... Yeah.
Going on, question, if you could do it in your words, just kind of walk us through when he picked you up maybe, and then we can go back so that from your words you can kind of tell us, and you know what we're asking you is the conversation about the planning and who was involved in it and how you knew things. And you said, I knew things mostly from Baker. Question, okay, and if you just go through it then, question by Ms. Silverman. So you also said Birdsong was on the phone and giving, and you say Bird, I did, but in that sense that was more coaching, because again I was on a need to know. So when they talked about it, question, what do you mean by a need to know? Question,
Objection, there's no question pending.
Yeah, this is only too far afield. Ask your question, counsel.
Didn't you say they're only telling me parts like I've never talked to Monica other than meeting her, I'm cool, this is what I do. Did you say that?
Yes.
And when you met her, I was just being myself and pleasant. I don't know what's going on at this time. Right?
Yes.
That's what you want to know, you said, right?
That's what I said.
So the truth is, you never spoke to Monica or saw her, and Mr. Baker never told you anything that she said. Isn't that true?
A little compound, let me break it up.
Truth is, you never spoke to Monica about this case at any time, either on the phone, in person, or anywhere else.
That is correct.
And the only thing that you added when you moved up here was that Mr. Baker told you this, right?
Can you ask me that again, please?
Let me move on. I think we've gone through that. When you got to town, you went back to Baker's house. Is that correct?
Objection, Vegas is time.
The morning of the murder, when you came,
Very well.
the morning before the murder, when you first flew in, who picked you up?
Baker.
Where did he take you?
Objection, cumulative.
Sustain.
To his apartment.
Sorry, sir. When I say you sustain, it means you don't answer.
Thank you, sir.
And from the apartment, then you went to the store?
Objection, cumulative.
Sustain.
Well, when did you go to the store to buy the knife?
Objection, cumulative.
This all
Sometime maybe after 12
Where'd you go?
to a Walmart, I believe.
Baker already had one knife, is that right?
Objection, cumulative.
that we sustain.
The knife that was bought at Walmart, you were asked. But the knife that was bought at Walmart with you present, you used for the murder, is what kind of knife?
Objection, no question pending.
Remember your answer?
Very well.
Are you asking me what knife was bought at Walmart?
Yeah.
Counsel, page 9, please.
Page 76,
Lines.
offer one.
Yes, pocket knife,
A pocket knife.
pocket folding knife.
Pocket folding knife. And then you were shown a knife, is that right?
I was.
And you said that's the one. And the question was, is this the knife you bought with you? And you said, I think so.
Yes, sir.
Is that the right answer? I think so.
Yes, sir.
But you wouldn't call this folding knife, you call it a hunting knife.
Excuse me.
You called it a hunting knife, didn't you?
I called it a what?
Hunting knife.
No, I did not. That was a folding knife.
That was going to say. You only bought one knife with them, or did you buy more than one? Remember that question?
I believe.
This is still a proper, it's overruled.
Remember?
Yes.
And then you said, I think there were two knives. You bought two knives that night? I think so, yes. What was the other knife? That was a hunting knife, right?
Yes.
So first you thought he bought one knife, then you thought he bought two knives. Right?
That's what I thought. Yes.
So what's the answer, the correct answer if you know?
The correct answer is there were two knives during this situation.
I understand that, but my question is, how many knives did Mr. Baker buy the night of the murder? Or the day before the murder?
Two? Maybe he had one at the house?
So there were three knives total?
Pause.
Is that right?
Where did you hear that?
I'm asking you. He had one at the house, right?
He might have had the one at the house. He might have bought two at Walmart. That's a long time ago. I don't remember really. I know we went to Walmart to purchase a knife or two.
A knife or two.
There were two knives.
And you know which one of them you used?
Yes.
Which one?
I think I had like the hunting style.
Hunting style?
I think so.
Is that the knife you threw away?
Yes.
Did you see what happened with Mr. Baker's knife?
No.
Did you ever see that knife again that day?
No.
Did you ask him what'd you do with your knife?
I'm sorry, what?
Did you ask him what he did with his knife?
No, I did not.
He said you both took off all your clothes, right, and threw them in a dumpster?
Yes.
So were you naked?
No.
Well, what clothes did you throw off? Take off?
The clothes that you seen in the picture that we jogged up in.
What were you wearing underneath?
I was wearing shorts and a t-shirt.
Mr. Baker?
Maybe the same.
You're not sure?
He put my head down in between my legs, told me not to look up while he was driving. Both times.
When you got to the, well, what car did Mr. Baker pick you up in?
Which time?
At the airport when you came down there.
I think the rental.
What if I told you the rental wasn't rented until the day of the murder?
That's not it.
So by the rental, you mean the Versa Nissan, correct?
Yes, sir.
So it's your memory that he picked you up at the airport the day before in the Versa Nissan.
Yes, sir.
And then he took you where?
To his apartment.
And that's when you went to the Walmart, bought the knife?
Objection, cumulative.
Sustained.
And then that night you said that something happened at a parking lot, is that right?
The night I was picked up,
Yeah.
nothing happened in a parking lot.
Nothing happened that night in a strip mall?
No.
You didn't go out to kill Mr. Baker? I mean, would have been nice. He killed Mr. Sementilli?
It was arranged via text message that he was going to be sent to the store to get something.
So you did go out that night to kill Mr. Sementilli?
Thought the question was, did something happen?
Well, isn't trying to murder someone happen?
Objection
No.
argumented.
Sustained.
So he took you out there, is that right?
Yes.
Now you understand that these phones sometimes can be electronically traced to where you are at a certain time. Did you know that?
Objection relevance.
Still rule.
You know, these ping towers and so forth.
Yes, sir.
It's one of the reasons you didn't want to carry a phone with you that night?
I was instructed not to.
Okay, but Mr. Baker carried his phone.
Yes.
And you arrived at the, what do you call it, the location?
I don't.
No, you call it a strip mall or a, what do you call it?
It was the back of a strip mall.
Okay. And you said in one of your interviews that there was a Ralph's Market there. Remember that?
Yes.
And you're sure of that? To the best of your memory?
At the time? Yes.
Yeah, a Ralph's Market there at the time.
That's what I said.
On what street?
I have no clue.
You know how you got there?
Got where? To the Ralphs?
Yes.
Baker drove.
And you say you showed on a map that he parked on the other side of the parking lot. There was a long parking lot, correct?
That was not a Ralphs behind that parking lot.
There wasn't a Ralph's in that parking lot?
It was behind the strip mall.
The Ralph's was behind the strip mall? I'll slow down. Where was the Ralph's?
I don't know. I was wrong
Do we have
about that.
There's a photograph or two, Your Honor, that was marked in evidence. I wonder if I could use those. Assistant 249. All right, Mr. Birdsong, this is 249 page. This is 249 page 1. Recognize that?
Yes, sir.
You say you were standing by the UPS store?
Yes, sir.
What does this circle mean?
That's where the victim was parked.
And this is another photograph. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Number 2. This is number 3 is a wider photograph of the strip mall. Can you show us the route you took to get from where Mr. Baker parked?
Not from this picture.
I'm told there's a better picture of this. Mr. Babbage is correct. This is number 4 of the exhibit 249. You recognize this location?
Yes, sir.
Can you show us where Mr. Baker parked with the pointer? No, I'm sorry.
No, I cannot.
Which side of this? It was in the back, correct?
Yes, sir.
Where was the Ralph?
There is no Ralphs.
I thought you said the strip mall had a Ralph.
I said I thought it was a Ralphs at first.
Didn't you also, in your statement to the district attorney and the police, say that Baker said that she was sending him to a grocery store?
From what I could remember at that time, that's what I was trying to do, remember exactly where.
And you said a grocery store,
Yes,
and you said a Ralph.
I did.
You were wrong about both.
Yes.
Can you show me, tell me when to stop? This is the back of the, that's the strip mall. This is the strip mall, that's the UPS store. You see that?
Yes, sir.
So did Baker park somewhere behind this row of buildings?
Yes, sir.
On this side or this side?
Can you go down or go back? Go all the way. Go back toward the cars. Can you go back toward the cars?
This way?
Yes, sir. Keep going. Stop right there. Go down. Right. I think that's a dumpster.
Is this green little circle, you see that?
I think that's where he parked, but he let me out by a dumpster.
Where's the dumpster?
Go down. No.
That's
I think there was a dumpster somewhere in that corner.
Well, you got it right. Four directions, that's the last. So he went away from the strip mall?
He let me out by a dumpster and then parked in a parking space where the green mark is.
Okay, and then where did you go?
I walked there, and then there's an alleyway through there, and I just walked through the pillars.
Well, there's a little alleyway or path that goes right from here to the mall, isn't there?
I don't know if that's an opening.
So you walk all the way around here,
Yes,
and then Mr. Sementilli parked here, where the circle is?
one of those parking spaces.
Okay. And did you see him as you were walking?
Well, when I walked along the way, I looked into the shop and saw he was in there purchasing food.
You looked into the foe,
Yes, sir.
and you saw him purchasing food.
Yes, sir.
You were out there with your knife.
I was out there with a knife. Yes.
Same knife you used in the murder the next day?
Yes.
So where'd you wait for him? Come out of the store.
I was by the UPS store when he came out.
So you walked all the way down to the UPS store, close to the Ventura Boulevard?
Yes,
Why'd you do that?
because he was in the store buying food.
Well, but the restaurant's right here, and you park right there, correct?
Somewhere over there, yes.
Well, why'd you walk all the way down to the UPS store?
Because he was in the restaurant buying food.
And you thought that was the best place for you to wait for him?
Didn't wait. I walked down, then walked back.
So you walked down and walked back, what was he doing?
Once he came out of the store, he got into his truck and drove off.
And then what did you do?
I walked back to the car.
Was the parking lot crowded, or
I don't remember it being very crowded.
what time of day or night did you recall it being?
Maybe it was late, maybe around like between 8 or 9.
8 or 9 o'clock at night.
Between that, yeah.
You sure?
I'm guessing.
Well, I don't want you to guess.
It was dark outside in January. If I remember correctly. It gets dark in California maybe around 5:30 or so in January.
Right, but you said about 8 or 9.
Yeah,
So how long did you wait there?
did not very long.
So you got there about 8 or 9.
Mm,
What you saying?
no.
How long did you wait?
Wait in the car, wait outside. There
Well,
wasn't a
it
whole
didn't
lot
take-
of waiting.
It didn't take long to get to the mall, and it's you said it was an L-shaped mall, is that correct?
That is the strip mall.
No, but you said it was an L-shaped mall. It's really a U-shaped mall, isn't it?
Well, I remember the L shape, but it looks like a U
Describe
from
it
overhead.
by an L shape.
The letter L.
I me on the photograph what you saw that caused you to believe it was an L-shaped mall.
A little difficult for me to do that, sir.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
No worries.
Is an L like this where I'm moving it?
Yeah, that's the same way a knight moves on the chessboard.
So what about the other side of the mall?
What about it?
It's a U-shaped mall, isn't it, as you look at it?
Yes, sir.
So is there a reason you thought it was an L-shaped mall?
Because I remember the path that I walked was an L.
Path from here to here to here to here to here.
Yes, sir.
You sure this is the mall you went to?
Yes, sir.
So you come back and you say, I'm not going to do it, right?
Yes, sir. Say I couldn't do it.
And you were ready to go home then, right?
Yes, sir.
Why didn't you go home?
And my flight wasn't scheduled to leave until 2 days later.
Well, you ended up changing your flight.
I did.
So you knew you could change your flight.
Yes.
My question is, you said you didn't want to kill him that night. Why'd you kill him the next day?
I didn't think it was going to happen the next day. I thought it was over.
Did you discuss that with Mr. Baker?
No, I did not.
You didn't say anything to him like, I can't do this, I'm not going to do this.
I didn't say, I don't remember saying that. I remember saying I couldn't do it. He said, don't worry about it. I was like, cool.
Don't worry about meaning
And
you're
my
not going
thought
to have to
process
do
at
it.
that time, was cool. We're not going to do anything. Tomorrow we're going to wake up, maybe hit the gym, go get some food, just hang out.
Where was the knife? What'd you do with the knife?
I gave it back to him.
So you didn't have a knife, you didn't want to do it, you got up in the morning. Why didn't you just leave?
He was my ride.
You needed a ride.
Well, my flight wasn't scheduled to leave until the next day, so I had no intentions on changing my flight like that.
Mr.
Once
Baker
it was
went to the
done.
gym, is that right?
That's my understanding, yes.
Is that what he told you?
Yes.
What did you do?
I stayed in the room and watched TV.
Did you have any money or credit cards with you?
I might have had my debit card with me.
Okay. Was there anything to prevent you from just calling an Uber or a cab and just going to the airport and flying home?
My bank account?
You didn't have enough money to get to the airport?
I'm sorry, what?
You didn't have enough money or a credit card to get to the airport?
Not at that time, no.
But you said when you went to the airport the next day, you used your credit card to pay the Alaska Airlines.
Yeah, I probably had like a few dollars on it, but not to catch a cab to the airport. Then, if I would have caught a cab to the airport, I wouldn't have changed my flight.
Were you penniless at that time, Mr. Austin?
Excuse me?
Were you penniless at that time? Did you have no money?
I had a little dollars.
That you came down there without any credit cards or any cash to use in case you wanted to buy something or do something or leave or whatever?
I mean, I might have had my debit card on me, or maybe some cash.
So why didn't you use that to just go to the airport and leave?
You're asking me why I didn't spend money to go to the airport and spend more money?
Whatever it took to get to the airport, change your flight, go home so you didn't have to kill someone.
I didn't have that kind of money on me to do that.
Did you ask Mr. Baker to take you to the airport?
He was my ride.
Yeah, did you?
Take our morning recess for 15 minutes.
Mr. Austin,
Yes, sir.
let me bring you back just briefly to the actual murder of Fabio Sementilli. You jog up the street with Mr. Baker and you go in the front door. Do you immediately go in the front door after you finish jogging up the street?
Are you asking me to walk you through the entire route?
No, I'm asking you, when you got to the top of the hill, did you go right to the front door?
Up through the driveway and in through the front door.
Okay. What I'm saying is, there was no looking around or waiting for anything. You had to get in and out as quick as possible, was your idea of the plan, correct?
Yes, sir.
From Mr. Baker.
Yes, sir.
You keep your hoodie on, your disguise on, correct?
Yes, sir.
How are you able to see through that?
Barely.
Okay. So, who opens the door?
Mr. Baker.
You go right in and you head right to the kitchen, correct?
Through the hallway, through the kitchen, yes.
Okay. Through the hallway, through the kitchen, knowing, according to Mr. Baker, he's going to be out on the patio, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you had seen the patio when you were there, what was it, a couple of years before? When were you there? At the house?
A few months prior.
A few months prior? You were just there, you saw them, you got on the couch, watched TV, and fell asleep, right?
Yes, sir.
So when you get to the kitchen, there's something I thought I read where it was 1, 2, 3, go. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Who said that?
Baker.
And what did that mean to you?
1, 2, 3, go means 1, 2, out on 3, we go.
And after the 1, 2, 3, did you go with them right out the door to the patio?
Yes, sir, I did.
And then you described to us that you and Mr. Baker killed him.
Yes, sir.
How long would you guess, not guess, how long would you estimate, since you were there, you were out in the patio murdering Fabio Sementilli?
I wasn't out there long.
Long enough to hold him down, stab him 3 or 4 times, and run out, correct?
I stabbed him once.
Oh, I bet Mr. Baker stabbed him a few times, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is he wearing a watch? If you remember.
Maybe. Yes.
Was there any attempt to get the watch off him? Make it look like a robbery, burglary?
Again, my eyes were closed, so I would say, yeah, by the time I opened it, he was fumbling with his wrist and walked back into the house.
So you were the first one to stab him?
No.
Well, your eyes were open when you stabbed him, correct?
Yes.
Let me withdraw that. You knew where you were stabbing him, in the neck, correct?
I just went for the neck like he told me to.
I'm sorry?
I went for the neck like he told me to.
He told you to stab him in the neck.
Yes, sir.
He had been in the army, you knew that.
Yes, sir.
Did you know he was stabbing him where there were certain arteries or veins that would bleed quickly if he was stabbed there?
No, sir.
So you stab, he stabs, and then where do you go?
Once I see him go into the house, I go into the house as well. Make a right by the island, make a left into the garage and get into the car and wait.
So you didn't hang around in the kitchen or the patio or anywhere. You went right to the car after the murder.
Yes, sir.
And which way was it facing? Was it facing out to the street or facing into the garage?
Tail lights toward the kitchen, tail lights toward the back door. It was backed in
It was backed in,
to the garage. Headlights facing the...
so you could
out.
drive right out.
Yes, sir.
You sure of that?
Yes, sir.
So it's backed in, and you get into the passenger seat or the back seat?
The passenger seat.
And that's the one facing farthest from the kitchen.
The car was backed in. I hopped in the passenger seat.
The front seat was closest to the kitchen door. Isn't
The
that
passenger seat. Yes.
right? Which one, the passenger or the front?
The passenger. Front seat.
I'm sorry, passenger front seat. Okay. So you're sitting there, and you said you heard Mr. Baker doing something?
Prior to going to the garage, I heard Mr. Baker doing something.
Prior to going into the garage. I thought you said you heard something after you got in the car.
When he came out with a bunch of stuff.
Okay, so how long was he gone?
Maybe 5 minutes.
Couldn't have been too long, right?
Long enough.
Well, did you know what he was doing?
No, not at the time.
You were sitting in the passenger seat of the car, correct?
Yes, sir.
Were the doors closed?
Yes, sir.
Were the windows closed?
No.
Okay. And between you and the house was the garage, and then what? The kitchen came when you went in, entered through the garage?
I
Or-
entered from the patio,
Patio,
into the
kitchen,
kitchen.
and then you-
Herm Rubman.
I'm sorry. Go on. Patio, kitchen.
Heard rummaging, kept
But-
going
but
to the garage like I was instructed to do.
Okay, so you were instructed to stay in the car,
Yes.
and you did.
Yes.
Now, you said you heard rummaging. Now, I want you to describe what you could hear from the car in the passenger seat through the garage, kitchen, patio, and so forth in the two-story house. What did you hear?
I heard from the kitchen as I was going into the garage rummaging. Once I got to the garage, I sat there and I waited. Didn't hear much until he started coming downstairs.
Did you see any rummaging when you were going into the garage?
No, sir.
Did you see where he was going?
No, sir.
Was he bleeding?
Didn't look.
Did you see any blood on him at all?
Wasn't paying attention.
Well, what about when he got in the car and started driving? Did you see blood on his hand, blood on his shoes, blood on his pants?
He put my head down in between my legs and told me to get down.
So my question, your answer is no.
Yes.
And you're saying he was gone about 2 to 5 minutes? Say 2 minutes yesterday, 5 minutes today?
In between 2 to 5 minutes.
And then you saw him, you didn't see where he went in the house.
No, sir.
But you just heard rummaging.
Before I got to the garage,
What kind of rummaging? Like what?
like things opening, like a drawer,
You heard a drawer from where you were.
briefly.
Okay.
That's what it sounded like.
Did he tell you why he wasn't taking you with you to make it look more rummaging and do it quicker?
No, sir.
So you just followed his instructions, right?
Yes, sir.
Throughout this whole terrible event, you just followed his instructions, correct?
Yes, sir.
So he comes back with what?
A pillowcase with stuff in it.
So you run up to the house, go into the patio and kill him, and he goes and leaves about 2 to 5 minutes. The whole time you were in the house couldn't have been more than 10 minutes, right?
If you include the garage, yeah, maybe about that.
Maybe even less if you don't include the garage, right?
Sure.
I mean, wasn't that the idea, to get in and out as quickly as possible?
Yes, sir.
Didn't he say something about a daughter, or his wife was gonna, Fabio's wife was gonna show up or something?
If I recall correctly, he said, shit, his daughter. I think his daughter.
Well-
I think that's his daughter.
I think what?
I believe that's what he said.
When?
When he was driving out.
When he was driving out, he says, I think that's his daughter.
Yes.
Because there was a car driving up.
Yes.
Did you see that car?
No.
But before you got to the house, didn't he say something about hurrying up because someone might be coming home? I thought you tried to say it was Monica or her daughter. You tell me.
Yes, that's what he said.
What did he say?
He said somebody might be coming home.
Somebody might be coming home. And when did he say that?
On the way up, I believe.
on the way up the street that you're jogging, he said, we better hurry up because someone might be coming home.
He didn't say those words.
Well, something to that effect?
It's just something to that effect, yes.
And that's why you did it so fast.
That's why I went with him.
Pardon?
He told me to go with him, so
All
that's
right.
what he said.
And then you did it the way you just described.
Yes, sir.
At any time, did you see Fabio on the phone before he was stabbed by you and Mr. Baker?
No, he might have been smoking a cigar.
Okay. But I mean, was he on the phone taking a call, or did the phone ring, or did you see him on his computer or anything like that?
No,
Did he look like he was asleep when you killed him?
no,
Did you see a computer there?
no,
So he didn't move at all from where he was lying or sitting in that chair from the time you got out there 1, 2, 3 until he was knifed to death. He didn't really move or anything. Is that right?
yes, yes.
Mr. Austin, I just want to go back one more time to the transcript of the proffer 1, page 107. Someone brings up a plan. Question is, was it Baker or Birdsong? And you say I believe they were kind of working together. You meant Baker and Birdsong, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's okay, and you say like they were both former government. So again, question, well, I hope government people don't plan to. And you say they were talking among each other on how to do it. What did you think you meant by, what did you mean by how to do it?
How to cause harm to someone?
How to do the murder? Or did you know even then they were talking about a murder?
I saw them go into a room after our conversation.
And when was this and where, if you remember?
I think we were in Vegas.
The one where you said you never saw Monica, right?
Yes, sir.
You never saw her, did you?
I don't recall seeing her.
Okay. And then the question is by Ms. Silverman in front of you, that is talking among themselves, and you say, yeah, I remember, yeah, and question, like what? And you say, he could probably do it. He's fast enough. I'm like fast enough. Like, what do you mean? And they started, Miss Stagel says, were they talking about how to do it? And you say, how to do it. So you believe they were talking about how to do what?
Cause harm to a family?
Cause harm to somebody.
Yes, sir.
But you didn't know who then?
No, sir.
Question, like how did they say, let's talk first weapons. Were they talking how, whether it would be shooting, knife? And you said shoot. And then it was question, beat up? And you said first talk about beat up. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
Saying that? So they were talking about beating him up. Right?
Yes, sir.
That's exactly what you told the people in Vancouver and the Perkins person and the DA and Miss Stagel. That Baker told you the day you arrived, we're just going to rough him up. Right?
Yes, sir.
So they were talking about it back then, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you say, and then they maybe you could sneak in while he's sleeping. Did they say that?
It was discussed.
Who was saying that? Do you recall, Baker or Birdsong?
Baker.
Maybe you could sneak in while he's sleeping. And who was referring to, if you know, as he you could sneak in? Did you know?
The victim.
Huh?
The victim.
No, but who was going to sneak in? It said, you
want-
said they
he wanted
said you
me to-
heard
He wanted me to do it.
you. Okay, so they were talking about you sneaking in, and then the answer is Monica can leave, you can tie him up and do it then. Remember that?
Yes.
Question, at this point, did it sound like, from what they were saying, that Monica was in on this as well? Remember that question?
Yes.
And you said it seemed that way, yes. Question, why? Answer, just because it was like how, not how the conversation is, just how they were going, like Baker was on his phone a lot. Question, okay, could you hear him talking to someone or just texting? Answer, no, he was texting. Question, and did you think he was texting Monica or the woman at this point? And you said, I think so. So you didn't know if he was texting Monica or not, did you?
Not entirely.
Well, you said, I think so. You didn't know, right?
Right.
And the question, but I guess the question is why. That is why you thought he was texting Monica or a woman at this point. And you say, but I don't, what do you mean? Question, this is from the DA. Like, why do you think she was in on it and he was maybe communicating with her? And your answer is probably because they were messing with each other. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
So you thought it was Monica he was talking about because he had told you at the gym that he was messing with her, right?
He was messing with her prior.
That was some time before, right?
Yes, sir.
You didn't know if he was still even messing with her, did you?
Didn't really cross my mind to be diving into his relations.
So, but you knew on one time he had introduced you to her and as someone you thought he was messing with.
Yes.
What does messing with mean?
Having relations.
Okay. And that's why you thought they were talking about him because they were messing with each other.
Yes.
Question, well, was he like responding to text and saying, oh, and you can do this, or he won't be home at this time? Did he seem like he was referencing his phone while he was talking? Answer, the day of, I can. Okay, there. If you're going, we'll get there. Okay, so where are you? You say still in Vegas. I don't know about that piece. Question, question, okay, answer. They were talking about it. It seemed like they would be, okay, they say.
There's no question pending.
Counsel, you're reading the entire transcript and not asking.
No, it's almost done.
Well,
That doesn't help me. That doesn't help me. Get to your question.
Okay, but the last thing you say, that would be, she would be the person why of feeding the information. Okay.
Same objection.
Not to this last.
And
Same objection.
Wait a second.
there's one more question by Ms. Silverman, which is relevant to this.
Very well. Get to it.
And when you first met Monica in Vegas during the 2016 visit at the Aria, was there conversation in front of her between you and Baker about getting rid of her husband? Answer, no. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Is that the truth?
Yes, sir.
So there was no conversation in Vegas about getting rid of her husband with Monica that you were a part of or you heard about?
Not in front of me.
Mr. Austin, we talked yesterday about how you felt about doing what you did, and we went through all that. And you felt terrible about it, right?
Yes, sir.
But not terrible enough to call the authorities and tell them what had happened or who had done it, even if you were going to commit suicide. You didn't do that.
We've been through this, counsel. Move on.
What happened with the 6 gold coins?
I cashed them out.
How long after the murder did you cash them?
maybe February.
So the murder was January, end of January, and you cashed him within a week or two? Is that right?
Maybe 2-3 weeks
And where did you cash him?
in Alaska.
But how did you cash him?
I gave them to a person who dealt with gold, and they told me what they were.
You gave him to a person who dealt with gold?
Yes, sir.
It was something you did often?
No.
How'd you find someone who dealt with gold?
I was in the mall.
And you just put on a sign, deal with gold, see me?
Well,
Objection, argument.
Sustain.
How did you find the person?
I believe at the time in the mall there was a trade your jewelry in, trade gold jewelry in for gold.
So within a week or two of murdering Fabio Sementilli, you went in and traded that gold for money, correct?
No.
You didn't cash it in for money?
You said within a week or two. It was a little longer than that.
Well, you tell me, how long?
About almost a month.
Almost a month. You take the gold, cash it in for money, and then what did you do with the money?
Paid off some debts.
Didn't you consider that blood money?
Objection, argument.
Sustain.
I have nothing further.
Yes. Mr. Austin, we are going to back up to the day that you were arrested in Vancouver. That morning when you were arrested, you were taken to the police department, and that's the first time that you had any contact with law enforcement regarding what had occurred on January 23rd, 2017 with the killing of Fabio, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you went to this police station, just to go through the sequence of events, you were arrested by officers and then you were transported to Vancouver Police Department, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you were put in the cell with the undercover agent, it's been referred to as a Perkins agent, but do you know the term Perkins?
No, sir.
Okay.
No, ma'am.
Well, thank you. The term Perkins, then, it was an undercover agent that you thought was a cellmate, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you testified to, in the beginning, you were uncomfortable. Now, is that correct with this talking?
Yes, ma'am.
Regarding that undercover agent, you actually did discuss the defendant with that undercover agent in certain respects, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you recall, you were put in the cell and then the Detective Farrell came in. Do you remember him coming to you and telling you basically, we know you were there, we just want to know what happened in between. We know you were there, we know how you left, we want to know what happened in between. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then when Mr. Farrell left, you were left alone with your cellmate, who you believe to be another inmate with you in custody, I should call it.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
So you brought up, and this is for reference, the Perkins transcript, page 106 for counsel. You actually did bring up, and that's line 4 through 7, you did bring up the defendant, the female, and it was sparked because you knew that there was a lady involved. Farrell had told you that those were arrested, right? So
Yes,
that
ma'am.
Baker and a female. The word lady was used, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And at that point, your cellmate,
Objection, that is in fact not an evidence, Your Honor.
So rule.
at that point, your cellmate, the undercover agent, said, and the bitch, who they got. Did you ever meet that bitch? And you said, seen her, but I don't know her. Right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the topic of Monica, or the defendant, I should say, was brought up by the cellmate, and you admitted that you...
That misstates the evidence. Monica was not brought up.
She indicated that. It's overruled.
Not the specific name, Mr. Austin, but the female, and you knew who it was in reference to, the defendant. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that was brought up, and you said, but I don't know her. Correct?
Yes.
Defense asked you a lot of questions about that statement about you don't know her. Today, do you know her?
No.
And when you say, I don't know her, what does that mean?
Favorite color, cereal, what you like to watch, what do you like to do for hobbies, birthday, what type of things do you like to shop for, what makes you happy, what makes you sad, what are your coping skills.
So to this day, when you say, I don't know her, she was never a friend of yours, right?
Yes.
But you knew who she was.
Yes.
So were you ever denying that you knew who this defendant was?
No.
You just don't know her personally. You didn't have a personal relationship with the defendant of any nature.
That is correct.
And is that consistent with what you've repeatedly said in every single interview as well as here in trial?
That is correct.
Detective Farrell then pulls you out for an interview. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And it was Detective Farrell and Detective Byers. They put you in that room and they interviewed you. And at that point, did they advise you or let you know, your Miranda rights, it's called, that you have a right to an attorney, you can have an attorney present?
Yes.
And you talked a little bit about maybe I should have attorney, maybe I shouldn't, correct?
Yes.
And they let you make a decision. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you feel at any point like you were coerced into talking to either of the detectives without an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Did you actually tell them that you wanted to talk to them?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is it that you want? Why did you want to talk to them at that point? What's going on in your mind that you felt like you wanted to talk to them?
At that moment in time, I didn't want to play with them. If they flew all the way up and had me pulled over and brought in to have me answer questions, I didn't want to waste their time.
Okay. At that time, is it fair that, for lack of better words, are you freaking out? Are you stressed out?
Very much so.
Are you thinking about now your culpability, what you did, and your role?
Yes.
In this moment, when you've been arrested after 7 years of not hearing from any law enforcement, and you've been arrested and you've been told that you have a warrant for your arrest, are you thinking about everybody else involved, or are you thinking about yourself and your role at this time?
I'm only thinking about myself and my role at that point in time.
So when you testified with the detectives and you told them that you had stabbed...
Objection to word testifying.
That's correct.
That's fine. Sorry. When you interviewed with the detectives and you told them that you had stabbed the defendant, was that a way of getting something off your chest?
Yes.
Did you ever go in that conversation to the whole pre-planning conversation about how it all came together, or was this more of a confessional to your role?
It was a confessional to my role.
During that interview, though, you were asked about other individuals, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were actually asked by the detectives some questions. So Monica, or the defendant, did come up in those interviews in Washington in October of 2024.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's not like the topic of the defendant never came up, right?
Objection. This states the evidence, Your Honor. Defendant never...
Stop. We're talking about this.
Sorry.
It would be overruled as to that. It is leading.
Okay, well, let me... Page 54 of the interview, lines 14, starting at line 14. let me just get my page. The interview? One second. Oh, sorry, it's line page 52.
I'm sorry. Line what? I'm so sorry. Page what?
Let's start at line 5. Page 52. 52 of the interview in Washington. Detective Farrell asks you, how did you, when he said, we're going to go rough her up, dude, how did he know when to go? Was he talking to her? And you said, I believe so. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then Detective Farrell said, were you present when he was talking to her? There's no response at that point. Detective Farrell asked you, so what makes you believe that? You responded, he would tell me. Detective Farrell asked you, say what? Like what? You responded. She says she's in the house, and then you corrected it. She said he's in the house. Are you referring to the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
Detective Farrell said, okay. Detective Byers commented, that's obviously before, and you said yes. Detective Byers followed up with, and then at that point, it's go time from him. Like when he says, she says he's in the house. Like, okay, let's go, and you agreed. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So you did talk about the defendant's role in this plan to kill the defendant in Washington with the detectives.
Yes, ma'am.
And again, on page 66 of the interview, line 1, you brought up, I remember him saying she's going to get some money. We're off. We're good. I was like, oh, okay, cool. There's some small talk and jumping down. Detective Byers asked you, did you ever get money? You said, I don't know. Or did he ever get money? I'm sorry. You said, I don't know. Then Detective Byers asks you, did you ever get any amount of money from this? And you responded, he gave me a couple of gold coins from his collection. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he ever tell you where those gold coins came from?
The detective?
Yes. I'm sorry, no. Baker.
Later he did. Yeah, he told me it came from the safe.
Page 95. And during this interview then, you were put back in the cell then, okay? So after you talked to them, you talked about Monica's, or the defendant's role in this, that she told Baker he's in the house now so you knew when to go. They put you back in the cell then with the undercover agent, and at that point, did you feel free to start talking a little bit no more because now you had interviewed with the detectives?
A little bit, yeah.
And did you start talking to that agent some more?
Yes.
Did you tell him any of the things that you talked about in the interview?
Yes.
And this is the Perkins transcript, page 122. Actually, we'll start on 121, line 19. When you were put back in the cell, the agent asked you, what did they say? And you said, I don't know. I asked for an attorney after I talked to the investigators. I'm honest with them, so. And the agent responded, so basically you told him the truth. You said, actually because of that woman. What woman were you referring to?
The defendant.
The agent then asked you, he said something, who the fuck is Monica? Is that the bitch? And you said, I think that's her name, yeah. So again, you brought up the defendant to this undercover agent, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then down on line 24, you told the agent, I was honest. And the agent said to me, it sounded like the bitch is the one who planned this shit. I think defense actually asked you that question. And you agreed and you said, yeah, she did. And again, this is in Washington, the day that you're arrested.
Yes, ma'am.
The agent asked you, what was the fucking reason? And at that point in Washington, the day you're arrested, you told that undercover agent insurance money. And you also stated he was an abusive husband. So you did know about the insurance money, and you told the detectives about that even in Washington, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
When you stated that he was an abusive husband, is that what you were told by Baker?
Yes, ma'am.
The undercover agent then asked you how much insurance? And you stated, I wasn't going to get any of that, and I'm mad that I was even part of it. The agent followed up with, I'm going to use his grammar, you wasn't going to get any of it, what the fuck? You stated, I just didn't believe it until it hits to the thing. I just don't believe it. The agent asked you, did your uncle ever get any of the money? You stated, I don't think so. Then the agent responded, hold on, how long after did he go to jail? You stated a few months. The agent, he ain't get shit. You stated, yeah, they both got locked up. The agent then stated, so basically this bitch wanted y'all to come get the nigga so she can get insurance money. It must have been some millions. And you agreed and said, I think so. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You never said to this agent who's undercover, who you don't know is being recorded, no. She wasn't involved. You agreed with them.
Yes, ma'am.
Because that was the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
That was your belief?
Yes, ma'am.
That she was going to get this insurance money?
Yes, ma'am.
Because that's what Baker had told you?
Yes, ma'am.
So after this interview then, I'm sorry, not interview, but you're in this cell, you're talking to the agent. And by the way, I think a reference was made to calling the defendant a bitch, or words to that effect. None of these detectives called her that kind of name to you, correct?
That is correct.
And certainly, I didn't call her anything like that, correct?
That is correct.
And you never referred to her as that.
No, ma'am.
That was stimulation coming, or words coming from the undercover agent who you were talking to, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So at some point then you asked, when you were in the cell with the agent, the detectives never came to you and said, the DA's here and wants to talk to you, right?
That is correct.
You asked because they mentioned that the DA was in Washington. It was you who asked to talk to me.
Yes, ma'am.
And when I came in to meet you, what did I advise you?
Of my Miranda rights.
And did I tell you that you have a right to consult with an attorney and you don't have to talk to me?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you actually think about it and say, yeah, I don't think I want to talk? And I walked away, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then did you decide later that you still wanted to talk to me?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do?
I asked to speak to the DA.
And I came back in, correct?
Yes,
At your
ma'am.
request.
Yes, ma'am.
Did I once again advise you that you had a right to an attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, the defense asked you questions about you wanted a deal, you wanted to see your girls. It's true. You wanted to see your girls, right?
That is still true today.
And when you say girls, do you mean your wife and your daughter?
And grandma that we take care of.
Okay, she lived with you?
Yes.
So at that moment, you wanted to see your girls. You actually asked, can I see them? Can I FaceTime them? Can I talk to them? You asked all those questions, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at any time, did myself or the detectives, anybody ever offer you or suggest you're going to get any deal at all, and we're talking about in Washington, to testify?
No. Quite the contrary. You actually couldn't even guarantee that I was going to be able to see my wife.
That's what you were told by me and the detectives, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, you asked me, am I going to be charged? Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And all these requests is after you'd already interviewed with the detectives and given your whole statement. This is kind of the tail end when the day's almost over. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you'd already talked to the detectives. You'd already given your statement. We're winding up. You asked to talk to me, and you wanted help seeing your girls. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you asked me, am I being charged, what did I tell you?
You said you are.
And when you asked me, am I going to have to go to Los Angeles, what did I tell you?
You said yes.
Did I ever offer you anything?
No, ma'am.
Did I ever talk about plea deals with you?
No, ma'am.
Did I ever suggest you're going to get leniency?
No, ma'am.
And did the detectives or myself ever bring up, we need you to testify against Monica and tell us all this stuff about Monica?
No, ma'am.
So when you came back to, one second, you went back then once again after this. You were put back in again. You went back and forth a lot, but you were put back in again with the undercover agent. Do you remember that?
I do now. Yeah.
You went back and forth. Do you remember that?
Yeah. Yes.
But before you actually ended up speaking to me, did you talk to the agent about speaking to me? If you remember.
I believe I believe I did.
Okay.
Or did
One
I?
moment. One second. Get the right transcript. When you're put back in with the Perkins agent, or the undercover agent, once again, you talked to him once again about the defendant. And you said to him, this is 152 of the Perkins transcript, line 16. But I don't know if they have anything on her except for what he told me she said. Like, so I believe she set the whole thing up. The PA said, You said, that's what I believe. And the undercover agent, I use the word PA, Perkins agent, but it's undercover agent, said to you, but you said something about insurance money. And once again, you talked about insurance, and you said, that's what it was mentioned, but I didn't really think about it. Do you remember that conversation?
Yes, ma'am.
So, contrary to the questions on cross-examination, you did talk about the defendant multiple times, both in the undercover operation and with the detectives in Washington, the day you were arrested, that you believe the defendant was involved in setting up the murder of her husband.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you also talked to them about the insurance money. That's the day you're arrested, about knowing that she was going to collect insurance money. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
In fact, when you were put back in the cell with the undercover agent, I'm sorry, this is with when you interviewed with me, I'm sorry. I asked you, and this is page 152 of the interview, line 1. I asked you, did you think he just wanted to beat him up? And you said, that's what I was thinking. Well, that's not true though now, right?
No, that's not true.
That's what you were saying in the interview. And were you minimizing the whole planning and premeditation of this?
Yes.
And then I asked you, but then you knew about the insurance money, so how does that factor in? And you started to talk, and I talked over you, and I said, because you're not going to get insurance. And had not finished my sentence. And you said, I knew what I was told, whether it was true or not. And I said, okay. You started to say, I don't, and then I responded, so when did the conversation about the insurance money come in? And you said, maybe a few weeks before. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
So I know you've been asked a lot of questions about when you knew about the insurance money. Before you flew to Los Angeles, had the topic of insurance money come up before in your conversations with Baker?
Yes, ma'am.
And that the defendant was to receive insurance money?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, Baker had told you that some of that money would be payment to you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And when the defense asked you about your financial situation at the time, did you have a lot of money? Did you need money?
I didn't have a lot of money.
But was this for the money?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you agree to commit the murder just for the money?
I did what Baker asked me to. Yeah. He said, I need you so we can get this money.
And Baker didn't stand to inherit insurance money.
No.
He told you the defendant was getting the insurance money.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. A few questions about some specific things. We talked a lot about the timing of things. Again, as you responded to the defense attorney, were you wearing a watch during any of your days in Los Angeles, January 22nd, 23rd?
No, ma'am.
Was the time, the actual physical time, whether it be 2 o'clock, noon, 3 o'clock, was any of that important to you?
No, ma'am.
Was anything scheduled for at 2 o'clock we will go here, at 3 o'clock we will go there?
No, ma'am.
Are you doing your best to recall the times that these things occurred now 7 years later, 8 years later?
Yes, ma'am.
The day that you came in on the 22nd and you went to, you flew in on the 22nd and then you ultimately ended up in that parking lot where the pho restaurant was, and you decided that you couldn't do it. You don't know what time you got there?
Not really. It was dark.
It was dark. Now, on the way there, do you remember anything from the apartment, leaving the apartment, to going to that location? Do you remember what you did in between the apartment and the location?
Sat in the front seat and rode.
Okay. Did you stop anywhere? Did you stop at a Rouse?
I don't remember. I remember pulling up in the back of the strip mall.
Do you remember any stops on the way to whether it be to get money, to go to a Ralph's, to get a Starbucks, anything? Do you remember anything?
No.
Do you know how much time from when you left Baker's apartment until you went to that area? Do you know how much time passed?
No.
Okay. Could it have been anywhere? I mean, if you don't remember, you don't remember if it's hours or minutes?
I mean, it was minutes. It wasn't that far of a ride, but I don't know how long.
Now, where was Baker before you decided to go to this location?
I think he was in the apartment with me.
Do you know for sure?
No.
Okay, so is it fair you don't know where Baker was before you took that trip to the location where you had planned on the 22nd to stab Fabio?
Where the plan was?
I'm saying you don't know where Baker was earlier that day.
No.
Okay. side note, the term Baker referred to the victim, Fabio, as motherfucker. That wasn't your term, right?
No,
You weren't calling Fabio motherfucker. That was Baker calling him motherfucker.
that is correct.
Okay. As far as those three-way calls that you had with Birdsong and Baker, the month December and the months October, November, December, those months previous, you never said with certainty that Monica was on any of those calls, right?
Right.
So your testimony is you know Baker was on it, you know Birdsong was on it, you don't know if anybody else was on the call. Is that your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
And then also a lot of questions on this Vegas meeting, or not meeting, I should say. When you went to Vegas in July of 2016, you do not know, is this your testimony today, if you met the defendant there or not?
That is correct.
Now, do you agree that multiple times you said you don't believe you met her until you came to Los Angeles from that Las Vegas trip and went to the gym that day, July 2016, met her at the gym and went back to her house? That's what you believe is the first time you met her.
Yes.
Now, you've been asked, could you have met her in Vegas? Did you meet her in Vegas? When you're saying I might have, why are you saying I might have?
Vegas is a lot, and Baker introduced me to a lot of people at any given moment in time.
So you don't know, but you can't say one way or the other. It's possible, but you have no recollection of having met her before when you saw her at LA Fitness in July of 2016. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. When you were picked up from the airport on the 22nd, you testified with the defense counsel that you think you were in the Versailles Nisa, but you're not sure, right? When you were picked up from the airport.
Yes.
Did you know Rob to rent cars?
Yes.
How often did he rent cars? That you know?
Well, any time one of his other ones wasn't either. I remember one wasn't registered and one wasn't working, and he still needed to get around, so he would go get a rental for a few hours. So it wasn't uncommon that he wouldn't go grab one and then drop it off later that day.
When you went to Vegas in 2016, did you rent a car then?
No.
Did you ever go anywhere with Rob other than on any other trips where he rented a car?
Just in LA.
Okay. So it wasn't unusual that Baker had rental cars.
No, it was not.
You do know that that Nissan Versa is the car that you were driving when you got stopped by the police for the seatbelt ticket, though. You know that you were in the Versa then.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Couple more questions. Just when you got to the house the day that you were going to actually go through with the stabbing of Fabio, and this is on the 23rd, did Rob tell you where or how he knew where Fabio, the victim, would be?
Yeah, he told me that she left him home alone. We have to go now. I remember slightly hesitating. He was like, "Put this on," and it was never really a threat with him. It was always just a certain look. I was like, "All right," and I just did it. And then as we jogged up the hill and we got closer to the door, he turned back and looked at me. He said he should be on the patio.
Did he say how he knew that he should be on the patio?
He told me that before we left, he said that she left him home alone and he should be on the patio.
Okay.
He reminded me of that.
And in your proffer statement that you did with the prosecution, and the detectives, do you recall telling the people, us in the room then, that he told you that she said he was on the patio?
Yes.
And then again, was there a plan? I know, briefly going over this, the plan to take the car. I asked you about the keys the other day. Did he ever say anything to you about the keys?
He said she's going to leave the keys somewhere where he can find them.
That she is going to leave the keys somewhere?
Yes.
Your Honor.
It's overruled.
And in your proffer on day 2, did you tell, again, the detectives and the prosecution in that same statement back in November of 2024 that Baker told you that she was going to leave the keys out?
Yes.
Exhibit 247 was the agreement between the people and Christopher Austin that's already been entered in. Remember, we talked to you about this yesterday, that agreement that you signed stating that kind of the terms of the agreement is to tell the truth. If you don't tell the truth and the court decides you haven't been truthful in your testimony and upheld your end of the bargain, the deal is off, basically. The deal could be off. You understood that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, this paragraph here on page 3, Christopher Austin understands that he is under no obligation to make any particular statement or to testify in conformity with any prior statements he may have made. Christopher Austin further understands that his only obligation in this entire matter is to be completely honest and truthful. Have you abided by this?
Yes, ma'am.
So that means that whatever you've said before, we're not asking you, did you understand this to mean that we're not saying, no one's saying you have to testify how you stated before. It's in here right now that matters.
Yes, ma'am.
And have you told the truth, the best that you recall?
Yes, ma'am.
Also, you pled then, if I may mark the plea transcript, it is 10 pages in length, plea transcript for Christopher Austin dated January 17th, 2025.
It's 254?
254. Is that right? And in that plea transcript, page 2, in this courtroom, and that's Ms. Silverman talking, the defendant will be entering a plea to count 1 as a second-degree murder. He will be admitting to the personal use of a knife pursuant to Penal Code Section 12022B1, and the people would ask that sentencing be put over until after the jury trial. Do you understand that to mean that after you testify and after it's determined that you testified truthfully, then you would be sentenced to the agreed upon terms? Did you
Yes, ma'am.
understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
And furthermore, Ms. Silverman advised you, and the other thing that I want to put on the record is that when the defendant testifies at trial, this plea agreement is contingent upon his truthful and complete testimony at trial. However, it is not the people or the district attorney's office who are the arbiters of whether or not he testifies truthfully. It is the court. And I want to make sure that he understands that. And so he's not being asked to testify in a way that he thinks that the district attorney would want, but that he testifies truthfully and that the decision is ultimately in the discretion of this court. She asked you, do you understand what was said, Mr. Austin? You said, yes, sir. The court asked you that, I'm sorry. And the court asked you, is this agreeable to you? And you said yes. Did you understand this at the time?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you abided by this in court and testified truthfully, not what anything you think the DA wants to hear?
Yes, ma'am.
By the way, you will be sentenced if you get the agreement to 16 years to life in prison, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that 16 to life means you have no end date right now? Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. This is irrelevant at this point.
Yes, but based on your cross-examination, like getting home to his girls, it's overruled.
So that means after you serve 16 years, that's your first opportunity to go in front of a parole board. And it's up to them to determine if you get out. They might say yes, they might say no, right? You don't know.
That is correct.
So when the defense attorney asked you about getting a deal, do you think this is a deal?
No. I mean, yes. No. I don't know. I'm not going home. I'm not going to get to work with my youth anymore.
So no one ever told you, if you plead, you're going home to see your girls, right?
That is correct.
And what you testified today has been the truth?
That's yes, ma'am.
And yesterday?
Yes, ma'am.
And let me ask you, would you have committed this murder, killing of Fabio Sementilli, if you didn't think that the defendant, his wife, wanted this?
Objection, that's speculation.
Sustained.
No more questions.
Anything on your cross?
Yes, Your Honor. So, Mr. Austin,
Yes, sir.
you know Mr. Baker was sentenced to life without parole.
I was informed.
And that's what you were facing before you made this, we'll be generous and call it plea agreement, not deal.
Objection assumes facts, not in evidence.
Overruled.
Your Honor, he wasn't charged with this.
I'm sorry, I'm not listening to you. You don't understand him on this.
Well, I would object to a legal conclusion.
So the complaint was murder with special circumstances.
No.
I stand corrected. Sustained.
Mr. Austin, if you don't testify the way the prosecution wants you to testify, well, let me go back. You got this deal or offer only after your proffer with your attorney, right? I think he's here, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you knew the deal was based on what you said at the proffer, correct?
To say I knew, I don't think that's fair.
Is that fair?
No, I don't think that's fair. To say I knew. I didn't know
Your
anything.
attorney did not inform you what the reason was for the proffer?
He did inform me that what a proffer was. He did inform me that in going into the proffer, I have to tell the whole entire truth of everything that I know to the best of my ability.
In other
And I
words,
did that.
confessing to the murder, right?
Yes.
Well, why would you just confess to the murder if you're facing life imprisonment?
I was unaware of that I was actually facing life in prison.
Your attorney didn't tell you what you were facing when you were charged with first-degree murder at the use of a knife? He didn't tell you what the penalty was?
Correct.
Object that misstates or assumes facts, not in evidence.
Sustained.
Did he tell you what you were facing? What penalty?
Yes.
And what did he tell you?
He gave me a list of 3 to 4 potentials that the state of California could charge me with. So to say I knew what I was facing entirely, no, I did not. But I knew it was going to be a very high number.
Worse than 16 years to life, right?
Yes, sir.
Otherwise, why go through and make the deal? Right?
Right.
You had to gain something from the deal, right?
Correct.
And you knew what you had said to the officer, to the DA, and the Perkins individual down up in Vancouver wasn't good enough for the deal, for you to get your deal, right?
Again, I don't think it's fair to say that I knew what was good enough.
You didn't know that the one thing that was missing from your statement in Vancouver was connecting Monica Sementilli to the crime?
They interviewed me a few questions, but I withheld information until
Pardon?
I withheld information until I got an attorney present.
What information did you withhold?
Objection.
Counsel, sustained.
When you were put in the Perkins cell, I'll call it the Perkins cell, you know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
Who's the first person who brought up the bitch or Monica or anyone of that nature, meaning Baker's girlfriend, who you now say was involved with this? Who brought that up first? Do you remember that?
The detective brought it up to me, and then the individual, the young man, if you will, started asking me questions about it, and I brought it up to him.
What young man?
The young man in the cell.
Oh, right. Okay. You remember him saying, that fixed to go to trial. That's why you here, because the bitch is fixed to go up for trial and to try to make shit better for herself, threw you under the bus. Remember that?
He said that.
He brought up a bitch or someone throwing you under the bus. Not you. Right?
That I brought it up. He brought it up.
How did
He
you
brought
bring
it
it? Who brought it up first?
up. The detective?
The detective? Before you were put into the cell?
No one brought up anything before I was put into the cell.
So what do you mean by the detective? The Perkins individual?
No, the detective that came to see me and showed me pictures.
And when was that in relation to when you were arrested?
When he came, opened the door and showed me the pictures. I think if I remember correctly, the first time I didn't really want to talk to anybody.
Okay, let me get this straight, if we could, time-wise. You are arrested in Vancouver, Washington, correct?
Yes, sir.
What day are you arrested?
Objection cumulative.
This is not something we...
I understand that. You're trying to find out when the detective
Yes.
appeared. Okay, there's been testimony. I'll allow you to inquire, but there's been testimony the detective appeared at the cell in the presence of the Perkins agent.
Okay. You've heard what His Honor just said?
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
It better be.
Yes, sir.
So, the first person to bring up that there was another person involved besides you and Baker was the detective, right?
Yes, sir.
And what did he say, as best you recall?
He said, man, I don't want to misquote that, man. That's not fair.
Well, he basically said, the reason you're here is that, he didn't call her a bitch, I'm sure, is that someone else is involved, Baker's girlfriend or something like that, and we got to find out who it is.
Objection states the testimony.
So ruled.
Isn't that the gist of what he told you?
Well, objection assumes facts, not evidence.
So ruled.
He let me know that she knew we were all involved in some way, shape, or form.
She let you know that
He let me know
He let you know that... What?
that we were all involved in some way, shape, or form.
Who did he mean? Did you ask him who he meant by we?
Didn't have to. He said names.
What did he say?
He said Baker and the defendant.
He
And
called
you.
her the defendant?
No, sir. He called
What
her
did he
Monica.
say?
He said Monica.
So he came to you and said, we already know that who's involved, and it's you and Baker and Monica, correct?
I don't want to misquote him, so yes.
Something like that.
Something in that form.
He informed you why you were there.
Yes, sir.
And then the Perkins guy said, man, that bitch done sold you out. Did she sell you out as far as you know? You know what sell out means?
Objection is
It's form sustained.
What What did you take it when he said, that bitch done sold you out, now this is your turn? Words to that effect.
I didn't take it as anything because I knew why I was there.
You knew why you were there from the moment the detective said, we know what happened, and it involved Monica, you, and Baker, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And then he leaves you alone with the Perkins guy, right?
That is correct.
And you tell did you lie to the Perkins guy?
Yeah.
What'd you lie about?
Objection, cumulative.
Sustained.
Well, why would you lie to the Perkins guy if the detective just told you that the 3 people were involved and you knew he was right?
Objection, cumulative.
Sustained.
And you told the Perkins guy, because he kept saying to you, the bitch did it for the insurance, she did it for the insurance, you gotta come clean, you gotta help yourself. I mean, we went through all those things yesterday, remember?
Objection, states the testimony.
So ruled.
All that stuff about you gotta make a deal, and you saying I'll do whatever I have to, and him saying you better make a deal, go after the bitch, and you saying I'll do what I have to. Remember all that from yesterday?
Yes, sir.
And then he asked you, so when did you find out the bitch did it for the insurance? Remember what you said?
No.
The day of the incident,
Oh, yeah.
right?
The day it happened.
The day it happened.
I remember what I told him now.
I'm sorry, what?
I remember what I told him now. My apologies.
Okay. Was that the truth?
No, it was not.
Well, why did you lie to him?
Objection, cumulative.
And then the other thing you said to the Perkins people and to the detective and to the officers here, when you knew what they wanted and you knew what it would take to get you out, you said the only reason we went up there to begin with was to rough him up. Remember that?
Objection, cumulative.
Sustained. I think our adjournment this time. We will.
It's my understanding that based on the questioning yesterday that, well, let me ask you this. You said you didn't want to testify or go into issues or information about Monica Sementilli until you had a lawyer. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So as we went through yesterday, and I'm not going to go through all the conversations you had with the Perkins people and with the officers, every time you were asked about being paid or who else was involved, you didn't lay out Monica Sementilli as someone who was involved in the murder and was going to get insurance money. You didn't say that at the time, did you?
In what process?
No, when you were talking to the Perkins person and initially when you were talking to the detectives.
It's my understanding that I believe I did say that.
Okay, and it was after they told you who was involved, and one of them was Monica Sementilli. Is that right?
Objection made.
Isn't that right?
They asked. They didn't tell me anything.
They came up to you.
And I said yes.
First thing that was told to you by anyone after you were arrested was that there were 3 people involved. They knew 2 of them, and they were going after the 3rd, and they gave you her name, Monica, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the first time you'd heard the word Monica Sementilli?
The last name? Yes. The first name? No.
You didn't even know her last name, did you?
No.
So you knew at that point that the reason you were there was to give them information about Monica Sementilli's involvement in the murder. Is that right?
I knew I was there because there was a fugitive warrant out for my arrest.
Okay. But I mean, the contacts you had with the Perkins individual and with the police officers all involved your confession to committing the murder. We went through that, right?
Yes, sir.
And the next thing they were interested in is who was doing it with you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Well, then, and you told them everything about the murder, about Baker, about going there, flying down, and all the rest, but you didn't tell them about Monica Sementilli, did you?
Objection cumulative.
Sustained.
In fact, you said you didn't want to do that. You didn't want to bring in Monica or insurance or anything like that until you had a lawyer, right?
Objection cumulative.
Sustained.
Did you have a lawyer down in, up in Vancouver?
Objection cumulative.
You went over that. Sustained.
Who was your lawyer in Vancouver?
Objection relevance.
Still rule.
I don't know her. I can't remember her name.
You specifically asked the district attorney's office, you asked the police officers in Vancouver if you could meet with Heather Stagel, the prosecutor who had flown up, correct?
I requested to meet with the DA. I did not know who she was.
They told you a DA had flown all the way up there, right?
They told me a DA was present.
And had come from Los Angeles, correct?
They did not tell me they came from Los Angeles.
They told you she was from Vancouver?
Objection relevance.
Oh, rule.
Mr. Austin?
Yes, sir.
Where did they tell you she was from?
They did not tell me where she was from.
Right. And you spoke with her and asked her, are you going to ask me to testify, correct?
I'm now confused.
Spoke to who?
Deputy District Attorney Stagel. You met with her up in Vancouver, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you asked her if she was going to ask you to testify, right?
Is that what I said?
I got a transcript here which says, Austin, are you going to ask me to testify, DA Heather?
Can you be paid in line, please?
This is page
137, lines 21 to 33.
page 137, lines 21 to 33.
Wait. Page 127 lines what?
21 to 36?
137. There is no page 36.
137, lines 21 to 33.
There is no 21 to 33.
21 to 23, I'm sorry. You specifically discussed with DA Heather, as you called her. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
How'd you know her name was Heather?
Well, manners will take you further than money will, so I asked what her name was.
She told you.
Yes.
You discussed with her the possibility of a deal and the possibility of your testimony against Monica Sementilli as part of that deal as early as the time of your arrest in Vancouver on October 2nd. Isn't that right?
That's what I requested.
That's what it says, you said. Does that ring a bell?
Yes, sir.
You said, are you going to ask me to test?
Objection. He's going to refresh his memory if you can see that transcript.
That was improper. That's correct. Sustained.
see your. Let you read that to yourself. All the way down here.
Can I see that? Because it's not the transcript. I don't see the transcript. Can you show me please? What did you show him?
21 and 30.
It's fine.
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Austin,
Yes, sir.
would you read that over? Please, to yourself. And then when you're done, to the top of the next page.
Oh.
See that?
Yes, sir.
Does that refresh your memory as to what you said?
Yes, sir.
And what you said was, are you going to ask me to testify, DA Heather?
Objection, his memory was refreshed.
Sustain.
Well, after refreshing your memory, do you recall saying what you read there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, what'd you say?
I asked her if she wants me to testify.
He said, are you going to ask me to testify, DA Heather? And she said, I don't know yet. What is your feeling on that? I think I know. And you say, if I can talk. And she said, you've already told me I know. He said, if I can talk to an attorney and that attorney can talk to you, we can work out some type. And she said, that's how it works. He said, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm looking for some type of deal to go home to my girls, right?
Yes, sir.
And she said, right, I understand. And you said, I don't know what to do, but if you need me to do something so I can go home to my girls, whatever you need,
Objection.
I'm being
One moment.
accused of.
I'm sorry. One moment.
I didn't know who you were saying one moment.
I don't know where you're reading from.
It's still page 137, line 21 to 30.
You're going to jump lines. And what line are you on now? It's not the transcripts. I don't know what line you're on. So we're not on page 138 anymore. We're not going to 143. Page 143.
Lines 4 through 7.
I'm sorry.
I'm not objecting to reading
143,
this.
lines 4 through 7.
I'm objecting to reading
This thing?
this.
Well, do you recall what saying to her about what you need to testify to if you can go home to your girls? You remember saying that?
I remember being in that emotional state, yes.
Well, I know you were in that emotional state. Your emotional state was you would say anything you had to be able to go home and see your girls, right?
I didn't say anything. I told her the truth when I got my attorney present.
Okay, so, but you asked to see Miss Stagel, remember?
Yes.
This was after you said you testified yesterday that you didn't want to work out any deal unless your attorney was present, right?
Yes.
You knew Miss Stagel was an attorney from the DA's office, correct?
She informed me of that.
Pardon?
She informed me of that, yes.
Well, you knew that beforehand. They told you that a DA had come down and flown up from LA and was here in Vancouver, right?
Yes, sir.
So if you were going to wait till you got to LA and meet with an attorney before you worked out any deal, why did you ask to see Miss Stagel?
Because I wanted to know who the DA was.
Okay, so you met her, right?
Yes.
And then she talked about being honest, correct?
Yes.
And everything you said had to be honest?
Yes.
And that's when you told her you would, I don't know what to do, but if you need me to do something so I can go home to my girls, whatever you need, I'm being accused of, I need to get home to my girls, correct?
Yes.
So you meant that, didn't you?
Yes.
Whatever they needed, you were going to tell them, right?
Yes.
You just didn't want to tell them right then and there.
I didn't tell him everything. That is correct.
Pardon?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. You waited till you got up to, or down to Los Angeles, correct?
Yes.
And then you met with Mr. Aval, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, before you left Vancouver and went down and talked to Mr. Aval, you told Heather, I think this is on transcript page 83, lines 22 to 23, and 84, lines 1 to 2.
Well, get to readings.
I'm just telling the prosecutor the lines.
What was the question?
Question is, did you tell Heather that you wanted to talk to her because you understood everything depends on her?
What page, counsel?
Page 83, lines 22 to 23. Line 84, lines 1 to 2. Shortly after that, you say,
Your question?
Can you repeat the question, please, sir?
you ask if you can have an attorney for the talk with her, and Heather says, when you say that you want an attorney present, then I can't talk to you. Right?
Yes.
And she says, I'm not asking, you may not remember everything, so if he's talking about insurance money related to Baker or collected a few weeks before, now you may not have thought you would ultimately be involved, but you knew Rob wanted to do something for you. Is that true? Remember that question?
Yes, sir.
And you said, no.
What page that you're reading from again?
153?
Okay. Can you hold on one second?
You understand when I say Heather, that's what you were saying.
Objection seems lacks on evidence.
He called her Heather, right? Not Miss Daigle.
Yes.
Because that was her name, you found out, and you were being polite. So when she asked if you were talking about insurance money referring to Baker, that you may not have thought you would ultimately be involved, but you knew Rob wanted to do something. Is that true? You said no, not necessarily, right?
Yes, sir.
And she asked you, you said, I knew what we talked about. She asked you, what'd you talk about? And you said, just to go in, rough him up. You know what I'm saying? Remember that?
Yes, sir.
And then there's a whole section where Miss Stagel says, well,
Objection. This is cumulative.
I haven't heard the question. I'll take the objection or submission.
you're getting questioned after that about if you just did to rough him up, how you're going to get insurance money from roughing him up. He's still going to be alive. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
And what'd you say?
I don't remember what I said.
You said that's the way you understood it. You were just there to rough him up, and then it changed when you got up there. Isn't that right? That's what you told him.
Yes.
Is that the truth?
No, it was not.
So you asked to see Miss Stagel. She told you you had to tell the truth. You told her that, and it wasn't the truth?
Yes, sir.
Why did you lie to her?
Because I didn't have an attorney present to give me proper counsel.
Well, then why say anything? You're the one who asked to speak to her.
I don't know. Emotions.
What?
My emotions.
You wanted to get home, correct?
I still want to get home.
I understand that. I don't blame you. But when you were up there in October, everything in your mind in talking to the Perkins individual and to the police and to Miss Stagel, you said over and over again, I just want to get home. I want to see my daughter. I'll tell you whatever you want. I just need to get home. Isn't that what you were saying throughout your stay up there in Vancouver?
Yes, sir.
And then you had Miss Stagel come up to meet with you so you could tell her what you wanted to hear so you could go home that day, right? That was your hope.
Yes, sir.
And when she asked you, okay, be honest, tell me what happened, you said we were just going up there to rough him up, correct?
Yes, sir.
Why'd you lie about that when she was basically telling you, all right, tell me the truth. You had me come up here. You want to go home. What happened?
I needed proper counsel, and I didn't have it.
You didn't consider that proper counsel when you asked for her and she asked you to say what happened?
I didn't think she was going to ask me a whole bunch of detail.
You did think she was going to ask you a whole bunch of detail.
No, sir, I did not.
Why did that concern you?
I was on my way to work, and then I got pulled over. So
Yes.
there's a lot going on in my mind in that time.
But once you sat down there and spent 5 or 6 hours in the cell with the Perkins person, you pretty much knew why you were there, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
For
sir.
5 or 6 hours, the Perkins individual was basically telling you, you got to get them what they want. You got to tell them about Monica, using her name. You got to do whatever you can to get yourself out there. First one in, first one out. Right?
That's what he said.
Okay. Did you believe him?
Shaky.
Okay. But you wanted to find out, right? If he was right. That's why you called for Miss Stagel, the DA, to talk to her,
No.
right?
No.
Why'd you call Miss Stagel?
Objection, cumulative.
Sustained.
Then you asked Miss Stagel, you specifically discussed with her the possibility of a deal and possibility of your testimony against Monica Sementilli as part of that deal. Right?
Objection assumes facts, not evidence.
It's a question.
It's overruled.
137, lines 21 to 33. Do you remember discussing that with her, the possibility of a deal if you testify against Monica Sementilli?
Yes, sir.
Remember what she said?
That's not how this works.
Well, you asked, are you going to ask me to testify, DA Heather? And she said, I don't know yet. What is your feeling on that? I think.
Objection cumulative.
It is.
And you say if I can talk to her.
Objection cumulative.
I have heard it, but there's no question pending when you start with and.
You said if I can talk to an attorney and that attorney can talk to you, we can work out some type of. Right?
We went over that minutes ago, counsel. Let's move on.
And she said that's how it works.
Again, we went over that minutes ago. Let's move on.
So you are transferred up to, or down to Los Angeles. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And first you meet with an attorney that is provided for you. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you meet with the DA, correct? Two DAs, Ms. Silverman and Ms. Stagel.
No, sir.
Who do you meet with?
No one.
Well, you met with your lawyer, correct?
The appointed lawyer?
Yes, Mr. Aval, who is here in court.
After the arraignment. Is that what you're talking about?
Well, you
I'm
had
trying to follow you, so
Okay.
right now I'm a little.
That's fine. That's fine.
I hit a stop sign.
Okay. We got time. The judge will stop me if I go too far. You were flown down to L.A., right?
Yes, sir.
And you were housed down here in custody, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then within a few days, you met Mr. Aval.
Yes,
Let
sir.
me change that. First, you went to court. They told you what you were charged with. You enter a plea of not guilty, as everyone does initially. You get an attorney, and then you finally are able, after other attorneys are involved, you're finally able to meet with Mr. Aval.
Yes, sir.
And you discuss with Mr. Aval what your options are, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your options are either you can cooperate and get a deal, or you can plead not guilty and go to trial, correct?
Objection.
That-
Going into Mr. Aval, attorney-client privilege.
As far as the options, I think that was already testified to, and I'll allow that.
I'm talking about your state of mind on all these questions, whatever they are, and I'll try to make them as short as possible. I'm talking about what your state of mind was in after meeting with Mr. Aval and going and sitting down for the proffer, okay? Got it?
Okay.
And your state of mind was at that time that you had two choices. You could either fight the case or make a deal, correct?
Objection is cumulative.
Yes. Proceed. It is.
And you decided to make a deal if you could, correct?
I was advised by my counsel after he explained to me what a proffer agreement was.
Okay. And without going into that in too much detail, a proffer is when they ask you questions and you give them answers, right?
Yes, sir.
And if they're satisfied that those answers are the truth and are valuable to you, to them, if the answers are valuable to them and they can use them in their prosecution, then they may come back and make you an offer, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's totally up to them. You understood that?
Yes, sir.
When you understood, it wasn't just that they were asking you to tell the truth, they were asking you to give them information against Monica Sementilli that they did not have. Correct?
That is not correct.
Well, everything that you had said down up in Vancouver had been a confession to the murder that you committed and Mr. Baker committed, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were already clear about that. You had told that to Perkins, to the DA, to everyone, to the police and everyone, right?
Yes, sir.
That the one thing you hadn't told them is that the third person was Monica Sementilli, or anything about insurance money.
It's my understanding. I believe I brought up the insurance money in Vancouver.
After they told you that the third person they had or needed was Monica Sementilli, she was being tried, the other two were caught, meaning you and Baker. They told you all that and her name before you said anything about insurance. Isn't that right?
They didn't tell me her. They
They
didn't tell me
didn't
they needed her.
I'm
They didn't
sorry.
say that. They didn't mention that at all.
They didn't mention that at all. They didn't
They
mention
didn't
her.
mention. They didn't mention the word need.
Well, they told you who her name was, right?
They told me what her name was.
They told you. This is line transcript, page 92, lines 23, 25,
Which transcript?
October 2nd.
I know, which one?
And Ms. Stagel tells you, I'm but with that said again, I'm real careful because I can't make any promises. But I'm also telling you that we want to be fair to you. We can get all the information, you know,
One
have a,
moment.
Austin,
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna come forward here and see if I can refresh your memory. It's been well, in your case, it's been a couple of years perhaps.
I'm going to object on refreshing. I don't know what we're refreshing.
I don't know either. Is there something you don't remember, Mr. Austin?
Do you,
There was a question.
Mr. Let me ask the question and then see if he remembers. Do you remember Ms. Stagel talking to you about what's going to happen if you come down to Los Angeles and what they want from you?
I remember her saying something along the lines of, "You're gonna have to be extradited first."
Okay? But my question to you was, if you remember, is did they tell you they had Monica Sementilli and she's the one they wanted you to testify about? That they already knew about you and Baker?
I was informed that she was going to trial.
Okay.
So, to my knowledge, that meant she was either already in custody or out.
And they told you you wouldn't be you, where you were sitting there, without Monica.
Excuse me?
They told you you wouldn't be you without Monica. You know what that means?
What do you mean?
There wouldn't be a you without Monica, so we believe you that you got brought into this. We do believe you. That's what they said to you, right?
Yes.
I think everyone believed you. This is what you intended.
This is hearsay.
Sustain.
Okay? Did they tell you they already had an understanding and the truth, what you've already told about your role to the detectives, right?
Yes, sir.
But what they didn't have in your mind was information about Monica Sementilli, insurance, or anything else related to that. You knew that's what your bargaining chip was going to be to get your deal when you came to Los Angeles. Isn't that right?
That is not right.
Well, why did you want to come to Los Angeles then after speaking to everyone in Vancouver?
Objection. Assumes facts on it.
Sustain.
You come to Los Angeles then, and you realize, Mr. Austin, that at the time you came to Los Angeles, you had already confessed to killing Fabio Sementilli, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had confessed to doing it in a plan with Mr. Baker and Mr. Birdsong, correct?
I don't think I recall confessing any plan.
You didn't discuss any plans?
Not in full detail. I don't believe I did.
Why not? Let me answer that for you if I can, because you wanted a deal first.
Objection, no question pending.
Sustained.
Did you want a deal first with your attorney in Los Angeles before you would give them any details, including the involvement of Monica Sementilli? Isn't that a true statement?
I wanted to go home. There was no guarantee that a deal was even going to be allowed after what I said.
Correct. But you wanted to go home from Vancouver, correct? Originally.
I wanted to go home, period.
Okay. And did they send you home from Vancouver?
No, sir.
And you said you didn't tell them the whole truth in Vancouver because you didn't have an attorney, right?
Yes, sir.
And you needed the attorney to make a deal so you could go home in exchange for your information, correct?
I was hopeful that an attorney would give me proper counsel on how to deal with the situation based on what I put myself into and what I got dragged into.
Based on what you have been dragged into, which was the murder of Fabio Sementilli. Right? Am I wrong?
Yes, sir.
I'm wrong or right?
That is correct, sir. You're
That is
right.
correct. And it was after, over and over and over again, in talking to the Perkins person and to the police, that it was, you've got to make a deal. If you don't make a deal, you've got to give him that bitch. If you don't give him that bitch, you ain't going to see your child again. Isn't that what you were told by someone you thought was another inmate but turned out to be an officer? Isn't that what he told you?
That's what he said.
And over again, without going through it, you said, I'm going to give them whatever they want. Just tell me what you need and I'll give it to you. Didn't you say that over and over again?
Objection assumes facts on the evidence and the state's testimony.
So we're on those grounds.
Mr. Austin?
Yes, sir.
Did you mean it? That you were going to give them whatever they needed to get out of there and get home?
When I said that, I meant I was going to give them the truth of everything that I knew that I could recall from that day.
Okay, but you weren't telling the truth you're saying and recalling anything while you were up there.
No.
Counsel.
Okay.
Court.
So, all that depended on your attorney down here, correct?
Objection cumulative.
Sustained.
So you meet with Mr. Aval and you have the proffer, correct?
Objection cumulative.
I'll allow that.
Yes, sir.
And they tell you, I think it was Miss Silverman, that they're not obligated to do anything for you until they hear what you say and evaluate what you say, correct?
Yes, sir.
And they tell you it has got to be valuable to them. They've got to be able to use it in their case, or it's not valuable to them and you're not going to get any deal, right?
That was no guarantee that anything that I had to say was going to be valuable at all. I told them the truth.
But you knew it had to be valuable. They told you that, right?
That's
You
what
want me
was
to
said.
quote from?
That's what was said, I believe. Yes.
Okay. What did you think it meant when they said, what you tell us has to be valuable to our case?
Is that the question?
Yes. What was going through your mind with your attorney there? Whatever conversations you had, I don't want the details, but what did it mean to you after discussing it with your attorney that what you gave them had to be valuable to their case, beyond what you'd already said. You'd already confessed to the murder and copped out on Baker. So what do you think they needed that was valuable?
They needed me to go back as far as my memory would allow me to and remember any details and tell them what I could remember
About Monica.
about the entire situation.
Well, you had already discussed the entire situation with them down up in Vancouver, right?
No, sir, I did not.
Sustained.
You were told by Miss Stagel, because we know we've got one other person to try, and that's Monica. And you know, there wouldn't be you without Monica.
Objection, cumulative.
Sustained.
And then they began asking you questions, right?
Yes, sir.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were answering those questions, right?
Yes, sir.
They asked you about gold coins. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
Remember what you told them?
I,
Well, I'm just asking now if you remember what you told them.
I was given a roll of gold coins.
All right? Was that the truth?
Yes.
Okay. You remember where they came from?
Yes, sir.
Where'd they come from?
Baker handed them to me when he dropped me off at the bus station.
Okay. Had you ever seen him with the gold coins before?
No.
Okay. So you don't know if he got them from Fabio's house or anywhere else, do you?
I know what I was told.
You know what you were told?
Yes, sir.
By who?
By Baker.
When did he tell you that?
When he put the coins in my pocket, he said, "Tell him you got them from me. If anybody asks, tell him you got them from me. They're from the safe."
Okay, well, I want you to read what you said here on page 172 to refresh your memory before I impeach him. I think that's the proper...
No?
I'm going to object to that.
He doesn't need his memory refreshed. You want?
Oh, okay. Didn't you tell... Thank you, Honor. Didn't you tell them... I don't know where they came from. Question, so you don't know where they came from? Answer, no, I don't. Question, have you ever seen him with gold coins before? Because that's kind of an odd thing to be making payments in. You said no. Okay, so you don't know if he got them from Fabio's house. You say, but now that you're saying it, maybe, yeah, probably got them from Fabio's house and I was wrong. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
So, did they remind you that maybe you got them from Fabio's house?
I think they was encouraging me to tell them.
Pardon?
I think they was encouraging me to tell them the full truth.
The prosecutors were encouraging you to tell them.
The truth.
Well, they didn't say the truth. They just told you maybe you got them from the house. Isn't it true? And you said, I just remembered, yeah, I did, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you just remember that you did?
No.
You didn't know before that question where you got the gold coins from?
I know what I was told to say, and during that time, I was still trying to regurgitate what I was told to say.
Okay.
But it's my understanding that I believe Baker got them from the safe.
And your understanding from who?
Baker got them from the safe.
How'd you know that?
He
Objection, cumulative.
I'll allow this question.
When I got dropped off at the airport, he put coins in my pocket. If anybody asks, tell them you got them from me. I had regurgitated that to tell them.
but I had never actually seen Baker collect any gold coins. And then I had remembered that he said he's going to get her to leave the safe open, or she's going to leave the safe open, or he knew the code, something along those lines. And that's when I remembered that he more than likely got them from the safe. It was a roll of gold coins in a stack.
That's what you remember?
That's what I'm telling you.
Why didn't you tell it to them when they asked you originally, where did you get the gold coins
They
from?
were trying to get me there. Listen, that happened a long time ago.
Okay. You asked if you've ever seen him with gold coins before. That's an odd kind of way of making payments, and you said no. Right? Before that, you said you don't know where they came from. Then they say, so you don't know if you got them from the safe, from his house? And you say, but now that you're saying it, yeah, I probably got them from Fabio's house, and I was wrong. Remember that?
I told them I was wrong. Yes,
And you told them you were wrong because
I was wrong.
they were making it clear to you that just
I
saying you
was
got
wrong.
it from, hold on, just getting him from Baker wasn't enough. They wanted you to say it came from Fabio's house, and you told them that, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Now, previously you had said that there was no discussion of you getting any money until the day of the incident, right? Remember saying that?
Yes, sir.
Is that the truth?
No, sir.
Previously you had said that you had gone up there to rough him up. Was that the truth?
Counsel, you've been through it.
You remember when you were meeting with Miss Stagel in Vancouver? We're set to go to trial, and it's Monica. We're putting all together. You've added some information we may know, but we don't know for sure. We'll see the value that you've added. We'll see.
Objection.
You put it that way.
I'm sorry?
Hearsay and cumulative.
Sustained?
You've added value, that goes a long way. Again, not a
Same
promise,
objection.
but it does.
Sustained.
Mr. Austin, let me go on to another few points here, okay? Did you previously say before your testimony today that the insurance came up in conversations with Baker prior to flying to L.A., that you were to receive insurance money?
I knew it.
I'll allow this question.
I knew it was going to be involved in some way, shape, or form.
Prior to leaving to go to L.A. Right? Isn't that what you said?
Yes, sir.
That's when you were told about the possibility of getting some insurance money, correct?
He said some money, but yeah.
That's correct, correct?
Yes, sir.
And how long was it before you left for L.A.? Same day or on the flight or before or what?
What are you asking me?
Well, before you left for L.A., you knew you were coming down to L.A., right?
Yes, sir.
He told you that, what, a week before or 2 weeks before? It was your birthday?
He asked me to fly down on my birthday weekend.
Okay. And that's when he told you about the insurance money. Right? What I just read you.
Yes.
Okay. And that's what you've testified here and yesterday that you found out then about the insurance money when you were flying down to LA.
So objection cumulative then.
Sustained.
And then you came to LA, and then, as you said, you were paid with the gold coins,
Objection
right?
cumulative.
It's just, did you ever get any other money from Mr. Baker?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you ever get anything else other than those gold coins?
I did.
You did? What?
A mental complex of suicidal ideation.
What?
A mental complex of suicidal ideation.
A mental complex to suicide ideation? I didn't understand.
I was suicidal after that.
And? Oh, you're saying that's what you got out of it?
Yeah, that's what I got out of it.
Okay. You testified to that yesterday, and you've told us how horrible you felt about all this. And you were going to commit suicide and all the rest, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Obviously, you didn't commit suicide. Obviously, you spent the money on the coins, and obviously, you never turned in your co-conspirators, you say were your co-conspirators, until you met with your lawyer here in Los Angeles. Isn't that right?
Sustained.
Do you remember something happening as you were driving up the driveway or running up the driveway to get to the Sementilli house? Do you remember that? Something about having to hurry?
I don't understand.
Okay, you run up the driveway, as we saw in the video, with your mask and hoodie and covered up with Mr. Baker running up the street to get to the house, right?
Yes, sir.
And you go right to the front door and get into the house, and that's when it's 1, 2, 3, go, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did Mr. Baker say anything to you about why you had to hurry to do this?
Objection cumulative.
How well this?
He said we only have a small window.
You said you had a small window. Did he tell you why you had a small window?
Sustained.
Did he?
Sorry, I sustained the objection.
Oh, it's the same. Did he tell you at that time that Monica was at Target and she would be coming home and you had to finish that before she got home?
Said she was at the store.
At the store. He didn't say Target.
He said this prior to us even going.
Okay, and he said she was at the store and you had to get this done before she got back from the store, right?
She's gonna go to the store. We only have a small window. We have to go now. Put this on. We went. He put me in the trunk. He drove there. I was in the trunk for a little bit. He opened the trunk. He ran up the hill. He said, "You with me?" And I didn't say anything. And he started jogging, and I would lag behind him. Then when we got to the house, he said he should be on the patio. The front door was open, and that's when everything happened.
Okay, you told us that before. I appreciate that. My question is, he had told you sometime while you were jogging up or in the car or when you got there, you had a small window because she was at a store, correct?
Yes.
Well, if she was in on the conspiracy, why couldn't she just have waited at the store longer and given you time to leave?
Sustained.
Mr. Austin, you were also told as part of your negotiations with the district attorney's office through your attorney, Mr. Aval, you understand he was the one going to be talking to the district attorney's office about a deal after you had your proffer, correct?
Yes, sir.
But while you were there, were you told that if any disposition is offered to you, it'll be, assuming one is, it'll be contingent upon you testifying at any and all court proceedings, whether trial motions, and as many individuals are as involved in the conspiracy as we're able to verify and put together. You understand that? They asked you that. Did you understand that?
Yes, sir.
In other words, you were naming throughout your interview that someone who was conspiring with you and Mr. Baker to kill Fabio Sementilli was Alfred Birdsong, right?
Say that again, please.
Didn't you tell them, without going through all the transcripts, that every time there were conversations between you and Birdsong, you and Baker, they were usually three-way conversations, and Birdsong was on the other end, right?
Yes, sir.
And he was intimately involved in the planning of this murder. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, Miss Sementilli was never on those calls, was she?
Objection, cumulative.
Sustained.
And you never met her at all in Las Vegas in July, as previously stated. Isn't that correct?
Objection, cumulative.
Sustained.
So any three-way calls were always just between you and Baker and Birdsong, correct?
Objection, cumulative.
Sustained.
When they advised you about having to testify in any other proceedings, was that explained to you by Mr. Aval, or did the prosecution explain to you what that meant?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Let me read the language again.
Counsel, what page?
I'm sorry, it's page 48 of the proffer, number 1, lines 10 to 18.
Wait a second. Line what?
10 to 18?
This is objection. I'm going to object to cumulative again.
I love this.
May I show it to him? Forget the underlining. Could you read to yourself line 10? If you want, you can start at line 9.
This,
I'm sorry.
I don't think what we're saying. This is the best way to. Well, that's page 40.
If I said 51, I'm sorry. I thought it said page 48. Do you want to read it back? No, you got it now?
I'm still objecting to cumulative, but
I already ruled.
All right, Mr. Austin. Let's try it again. Can you read, why don't you read from lines 8 to 18 to yourself? I'm sorry, I keep forgetting it.
It's okay.
Okay, does that refresh your memory as to what you were told by the prosecutors on the first day of the proffer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm not going to ask you to read it verbatim. If it's okay, I'm going to ask you, did they tell you Well, before then, you said you're trying to remember, and they said, you said, I'm trying to remember, so forgive me. You were talking about other things, correct?
Yes, sir.
So throughout your proffer, you forgot things, and they reminded you, and then you said, I'm trying to remember. Right? That first statement?
Yes, sir.
Were you trying to remember what they wanted you to say?
No, sir.
Okay. So let's go to this. No, there's nothing to forgive. There's no apology needed. I just wanted to put that on the record.
Objection reading.
Oh, obviously it was done before.
I'll also want to put on the record, since we're getting into it now, other individuals besides Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker, that if any disposition is offered to you, you know that means a plea negotiation, a deal, right?
Yes, sir.
If any disposition is offered to you, it will be assuming a disposition is offered, so you knew it didn't have to be, right?
Yes, sir.
It will be contingent upon you testifying at any and all court proceedings, whether it's trial, motions, on as many individuals as are involved in the conspiracy that we're able to verify and put together. You understand that, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you said, yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir, I did.
And how did you understand that? What did you understand that to mean?
That they were going to ask about other names.
Like Mr. Birdsong?
That was one of them.
Well, he was the one who was involved in the conspiracy to kill Fabio Sementilli along with you and Robert Baker, correct?
Yes, sir.
Didn't you tell them throughout your proffer on 2 days that he was in on all the phone calls, he was in on the planning, correct?
I told them, I believe I remember hearing him on the three-way calls. Yes, sir.
He was telling you about whether you should use a knife or a gun, remember?
That was a conversation amongst Baker and Birdsong that I was in.
And you?
Yes.
And how to do it quickly and whether you could do it quickly, remember?
Objection cumulative.
Sustained.
So you understand then that if Mr. Birdsong is ever here, which he's not, you may be called to testify against him like you've been called to testify against Miss Sementilli. Is that right?
That is my understanding.
But with Mr. Birdsong, you never left anything out when you were talking about him to the detectives or anyone else. You told them the whole truth from the beginning, right?
No, they asked me if I knew who that was, and I told them yes.
And they asked you more questions about him, correct?
I told them that he knew about it. Yes.
Well, I'm not going to go through everything I just said. You told him that he was part of the three-way calls when you were discussing with Baker how to do it. He was part of the planning. He was part of everything, right?
Objection cumulative.
Sustained.
And even after the murder, he kept in touch with you. Isn't that right?
Objection cumulative.
Sustained.
And again, you don't see him here in court, do you?
Objection relevant.
Sustained.
This is a couple more things and we'll be done, at least on this end, Mr. Austin. What is your state of mind now? What is your testimony now, as you've given it yesterday? Well, let me ask you, is it still that you met Monica Sementilli at LA Fitness in July of 2016?
Objection cumulative.
Sustained.
Well, I'd like to, that's just foundational.
Counsel, get to whatever question you want to ask.
And that you met her at LA Fitness in July of last year.
Objection cumulative.
Sustained.
Did you testify or state in the proffer, were you asked, and when, I'm sorry, this is page 60, lines 13 to 24. proffer, I'm asking if you told them, or you were asked when you first met Monica prior to the murder, for the first time at LA Fitness, and didn't you tell them it was 4 or 5 months before the murder, September or October of 2016? Didn't you say that?
Yes, sir.
So at some point in September or October of 2016, you went to LA Fitness with Rob, and you met Monica there in person, correct?
That's what I remembered.
That was the first time you'd met her.
Objection cumulative.
Sustained.
So you didn't meet her in July at the Aria Hotel in 2016, did you?
Objection cumulative.
Sustained.
I can just have 1 minute, Your Honor, and maybe we can wrap this up. Is it a fair statement, Mr. Austin, and you've testified in this courtroom that you previously lied to the DA in Vancouver, correct?
Objection cumulative.
Sustained.
You lied to the DA and the detectives in the Perkins, correct?
Objection cumulative.
Sustained.
And now you're lying when you say that Monica Sementilli was involved in the planning and the murder of Mr. Sementilli. You're lying about that to get a deal. Isn't that true?
No, sir, it is not.
And that deal, just so we're clear, is a plea to second-degree murder, correct?
Objection cumulative.
Sustained.
But I just want to ask, Your Honor, do you understand when you made this deal that if they didn't agree, that you not only would not get the deal, but you could be charged with first-degree murder as well? You understood that?
Objection assumes facts on evidence.
Sustained.
So you made the statements that we've gone through here today. You understood they had to be valuable to the prosecution, and then what happened? Did they offer you a deal right away?
Objection cumulative.
Sustained.
They had to go away and come back and then offer this deal to you that we've gone through several times, correct?
Objection cumulative.
Sustained.
And if you didn't take that deal, the consequences would be as we just discussed, correct?
Objection assumes facts on evidence.
Sustained.
But, and I'll be done, Your Honor, but you understand that what the deal was based on is you testifying in court to what you testified to eventually in the proffer. Isn't that right?
Objection, again, assumes facts on evidence and states the testimony.
Sustained.
Do you really believe if you got up here and said, no, she wasn't involved and that's the truth, that somehow the judge would believe you and you go home?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
You knew you had to say that she was involved, that she got money. You had to. Oh, by the way, I'm sorry. Are you charged with, in this, what you pled to, with financial gain? Getting a financial gain from the murder? They dropped that, didn't they?
Objection assumes facts on evidence.
Sustained.
Well, the charge that you pled with was second-degree murder with use of a knife, I believe.
Objection
It's,
cumulative.
it's an exhibit.
Cumulative.
There's nothing
I'll allow
in
this.
there.
I'll allow this.
There's nothing in there about financial gain, is there?
No, sir.
And you ended up getting as much financial gain as Mr. Baker did, didn't you?
Objection, assumes facts on evidence and argument.
Sustain on the second ground.
Do you know why you're not charged with financial gain?
Objection, speculation.
Sustain.
That was part of the deal, that you would not be charged with that. Isn't that true?
Objection, speculation, assumes facts on evidence.
Sustain on both.
Thank you very much for your patience, Your Honor.
Will there be any recross?
Mr. Austin, I have a brief redirect of you. In Washington, when you were up there, we talked about that at length, October of 2024. Just to be clear, when Detective Farrell first came to your cell to talk to you, he actually didn't bring up the name Monica to you then, right?
I believe he said woman.
In fact, he said a lady. We have your uncle and a lady in custody, right?
Yes.
So when you talked to your cellmate, who you believed to be a cellmate but was an undercover agent, you knew who the lady was, even though they didn't tell you Monica Sementilli. You knew who the lady was at that time. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you continued some of the conversations that we talked about yesterday when you spoke with your cellmate. You were referencing the defendant, and that's before anyone said her name. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Also, when you were up there at that time, when we were in Vancouver, again, not going through it, you asked to speak to me, but I know there's a lot of questions about it. You did repeatedly ask, said you wanted to go home and you wanted to see your girls. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go home?
No, ma'am.
Did you see your girls?
No, ma'am.
Well, you saw your wife at the station briefly, though, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, defense counsel went through a couple different transcript excerpts with you when you were asking for a deal. And you did state words to the effect of, you wanted to go home, what kind of deal. And page 84, and this is what defense counsel went through before.
Line, please.
19. I said to you, I can't make you any promises or deals either today, but I can at least, just so you know that, do you want to think about it? That was at the beginning of our conversation when I spoke with you, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And just to be clear, you had already interviewed with the detectives at length, and you'd been in the cell with your undercover agent for hours. It was the end of the day when all the interviews were over and you were done in the cell that you asked to speak to me. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you ask to speak to me because at that point you still were very stressed out, you wanted to see your family, you've been taken out of your car, and you were trying to see, through me, if I could help you with that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you asked me if you were being charged.
Yes, ma'am.
And we went on later in that conversation, and I told you again that yes, you are going to be charged.
Yes, ma'am.
During any of this time then, when you were asking if there's a deal, did myself or the detectives ever say, we need you to come to Los Angeles and testify against Monica Sementilli and tell us everything that she did? Did we ever say anything like that to you?
No, ma'am.
Did we ever make any promises to you that if you testify against Monica Sementilli, we'll give you a certain deal or you'll get to go home, anything of that nature?
No, ma'am.
In fact, the majority of the interview, was it even focused on Monica Sementilli, or was it focused on your role in what you did?
It is.
Defense counsel also asked you about wanting to go to LA. Did you ask to go to Los Angeles?
No, ma'am.
Did you have a choice?
No, ma'am.
And in fact, did you ask me, the word was extradited, am I being extradited there? And I told you, yes, you are, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember asking if you could stay in Washington and do it virtual?
I do.
And you were told no, that you're going to LA and you're going to be charged.
Yes, ma'am.
when defense counsel asked you about testifying, there is one time that you asked me about testifying. And I told you, I don't know. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
We never talked, you or the detectives or myself, about testifying while we were in Washington. We never talked about that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Just touching on those gold coins, and I don't want to go back through it though. You testified where you saw them from. When Baker came to the car, he had a pillowcase you testified to, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know if those coins are in the pillowcase?
I did not.
Do you remember anything about that pillowcase? What color it was? Anything?
Like a tealish green? Not really. It wasn't a bright color.
Okay. But on that same drive then, when he came to the car with the pillowcase with items in it, that same course of actions when he gave you those cold coins and told you where he got them from the safe. Is that accurate?
When he got in the car?
Yes.
He just got in the car with a pillowcase.
And then he gave you the coins at what point again?
When he dropped me off at the bus station.
Okay. And that's when he told you where they came from.
He told me to tell him they came from, if anybody asks, tell them they came from me. These come from the safe.
And on a final note, I know everyone likes that word, final. On a final note, the proffer, defense counsel talked to you about the proffer that you did in Los Angeles when you spoke to the detectives as well as the prosecutors. And do you recall, and defense counsel pointed to some transcripts, and it's the proffer, part 1, which is day 1, page 7, line 1. As your attorney has indicated, this is Ms. Silverman speaking to you, there are no promises. There are no offers on the table at this time. Based on what you tell us today, the value of that information, whether or not the information that you provide to us can be corroborated or verified by other sources, all that will come into play. The term corroborated was used. Do you remember hearing that?
Yes, ma'am.
And Ms. Silverman went on page 7, line 12 to say, at that point, assuming that you provide information that we are able is truthful, that is valuable in some manner, and that can be verified, then and only then may the district attorney's office engage in some type of plea negotiation with your lawyer. So it wasn't just based on your testimony. You were told your testimony, if it has value, but independently, if we can verify it, that's when we will start a possible negotiation with your attorney. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that how you understood the proffer to occur, that your role was to tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
I have nothing further.
Anything further?
Yes. Who was going to decide if it was verified?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
When they said if it's verified and if it's valuable, you understood that these two district attorneys, deputy district attorneys, were going to be the ones to decide if it was verifiable and if it was valuable, correct?
Objection, speculation, and assumes facts and evidence.
Sustained.
And you understood that the only thing you had to add to what you set up north is that Monica Sementilli was involved. That's the only thing you had to add. And if you added that, you were going to get a deal. You understood that, didn't you?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
I'm sorry, there was no question.
I'm sorry, I was.
That's sustained.
Mr. Austin, is your testimony that in October of last year, before the police came to you, that you did not know the name Monica Sementilli?
Objection cumulative.
I'll allow this one question.
That I did not know.
Right.
Her name?
I asked you questions about, didn't they tell you it was Monica and so forth? And the DA just said, well, they didn't mention Monica's name, so I'm asking you, did you know Monica Sementilli was involved in the prosecution of this case when you met with the police in October of last year?
I knew she was involved. I did not know her name.
Well, let me remind you, Mr.
Well, I'm going to object to the start of that question.
I'm going to hear the question.
Isn't it true that following your returning to San Francisco, Alaska, or sometime after the murder took place, you spoke with Mr. Baker on the phone? Right? Three-way call. Right?
Objection cumulative.
I'll allow this.
Are you asking me when I got back to Alaska?
Anytime after the murder.
I spoke to him on the phone.
And how long was that after the murder?
I called him as soon as I landed.
Okay. What'd you talk about?
I landed.
That's it?
That's it.
You didn't talk about Monica?
I landed.
And you spoke with Mr. Birdsong several times after the murder and before October of last year, correct?
Objection cumulative and beyond scope.
I'll allow this.
Can you ask the question again, please?
Between the time of the murder and October 2nd of last year, when you were brought up, or you were arrested in Vancouver and questioned by the police and the Perkins guy and the Stagel and so forth, had you spoken to Mr. Birdsong?
Prior to my arrest?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
You spoke to him many times, correct?
Yes, sir.
About being safe and what to do and so forth and stay out of trouble and all sorts of advice, correct?
Yes, sir.
He didn't tell you that Monica Sementilli had been arrested along with Mr. Baker?
I found that out a while ago,
What's a while ago?
shortly after they were arrested.
And they were arrested in 2017, correct?
I get a few months, yes.
So by the time you got up to Vancouver, they didn't have to tell you that Monica was the only one not convicted yet or was on trial. You knew that.
Objection vague is the time.
So ruled.
I didn't know anything. I didn't pay attention to anything.
You did not know by October of 2024 that Monica Sementilli had been arrested with Mr. Baker and was facing trial here in Los Angeles for 7 years? You didn't know that?
I found that out after I was arrested, but I knew she was arrested prior.
Mr. Birdsong never spoke to you at all about Monica Sementilli?
Objection
Between-
hearsay.
One moment.
Between June of 2017 until you were arrested in 2024, he never spoke to you at all about Monica Sementilli?
I was told,
My question is, did he ever speak to you? It's non-responsive.
It's not responsive, counsel.
It's a yes or no. Did he speak to you about Monica Sementilli having been arrested with Mr. Baker and facing prosecution for murder?
the name never came up.
The name never came up.
Hey, they were arrested.
I'm sorry,
Hey, they were arrested.
but he never mentioned Monica.
Just so I'm clear, your question is, did Mr. Birdsong ever mention the name Monica.
Yeah, before October 24th, 2024, did you know that it was Monica Sementilli who was being charged with Robert Baker?
I think the question to you is that your question? Did he mention the name Monica?
All right, let's start with that.
He did not mention the name. The words were, I believe, hey, they were arrested.
But he talked to you, according to you, in recorded conversations, he spoke to you many times between the arrest and October 2024, didn't he? Birdsong?
Yes,
He called you all the time.
that's a little vague. What is your
Well-
definition of all the time?
He called you often to check in on you.
Yes,
And you're telling this court and the jury that in October of 2024, you still didn't know that her name was Monica.
that is correct.
Thank you, Mr. Austin.
Anything further? Other people?
So yes, Mr. Birdsong, based on defense's questions, Mr. Birdsong, when you did talk to him, he referred to them as they got arrested, right?
Yes,
And during this phone call that Mr. Birdsong had with you, he was upset and told you he was very upset because she was letting Baker take the blame for everything.
One moment.
This is hearsay, non-responsive, and it's goes beyond the scope.
Sustain.
Well, did Mr. Birdsong tell you he was upset about how the case was unfolding?
Hearsay.
Sustain.
We opened it up, okay.
No, counsel. Anything further?
No.
Any further?
Just want to ask him if you know that all your statements to the police and everyone that's interviewed you in this case have all been tape recorded. You
I'm
know?
sorry, that's beyond the scope.
Okay. But I would make a request concerning his availability following today's testimony.
I'm sure it'll be available.
Okay. So not to be excused then.